showing up. NPC the game live November 10th birthday stream. November 10th in the wilderness of North America. You know, to do this for I wanted to commune with y'all because literally yesterday was November 10th here in Taiwan, District 13. And you know how we live in it. Back to the Future Marty McFly style. So, but I had to celebrate it with my YouTube family. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate you all.
Right now, when I need you in my life, I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Yeah, I'm both. Yeah, I had a drink, yeah, I smoke. Yeah, you think I need you, but I don't. Just left out Dubai with all my folk. Open water, my location is remote. Shout out Yachty, but this ain't a little boat. This some shit I wrote about when I was broke. See, the power of the mind is not a joke. Man, I said that I would do it and I did. Used to get leftovers out the fridge. Nobody was famous where I live. Till I got it jumping at the crib. Took a lot to be able to give. I mean, I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Got me talking about my life. I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now.
I took a flight to Taiwan. I took a flight to Oakland. I took a flight to Oakland. Yo, Chris, what's up? Good to see you in the chat. Oh, KJV in the house. Thank you, sir. London man, London Kubrick. I saw you on the stream. I was like itching to get over there. Oh man. But yeah, I had to get this shit ready. Like I was like looking at all these pictures and whatnot. I got a little nostalgic. I mean, if you really know me, you'll see that I can get a lot nostalgic. Looking at pictures with my mom and my Rebecca, Ben, my friends, and I got to make a video. I saw Sasquatch in the chat. I saw him in there and I was like, bro, I got to hurry up. I don't want people to cut out, but I had to get this done. I think he knows how that is. Creators know when you want to get a video done, nothing else matters at that moment. I think this is our Heron, this YouTube shit. But, you know, at least it won't ruin your life if you don't let it. What's up, Dino? Hey, NPC, I'm going to work. Well, I see you in the chat, so I appreciate you taking the time to say what's up, happy birthday, and whatnot. Yeah. Oh, Eternal in the house, in the building. Yeah, let's get it. Yeah, thanks. Keep pictures cute. Yeah, this is straight off the porch over there. Santa Clara Street, East Santa Clara Street, downtown San Jose. Actually, more specific, 7th Street, over there by San Jose Hospital. My poppy's porch right there, right off the porch with my zips on. Yeah, been out here, been outside for a minute. Now, we don't go outside in Taiwan without the mosquito repellent. That shit will eat you up. I know in the States they got wolves and whatnot. We got mosquitoes and shit. Whew. Yeah, so I'm gonna just, keep it fun and loose. I got a couple things that were making me laugh what I wanted to share with y'all. This Ray J shit's hella funny. Matter of fact, I'll drop the link right away. Let me see. Yeah. There we go. Got the link out there. We're linked up. You like that linked up? I've been reading the chat like last couple broadcasts. So I've just been trying to focus in on what was really going on. But the chat's really going on too.
Thing just happened to Ray J. Like
this is Ray J showing up on Brandy's brother showing up on what's his name? Oh, Nicki Minaj, his podcast, which was strange. Or not podcast. Well, I guess it's podcasts, but more right and exact her Instagram live. That was very strange. Just like, yeah, that was really strange. So let's see what's up with this Nicki Minaj. Man, 47. Hashtag 47. Yo, this is me. Woo. So I like it. Like the last couple of weeks, people have been telling me when I'm on the street, "Oh, you're a young buck, 47." But I mean, yeah, they were in their 70s and 80s, but hey, man, I got to live till at least 88. I mean, I had my son Ben when I was 40, so I got to return the favor and at least make it to there. So that's motivation. The power of the mind ain't no joke. Let's go. Let's go, Ray J. Ray J. Rage J.
Society's racist. Look how Kim Kardashian is.
How successful he is based on that tape.
Yeah, based on that tape.
No, Ray J is the reason why Ray J is not successful is exhibited in that video.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, why don't you just spit it out then?
I was.
No, you just pissing me off. All right, there's a second video.
So, but I don't.
Are you coming?
Yeah, it's the second one. Oh, lay low. What's up, Shadow? Good to see you, brother. My brother from another. And said, happy birthday, Caucasian Sasquatch. That's his name, too. He was telling that story about his brother tripping out in the woods like Debo, like Chris Tucker, Smokey, and Debo's pigeon coop. It said he was in his big bro was in a combine, all greased up. Man, he had to go get him. He said, I'm thinking 47. Yeah. Something like that, right? Something like that. Thanks, brother. Yeah. Let me back this shit up for a second. Where was the first time? Oh, here we go.
You know, that has something to do with technology. That has something to do with AI.
God will.
It's a multimedia play that I wanted you to sign me.
Oh, yeah, this is Ray J. Nicki Minaj tells Ray J to get out the closet. And the context is he just showed up on her live stream Instagram randomly.
You know, that has something to do with technology. That has something to do with AI.
God will take care of my needs, and anything that I need, I will have it. Okay.
Look at his face.
I wish you the best. Thank you.
Yo, Nicki ain't for that BS,
be a
yo.
business partner of yours, but no, thank you, sir.
It wasn't about being a business partner. You was gonna sign me. I was gonna go out and do what I do best.
You know something?
I don't even know what he does. I don't remember no song from Ray J. He might have, I vaguely remember him maybe having a music video or something. All I remember him is the fuck shit on one of those VH1 reality shows. He got himself on, but also he was an executive producer, had a couple shows like For the Love of Ray J. What else? Oh yeah, the Kim Kardashian sex tape, which ended up making billions of dollars for that family. Billions, right? Not the tape, but just her being known for something, infamous for something. But yeah, Ray J, I just remember him being Brandy's big brother. I'm pretty sure he's older. Yeah, I remember Brandy came down to our dorm freshman year a couple times over there, Cal State Long Beach. Shout out to the 49ers out there, East Side.
You know what I noticed about this industry?
Man.
I noticed that so many people think that
I hit it first.
She's hot.
Look at Ray J.
Look at her.
Don't do that to me. Don't say what you about to say.
Is he trolling? I don't. It's fucking so hard. If he is, he's world class.
Because I don't want to be hurt with what you gonna say, because I'm really a barb. This will
He just called himself a barb. That's a Barbie. That's Nicki Minaj's crew. They call themselves the Barbs, bruh. That's strange, huh? Like somebody said later on. They said he should have said call himself a Ken at least.
be this will be like this will be heartbreaking. Please don't hang up on
You know
me.
what it
Like
is?
don't
You know what?
like don't hang up
You know what
either.
it is?
Just end me.
I just don't.
Shout out to this wacky shooter mobile game called Envia. That's the sponsor of the first hour of the birthday stream. NPC the game live.
That is just weird.
Yeah, he called himself a barb.
But there's more to this video. She
Yeah.
asked him. Oh, okay.
That's the first video.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, we got like 4 videos. What's a bar?
That's one of her fans. They call themselves.
Oh,
barbs.
the Barbie. Yeah.
The Barbie, like Barbie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a male, he calls himself a barb.
Stupid. He should have said a
Desperate.
Ken.
He's like desperate as hell, right?
He look because he just look like he's done a lot of videos and he put his foot in his mouth. You know.
Yeah.
This is a reaction to a reaction video. Meta.
Goofy, man.
Let's go to this.
A lot of people hold this against him and Kim Kardashian because after that tape they made together,
Yeah.
how rich and successful and how he looks desperate for anything, and I was like, and how everybody made it out is just like it's
Yeah.
like look how messed up society is. Like look how
What you talking about?
no, they said it was a racist thing that's happened to Ray J. Like society's racist. Look how Kim Kardashian is.
How successful he is
multi-billionaire.
based on that tape.
Yeah, based on that tape. Look
No,
what
Ray
she's
J
done.
is the reason why Ray J is not successful is exhibited in that video.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you just spit it out then?
I was.
No, you just pissing me off.
It's twins, bro. Twins be going at it. Hodge twins. I know they be. I mean, witness this shit. It's funny, and even if one is like born maybe a couple minutes ahead of time, you can see the alpha status a little bit, right? Don't get it twisted. The younger one will get his licks in too, but they're always best enemies, best allies. That's an interesting trip. I teach a couple twins at school. Hard to tell them apart, so I had to separate their ass. Yo, shout out to come up if you want to smoke. Let's smoke, man. This shit was my path. I'd be like, come on, bro, let's smoke. Yeah, I haven't smoked in years, but let's do this shit. Brandy, shout out from Shadowback comment. Brandy is way more talented than her brother, and she doesn't need to be thirsty. She don't need to be thirsty, man. With her eyes spread apart like an alien. She's a great singer. Has a big personality, seems very likable. Ray J, he does Ray J. That's the thing nowadays. You can be infamous or notorious and get a lot of clout and transfer it over to some ducats, some shillings, some do-re-mi. He's found a way, but he seems like he needs that next move to come up on some money. Don't we all? Speaking of money, what's up, Moneybag? Shift, the one and only, with a comment. Happy birthday, salute from Gotham, the real Gotham City, over there in the heart. Now I'll say the brain. What are we gonna say? Is Gotham, New York, the brain of America, the beast? Or is it the heart, brain or heart? And then is DC the brain or the heart? I don't know. What do you think? Then is what's Georgia, the lungs? I mean Atlanta, and then we'll say San Francisco's the genitals. I don't know. Well, if San Francisco was the genitals, probably wouldn't have so many citizens.
All right, there's a second video.
So, but I don't.
Are you coming out of the closet?
No. I was just
When?
talking.
When will you?
I can't.
Straight asked him, "Are you coming out of the closet?" It's blunt.
Huh?
I can't.
Scorpio season.
If there's nothing in the closet, I can't come out with it. But shout out to the agency. I do have a agency.
Bro, he said, shout out to the agency. I have a agency. This guy reminds me so much of a homie Ryan and the cats from LA. What's going on, big dog? How's it going? Good to
We're
see
shaking, bacon. Happy birthday.
you. Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Yeah.
Like I said,
it's
I
good
think
to-
I'm 47, but it's kind of
You
hard to
think?
remember through all the drugged, hazed years.
You were thinking before about, you were telling people you have some collab ideas on deck. I'm thinking me and you maybe need to think about work out one called like "Don't Do Drugs," and have some type of subheading or something where all we talk about is drugs.
See, that's a hard one to sell for YouTube because
Yeah, that's true.
inevitably, you end up rolling around to talking about, hey, there's this one time me and my buddy went up here, and it becomes aggrandizing the use of drugs, and you get a strike.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't. I mean, we have a whole I have a whole channel that's a psychedelic trip stories from friends and acquaintances and stuff, but it
Right.
doesn't. It got to a certain point where it doesn't get no motion because I don't think they do promote that shit. Even though we're not talking about hardcore drugs, as they say.
No, they don't promote anything they can't directly control.
Yeah. How'd you get to 5,000? We're talking about you now.
Because I'm a bad bitch. I'm
You a
funny
bad
as hell, dude. I'm funny as hell. Listen, let me tell you how this went. Let me tell you exactly how this went now. And this is not just hold on. So I grew up my whole life. My father, I didn't know he had a sense of humor. I thought it got blowed off in the war. I heard this man giggle once a long time ago, and I don't know what it was about. So my mom, she was kind of she was a very dry type of humor, right? She didn't tell jokes so much as she observed funny things in reality and would point them out. So I grew up my whole life being told, and I quote, "You're not funny." What they really meant to say is, I didn't like that joke.
That's a difference. Yeah.
So when I started my YouTube channel and I told a couple of jokes and hit 2,000 subscribers, told a couple more and hit 4,000 subscribers, Pops had his 65th birthday. The entire, both sides of my family showed up. There were probably 3,000 people there. It was enormous. And I got out of the car, looked at my wife and said, "You're not going to like this part," and whistled. And everybody here knows me. I'm not I'm no mystery in the family. They're aware of me and they know that they think I'm funny when I'm not talking about them. So when I whistled, everybody gathered around me like somebody had rung a bell or something, as if this is how this is supposed to work. Even my pops walked over and stood right in front of me and tried to stare me down to stop me from what I was doing. I was like, "Nope, I need everybody, all of you. I'm glad I got all of y'all together. All of my life, every single one of you crackers told me that I wasn't funny, when what you meant to say is you didn't like that joke. I got 4,000 people on YouTube say that I might be funny, which means y'all might be wrong." And then I turned around and walked over and got me a burger. I'm all giggling.
Yo, that's how it all started, huh? Dang. 40, that's crazy. Wait, first of all, 3,000 people? That's a lot of people.
I'm from a huge family, dude. Like, if I told you my last name, suddenly you'd understand it. It makes sense.
Probably like Vanderbilt, Sasquatch Vanderbilt, or something like that. Yeah.
But more along the lines of like O'Shea or O'Patty or O'Connell or some shit like that.
Oh, okay.
That's not it. It's just an old family, and the chances are me and you are related, bro. I'll lay it down.
It
like
could
that.
be.
It's so fucking huge. I have second generation cousins, like third or fourth cousins, that are on every continent, including Antarctica and the space station.
Wow, you galactic consciousness.
Yeah, it's just the family, dude.
Did you do that whole ancestry thing?
Absolutely not. Like that? My sister did, and let me tell you something funny about that. So my brother and I, we don't really trust any type of organized anything. We think all people are pretty much evil and out for themselves. So we don't trust any of that. My sister, on the other hand, is a communist. So you know, everything. So that being said, she did the whole 23andMe or Ancestry.com or whatever it was that she did. I don't remember, but she comes up to me and
Yeah.
hands me a little piece of paper that tells her everything about her history. And I looked at it and went, Lana, our father is Native American, Southern French. She's like, so? None of that is in this ancestry.
None
She
of
went,
it was, huh?
I said, you should just put that up. This is one of those things that the family doesn't want to know. Just put that up. She had already put it on Facebook.
She's proud.
She was confused. She didn't understand what she had. That 23andMe there that she's got proves that my father is not her father.
Oh shit! I wasn't even thinking about that part.
You missed it, didn't you? It slipped right over your head.
Yeah.
She did too.
Thinking-
So did half my
I'm
family,
thinking-
except for like, you know, some of them didn't.
Because some people's minds is not where they're framed at normally.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, you know, my father looks just like Charlie. When he was
Wow.
younger, looked just like Charlie Manson. So much so that
Shout
it's
out
a
to Uncle
little bit
Charlie.
more than scary.
Uh-huh. Oh, I mean, well, who was? I only say Charlie Manson's mom was a prostitute. He grew up in a brothel. So, could he have been one of her clients? Man, is his father? That's crazy. Did you see? So my wife gave me that for a Christmas present one time, and I guess she did. She did trust the wrong organization, and I was like, "Fuck it, I want to do it because, you know, I have some questions about some shit." So I did it, and I was surprised. Not surprised. Well, some of the things surprised me, but most of it was right on from what I was told and whatnot. I guess you had to get away for a sec, but yeah. The only thing about this, the 23andMe Ancestry.com, they don't have a good handle on every ethnicity around the world.
All right, hold on.
Because like my dad's side,
How
it's
much
like kinda,
how much investigation have you done into the methods of the polymerase adhesion methods they use? Do you know how accurate those things are?
no, I don't.
Do you know what they track to determine your quote unquote ancestry?
I know they used your hawk too.
You got a chance, dude. You're gonna make it.
And by the way, I like how you ended that on a high note. The last podcast I listened to, your last live, not your last live, but like the one I listened to last. That
I
was
don't even
perfect.
know which one.
You said you guys,
yeah.
Someone said, your boy, the 65-year-old dude, the dude that was in prison most of his life.
Yeah, Mitch.
Like he was like something about came up and he put the hawk 2 in there. You're like, wow, what a way to end it. We got to end on that.
Do that.
He was like, bam. You put the outro out. I'm like, yeah, buddy, that was good. Yeah. But yeah,
Dude,
I thought they used the saliva and shit.
It's wild.
Huh?
Okay, so what they track is they track what were referred to as independent haplogroup alleles, right?
Shout
An
out to you, Ezra.
allele
Thank you.
an allele is a piece of your genes that track specific information.
Mhm.
A haplogroup is a usually patriarchal, though not always, family group where one haplogroup descends from another haplogroup. And the farther you move through time, the more of these haplogroups exist. These are slight changes in your blood is what it comes down to, the way the proteins are chained or something like that. So when they're talking about if they test and come up with, okay, you have Congolese and say Sand Bush ascendancy, right?
Mhm.
All they can really check, because Africa has been occupied literally since the dawn of human consciousness, They have a cross reference of virtually every single haplogroup in the freaking lexicon, and a few that we haven't found yet. So whether you test as coming from Australia or South America or the Levant, Europe, all of those are found in Africa.
We're everywhere, yeah.
Well, not everywhere, just in certain family groups in Africa. But the thing is, the different haplogroups that are found at the end of the trail do have distinct differences in mutation from the haplogroups that are found in Africa. But as far as your standard polymerase trace, I'm convinced they look at there's no determining that. You would have to do a full genetic workup on every single sample. That could take months. It's like trying to restart the Human Genome Project on every single person, which is partly what they're doing, but they're doing it in like a bulk rate analysis thing where you can afford it. Because of that, they don't track all the alleles and they don't track all the haplogroups. What they do is look for individual haploalleles. And these are like only the haplogroup B that's in Australia has a 7th tier allele that's a C, right? Every other haplogroup that's in Africa or Middle Asia or anywhere else that would be the same haplogroup has a different allele in that position. So that they use exclusionary inference to determine where you're from, and that might be inaccurate. It may not actually be accurate,
Well, it's always changing too. I appreciate that because I'm wondering how they do it, and of course, I didn't check it. That's what you came along. Now I'm really gonna go dive into it. All I know is, like, I'm looking at it right now, and this shit updates and changes, like, all the time. Yeah. And like it says, like, I'm 36% Mali, according to this, 32% from Spain.
Wow. So you're you're 30%. Dude, you are straight ecstasy. Don't mess with me. I know feel good when I find it. This man say 30% Molly. Hit that
Molly. Molly. I'm kind of slow squash right now because it's like 5, 6, whatever in the AM. Like, so it takes me a minute to get the joke. I had a food coma last night on our dinner yesterday. But okay, yeah, so I got that Molly, that Molly water. 36%. Then I got 32% Spain, 14% Senegal. Oh, this is the one I know for sure. This one for sure. I know, like, Spanish and because I don't know my dad's side, of course, huh? What a cliche. But like 11% indigenous Mexican, right? 3% Basque, 2% Scotland,
1% Basque.
Yeah, Basque. Yeah,
that's an interesting one, bro. You need to deep dive that one.
Well, there's a town there that has my last name.
Yeah. But so what I'm saying is, no. I'm not going to ask that question. That might put it a little too close to home.
No, go ahead. Let's go. Let's go.
Positive,
Come on, bro.
Are you blood typed positive or negative?
I think negative.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I am negative.
The descendants of Basque, that's one of those haplogroups I was talking about that often gets like muddied down into other haplogroups because the Basque have a very specific genetic pattern. For some reason, it seems to breed true from whatever direction it comes from. But of course, it gets jumbled in the process of sexual admixture, right? So, but there's a weird thing about the Basques. Whether you breed with anyone on Earth, your Basque heritage will stay at about the same percentage for your child that you have, because almost no other haplogroup utilize that group of alleles, and so there's no pressure to change them through sexual activity.
Yo, that's wild, bro.
Yeah,
we're locked in. We're grandfathered in, right?
Yeah, grandfathered in. Well, there is one tinfoil hat theory. If you want to go ahead and just do that.
Get it ready. Why am I not surprised?
these you've heard of the that whole what was his name? Ubach. I can't remember the black guy who invented white people. I'm sure you.
Yakub. I've done a stream.
Right,
Check
right.
my
So
archive like 2
Yakub,
weeks ago about
when
him.
you look at the areas of the earth that are attributed through that story, Yakub
Yeah.
created white people in the Basque
Yeah.
region. And
Right, he
these
did in the
people are
Spanish.
first white people that were created directly by the creator of all people, right?
Wow.
According to
Look at
that story.
Yakub pure
That
blood.
story is partly derived from the genetic analogy of how the Basque react to the rest of humanity. It's almost as if they're
Damn,
not
man.
human.
Well, they did call him a devil off that story. The white devil, like we say, yeah. But that's wild, bro. Now you're really unlocking shit, bro.
Dude, there's some wild deep lore to go with a handful of these older.
Happy birthday!
Hey, appreciate it.
That's all it
Yeah,
took.
we got
That's all it took.
old
One
friends,
hot
new
chick on
friends.
panel, Joe Cool shows up.
We got Joe
Yes,
Cool,
sir.
bro. Damn.
I
What
was
honor.
digging the conversation about the haplotypes and the haplogroups and shit. I was
Madam,
digging.
I'm giving you fair warning. Do not look this man in the corner directly in the eye. You will become pregnant.
That's what I hear
Waiting
anyway.
for that, huh? What's going on, Eternal? The Eternal One. What's up, Wildfire? How's it going? Yeah,
Hi guys, nice to meet you. I'm Eternal.
yeah. You are
Yes,
Eternal. Huh?
yes, you are.
Look at this guy. What's up, Mr. Joe Cool? Legend in the building.
Oh, my
Legend.
That's good, baby.
Chilling, man.
Hey, I had a
Chilling.
question for Sasquatch, if I can.
What it is,
About-
baby?
Go ahead.
All right, the way I think the haplotypes are formed, I was going to type in chat. It take too long. I assume that they're developed over time in a certain environment. If it's heat, your genes change and shit, and that's how they decide how long you've been in a certain environment. I think that's what you're talking about.
Not exactly.
Yeah.
Because the effects are actually derived from older changes that occur in other haplogroups. It's a really weird science.
How do the changes occur?
It has more to do with the amount of times, the number of generations of sexual admixture you have with someone outside of your haplogroup. And it can create a new haplogroup provided there's enough difference and there's been enough separation between the original and the variant.
Meaning environment has nothing to do with it. So I was way off.
It can have something to do with it, but typically when it's environmentally influenced, it's like a fucking flood that wipes out an entire family. It's the negative influence of those groups not being available for admixture.
All right. I came in on the ass end of it. I thought you were talking about how do you identify race, and that's the biggest way. If you've spent 500 years in this area, your genes have developed a certain type of way. Our shit's still the same, just like there's a group of people who do a lot of swimming, they free dive. The kids can hold their breath longer and those genes that can direct you to those people at that time.
They also have conscious control over the lenses in their eyes so they can focus underwater and hit the targets they're hitting, which is something no other human haplogroup has. That is a Polynesian haplogroup. It is loosely associated with the same alleles that your blood construction is associated with, but it has to do with a conscious ability to control your lens and focus underwater, bro.
Yeah, that's amazing. And speaking of, like, you're talking about the Polynesians and migration, like, I've read research and seen a lot of videos last couple of years talking about that those people originally came from where I am in Taiwan, like this area in Taiwan, because it's interesting. We have Aboriginal people here, and it's a small island, yet there's 15 different Aboriginal languages, and if you look at their language and look at how they dress and a lot of their cultural things, it's very similar to the folks in Hawaii and Samoa.
I think it's obvious, right? I think it's obvious. If anybody say different, I be thinking clearly the fucking Hawaiians are Asians. They're the same motherfuckers. I be thinking that all the time.
Yeah. You take a Mexican person, looks like a Filipino person. A lot of times.
Let's take a swing at this and get out of the human genetics and get into the plants. Because one things that the Polynesians brought with them everywhere they went was plants. They brought the taro. Some of them carried sweet potatoes after a certain date, but before a certain date, they didn't exist. So anything that happens that you find sweet potatoes implies that this group was after a certain crossover with South America or possibly Rapa Nui. See, that's the thing. Rapa Nui, we have no idea where those people were from.
They bring the occasion plan.
Say again,
What's that?
baby.
Are you
I'm wearing
wearing the color?
You see
Oh yeah,
it?
that lavender. I like it. You have those track pants like that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
I put
that
it
color. Looks good on you.
here. Thank
Hey,
you.
appreciate it. Appreciate
Look
it.
better on the floor.
He couldn't even get it out. He couldn't even get it out. You must be attractive. He couldn't even get it out.
I agree. It does. Everything looks better off me. Definitely.
Speaking of an attractive human being, what's going on?
That man's an absolute
Mystery.
specimen. Look at him.
Ozo in the house, legend.
Total
Oh, yeah.
Mushroom shaman, urban badass. I don't know any more things to say.
Where's your birthday dance, Gabe? Where's your birthday dance?
Oh, you trying to dance? You trying to dance? Okay.
No, because someone in the comments literally asked that.
Oh, I didn't
So-
see
I don't know,
that.
man. What you talking about today, dog? I just got to the crib and I just hopped in here because I just got home, seen you was live.
Yeah, we were talking about birthday dance. Somebody probably wants Eternal to dance and shake her ass. Well, then the main, it's my birthday, bro. I want to have my
Happy
my friends,
birthday,
new and
man.
old. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, the big hashtag 47. Yeah. So we just chilling, Ozo. Well, then, what's going on over there on the East Coast, bro?
Me ain't nothing, man. Just same old getting things done, man. My bad, I'm over here in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
I just got to the crib. I'm already getting phone calls, B. So God, don't mind me.
Okay. Good to see you. I saw your ass. You were the Joker for Halloween. That shit was crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the phone now.
I sent it to you. Hold up, I'll be right back. I don't want to be.
Look at
rude.
this guy. This
Cam down
guy's
while
about
you're
to
at
take
it.
40
That shit-
grams of mushrooms.
Cam down while you're at it, because that shit becomes evidence.
Yeah. You guys ever fuck around with mushrooms?
Well, speak of the devil.
Yeah. Yeah. This guy.
I may have mushrooms in candy bar form right here, and I may or may not be eating mushrooms right now.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
In Minecraft.
Minecraft. That's it, Minecraft. I like to say GTA, but Minecraft will work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thing is, there
Joe
are
Cool's
mushrooms in Minecraft.
Really? Do they have any psychoactive effects when you play?
No,
when you
they're
ingest
just
them?
mushrooms. You make soup. That's all.
Okay.
It's just
Minecraft.
I'm an asshole. What
So-
can I do?
Back to this genetics thing real quick. The funny thing is I got a new hit on it. It says I'm 1% Russian. How about that?
I think everybody's 1% Russian, dude. Those guys travel.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, genetically, they're descended from the very early Proto-Viking Celts. Whoever was living in Central Russia at the time that the Rus showed up, they apparently didn't have a whole lot of staying power because the Rus just showed up. In fact, they showed up on very similar ships, long ships, and built a town that had no roads to it because no one knew it was there for like 200 years until the locals were like, "Hey, wait,
hell.
There's these big white guys over here. What the fuck is going on?" And these guys, and the beautiful thing about the Celts, man, they have this whole Valhalla concept, and it's kind of ubiquitous across the Celtic spheres that when you die in battle fighting your enemy eye to eye, the Valkyries will come and take you up to their version of heaven where you fight every day for fun.
Look at that mindset. God damn.
Yeah, these guys, like you hear about some of the armies of the past and how they charge bravely into battles. These guys were rip roaring and ready to go to Valhalla, bro. They really wanted you to be the guy to send them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We were talking about Mad Max lore last time. The war boys, they always go, "Witness me," before they're about to like do a kamikaze. They're like,
Right,
"Witness me."
right.
Yeah, this shit's hardcore, bro. But
Right.
but these guys are really doing it. This ain't no movies, the Vikings.
The Japanese
Shout out
with
to
that kamikaze shit, right? They was
right.
the same thing. It take a hell of a
Mm-hmm.
person to intentionally kill your ship just with a hole in a ship, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
Well, I
absolutely.
mean, when it
Listen,
comes to the level of saving face the Japanese have, it's difficult to ascribe that to the same type of mentality that would
We
bring a
have. Yeah.
berserker into a freaking fray. Because a berserker would take on 5 people, he'd take on 10, naked, no mushrooms.
Well,
What
yeah,
you
that's
go?
the Berserker mushroom. We saw it in the Vinland Saga. I mean, that's
Uh-huh.
anime, but it's pretty good. Made by Japanese. Yeah, so that's a good shot.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying it's
shout out
not.
to Carbon Radio real quick. CF Culture Free Radio. My homie, my brother in the UK with the shout out, the Supreme God over there in the UK. Thank you, brother.
Yo, a lot
Come
of
up.
mushroom trips you heard they have to do with that. Like for me, like that whole Valhalla, that whole watching almost like Vinland Saga, but for me it was when Samurai Jack, right?
Yeah.
Went and he went to this mountain and he went through all this shit to go through to get to where he had to go. He had to go through lava. He went through this cave system. He was trapped where he was going because he kept hearing someone calling for help. And when he got to where he was getting, it was a trap that he couldn't get back out of it, and he had to face this dude, and he didn't want to fight him because he had his Japanese you know how they move. They do things out of respect. He had to have a reason to kill this
Right.
being. He didn't just kill the being. The being wanted him to kill him because he needed to go to Valhalla. So
Uh,
so Jack the Samurai, he's like, you didn't do nothing to me, so why am I gonna kill you? You just want, like, you know what I mean? He was trying to egg him on,
yeah.
and so he just wanted to really not fight. But he had to fight, and he had to, and then the dude had to convince him that it was his honor. Like, he needed to die with honor. He needed to die the
Before
right.
Jack would kill him,
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah. It
dude
was, it
had to
was fine, but
convince him it'd be
that
an
whole
honor with that.
that whole episode is what caused me to think a certain way. Because the scene that enlightened me in a different way. That when I took mushrooms, I didn't care where I went, where I was at. I'm not afraid of nothing. At the end of the day, like, there's beings that look like that Hollywood and people call demons, or whatever they call. But I take it like this, like metaphorically. If you appeared on this planet in the savannah in the middle of the night and a lion tore you back, that's as equivalent of a demon, because you don't understand the flora and fauna of what's around you. So it's like being in a
Man, I
place where
don't get that metaphor. You give me another one. Can you zoom
yeah,
in on that one more?
because if you think about it, if you're in the middle of the dark and you can't see what's coming at you and a lion is tearing you to pieces, that's the
Right.
equivalent of a demon to you, because you're in the dark, you don't
Okay,
know where
I
you're
dig
at.
it. Okay, I
You
dig it.
feel me?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you're in another astral projection place, and there's things that are out there, we don't understand how those things move. Those things might be considered demon, but at the end of the day, that might just be the flora and fauna of wherever you at. I'm not afraid of
Ooh.
those
Yes, I'm
things.
telling you,
You
bro.
feel me?
No,
This guy.
no. Wait. I don't know if that's
So
true
so
though,
those
because
things don't
wait up.
affect me as a being. I'm kind of like, you get to the point that you're like eyeballs floating around like a camera, seeing things for what they are. And if no matter how bad they crush you, like, you could go to the atomic level, to tiny particles, you're still alive, you're still being, you're still, they can't crush
Right.
you, they can't stop you, they can't hold you, they can't trap you. So there's not, it's like, it's just another existence that keeps waiting, another trap. There's another trap door waiting. Every time you die is another plate, another existence, and it
I
keeps
agree
going.
with damn near everything you said. I do want to question a little bit on the flora fauna, because if it's the flora fauna that's around, that's damn near saying that it's the location, which means if me and my friends did shrooms right here, we experience the same flora fauna. I shouldn't experience a good demon, a good whatever angel, and he experienced a bad demon if it's in the same locale. If you could see where I'm going.
That doesn't necessarily track, bro.
It
Uh,
does not track, which is
it
why I'm
does not
asking.
track.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you can run into the same entity and two different people perceive them differently. You might
Understood.
believe they are a demon, and I may
Uh,
perceive them as a beneficial spirit simply because I don't have the level of animosity that you have in your heart, son.
it can't be the same dude though, right? Because I've been there with my friends, and I don't know if I've ever had the bad demon shit that they go through, where they do really weird shit. I don't know that I have.
Well, I
Nah,
know
I
I've
never.
been hanging out with Dimitri show. Thank you for your brother for your happy birthday. So much so I felt like a demon. I mean,
Yeah,
the
yo,
guy
listen,
calls himself the wanking wizard.
I've never seen anything that was
What's up,
that was
Dimitri? Love you,
that
man.
seemed like that. That seemed like it was could do anything to me, or that could control me, or that
Right.
could do anything. It was just like seeing a tiger in a cage, or seeing something that is powerful, but I'm not afraid of it. And if even a lion, if it was gonna kill me, I'd be more concerned in sticking my whole fist down his throat to choke it with my arm before it kills me. Like I'm not afraid of things. You feel me? So
Beautiful.
I'm not gonna believe other people's belief systems and all that other stuff. I go where I go, and whatever comes and crosses my path, then it's gonna have to deal with whatever we go through. Like you feel me? So I'm not really afraid of traveling into the 30-gram realm of psychedelics, and whatever's in there, I just swim through it and I go with the flow of whatever's there. Like you feel me? But if it want to crush me, then I guess it was my time to get crushed. If
Yeah.
whatever it is, you feel me? Like
I
some people
think
don't.
it's, man, it's if you have those negative thoughts, anybody can get taken over.
Right.
You know, I think it's, you know, good guy, bad guy shit, man. I could pick out in the crowd who was gonna get possessed. We would call it possessed because every time the niggas come out of it, they be like, man, I was possessed. And by something dark, and they did something fucking crazy. I can point them out in the crowd. They look just like us, but in my head, this dude's more dishonest or crafty or something,
That's
and
what
he's gonna get it.
I wasn't taking a shot with you when I was like as much evil as you have in your heart. I'm saying that the people who experience negative entities that way
Yeah.
witness them through the evil they have in their heart.
But you're saying it's the same entity, and he's
Could be.
just perceived as negative or positive. I'm thinking he gets a negative spirit, and I get a good spirit, is where my head's at.
In
Perception,
the same place.
perception, 100% perception, because belief
Perception,
systems
you
get
think?
clipped, we get clipped perceptions on us by our parents, by their belief systems. They get pinned to our chest, like so we
I
believe
like
these
it.
things. They were pinned on
What
us.
would you
But
think of Eternal? Do you think that you the older you get, the more you seem like your parents, mom or dad, or not even close, or what?
I feel like we choose our parents, and like they're just there to teach us, energetically speaking. And I feel like we are a embodiment of them. Like even with my three kids, they are, a part of me. It's just like we're all sort of reproducing in a sense, but because I feel like everything is energy to an extent, it's just kind of like we take a part of that, and it's just part of the programming. And you can either cut that programming and see that for what the programming might be imposed depending on the subject of that person. So like I might have traits that my mom has, that her mom has,
Hmm.
etc. But it's about me being aware of that and saying, okay, like, does my daughter have that now? And like, so I guess we are like, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, you
I
asked
don't
it
even
very
know.
well. His question was, do you think you become like your mother and father? I think he meant it a little different, but you're like
Yeah,
100% because you are literally your
Yeah,
mother and
yeah,
father.
there you
Yeah.
go.
yeah,
There you
yo,
exactly.
go.
I
Prince,
feel like it's like a replication of that energetically speaking. So we have that within us. But
Well,
I
well,
guess
that's
our
like
parents do like with me, like I instill like a conscious form of education on my kids. So I guess like I do have that impact, right?
hmm
Conscious and
no,
unconscious.
yeah, for sure. Because like even me, like the only thing I can go off is my mom because I never met my dad. And
Yeah.
the last time I met him was when I was coming out of his nutsack. But like
When you have your dad's genetic traits, I don't want to go off here,
no, that
but
no, for sure,
wouldn't
Joe.
you
That's what I was about
have
to say.
certain idiosyncrasies even if you never
It-
met him?
no, exactly. That's what I was about to
Uh,
say. I was about to say that I. That's the why one of the reasons why I want to meet him so I can match this shit up because I know definitely there has to be, you know,
yes, yes.
and
You got the
because when
eye
I see with
open for it. I would love to hear the results if you ever meet
hey,
him because you have an eye open for that shit already.
hey, yo, check
Yeah.
it out,
yeah,
right? Listen, I gotta dip out of here, but I want to tell you, right? Like,
you go ahead, bro.
my boy's pop. I mean, my boy's uncle, musician, plays all instruments. Had a daughter. I had twins from a girl that he wasn't with. She lived on another side. She lived down in Texas or somewhere. He's out here in Massachusetts. The girls lived out there for 20 years. Never met them. Both of them are musicians, just like the father. Never met their father. Never knew nothing about their father. Both of them play instruments exactly like the father plays instruments. But to go further into what she said, we carry a piece of every relationship we've ever been in with a person you share
It's
space
logical.
with. you take some of the things convenience you, some of the things that bother you about, some of the things that you go through the relationship, you take it with you to the next relationship. You carry this baggage, this bag
That's
of
true.
stuff from everyone in your life. Everybody's an allegory. Everybody, don't be this guy, don't be that guy, be this guy, be like him, be like that, don't be like this. Everyone's an allegory, just like in the Bible. Every person, every character is someone to reflect on.
Yeah, I dig it.
Absolutely.
I dig it.
Yeah, that's true. I can match it up. I don't think I can match up. The only thing I can match up with my dad is, and now this is gonna sound bad, especially with the Diddy shit and all that shit. The only thing I can match up with him is his love and his love for young ladies.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying
No Diddy,
underage.
no
No,
Diddy,
never.
no
But
Diddy.
he met my mom when she was no Diddy when she was 17, and then I came about the next year. I walked the stage with her in high school. You know, so like, that's about the only thing like that I can match. But I see with my son because like this is why I go so hard. I go so hard with my son and trying to be in his life and shit. Not try. I am in his life and try to show him great things and stuff. Like shout out to him. He got first place yesterday in the triathlon. Out here, out of 100 people in his age group. 6 years
talk
old
about
only.
that comment. Whoever left it up there, I'm glad
What
y'all
up?
did. I thought it was really impressive. But when you're done,
Oh, that's enough. Shout out to Ben.
I guarantee
shout out,
you,
Ben.
when you go outside and you pee next to a tree, you do it exactly in the same stance your unknown father does it. I bet you dollars to donuts. And it's partly because of the shapes of your bones being similar due to
dope. That's dope.
And
Who was
also
that guy? Gabe.
Yo.
Who was that guy
yes,
that
ma'am.
did that?
This is my friend. What's up? You trying to get at him or something?
He's hot.
He's what?
He's hot.
You didn't want to tell him why he was here? You waited till he left? You didn't want to say nothing while he was here?
Don't call her out, Joe. She's demure.
He's demure. That's from Total Recall. Demure. That's Michioso. I mean, of course he's. Of course, what you said. He's my friend. Of course he is.
The whole time. Where the fuck did he go? Tell him to come back. The fuck?
He got shit to do. He's a man. He's on the move.
Yeah, he said he had something to do.
Yeah.
Hey,
Puerto Rican prince. He's a Puerto Rican prince.
I'm
OG,
hungry.
bro.
I'm not getting
Okay.
Hey, let's check this out. I want to talk about dude's comment too.
Let's go, Joe. Let's do that.
Thank you for that. The fear of turning into them is what turns us into them. That's all the part that. Somebody give me their fucking opinion of that.
All right, so you see one of these entities, you've dropped, 24 grams of mushrooms or what the hell ever. You know you're going on a ride, and suddenly,
mushroom oriented makes total sense. You don't even have to go on. You're right.
I was talking about fathers, but go ahead, Sasquatch. My take on it. I was gonna say in terms of like, because you see like some people who have had a bad relationship with their dad, and they always go like, "I never want to be like that guy."
Yeah,
I don't want to turn into that guy. When in fact, they turn into him, but they don't acknowledge maybe the good things about his traits. They couldn't have been all bad, hopefully.
Yeah,
because you don't want to throw away the whole thing. There's probably some good shit. Do you have feedback, Eternal, with your thing? You get your headphones, sister?
That's her.
Yeah, because when you put it on, turn down the volume, please. Thank you, man.
Through the case.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, but you've heard that story, right? Where the dude was like, I never want to be like my dad, when in fact that's literally who he's become. But he didn't get to like look at it from a higher perspective of some of the good things that his dad was trying to do, maybe.
Give an example, like in yours, everybody resents their mom and dad. Oh, this old fuck. Oh, you.
Yeah.
And then when they get older, they suddenly appreciate that shit. They find themselves doing the same shit with their kid. No, you can't go out this late with. I don't want you with that hoodlum. Find themselves doing the same shit and didn't appreciate it back then.
I don't have that problem. I'm so different from my father. It's shocking. My father's very quiet, very stoic. He doesn't really put himself out there. He just does whatever job he's supposed to do and then goes home and does whatever the hell he wants to quietly without bothering anybody else. I'm an asshole.
Yeah, total opposite of your ass. Yeah.
Yeah, he's total opposite of me. And while I understand why he was so hard on me to be as conforming as he forced me to be, I realized why he did that is because I'm nuts. I am stark raving
Right,
batshit
right.
different.
You understand, right?
So different that without that military style of regimented autism, right? I might have been somebody either way cooler or way less cool, because there was a period of time where I was an evil man.
Speaking of evil, if I could segue, I had a question for you guys. You just opened that door and gave me the opportunity when you said evil. My question is, could that demon, that Satan demon, be control? Whether it be a shitty nation, Babylon, or whoever going down controlling its people, or the shitty controlling narcissist or boyfriend, girlfriend. Could all of the Satan be control? I hear courts systems, that's about control. Could all of that just be Satan?
Yes.
Easy.
Yes, you can talk about my baby daddy's fucking Satan. What are you talking about?
And is he controlling? He's probably controlling.
Extremely controlling, to the point where it's very, I feel like it's not life anymore. It almost feels like death, you know?
You, in my opinion, the person who has no desire to control other, he's the closest to God. He's the peaceful. He's the guru. He's the happy guy, and he has no desire to control people. The people that have all these crazy things occurring are the ones who desire to control others.
It reflects back.
That's,
yeah, definitely.
But then there's also
Yeah,
the
but
issue
it's
of
also
free
like a
will.
form of entanglement, because
What's that feedback?
try if that's you,
it's probably me.
I don't know your name. Try hitting go to settings, audio echo cancel. If it's on, turn it off. If it's off, turn it on.
Me?
Yeah.
Right.
Settings, audio.
This settings.
Joe, that's
can you-
eternal.
Eternal, thank you.
Okay, so
I'm
audio.
high, is hard to see shit.
Audio echo.
Smoke
No,
one for me, bro.
it's not me.
Don't say
It's one of you guys. My audio cancellation is good. It was already off.
It's Joe Cool. It's Joe Cool. Oh, shit.
Everybody look at me.
This guy. Hey, and but he can get away with it because he literally is asking questions. You know how many times I've been in these panels when nobody asks questions? Oh, I hear it again. Okay.
Yeah, it's not me, by the way.
Is it me? I hope not. Talking all that shit. God damn.
What? It's not me.
Yeah.
iPhone
Eternal. Why didn't you talk? First of all, good. You're looking good, and you were spitting that fire wisdom on Talcott's show last week. But it seemed like it was a different but new, like the same person. It was weird because you didn't say any of the stuff about your boyfriend, your baby daddy on that. You didn't even mention him. But here, it's like you're a different person. It's like
it wasn't for that.
But this place is. I don't want to hear about him, especially if he's treating you bad.
What are you saying?
No, I'm saying like it was different.
I mean, this dude's
What's
laughing. Like, what's funny? What's funny?
I'm not laughing.
I can explain. I do find it humorous. I find all of the internet humorous. I think that people's interactions with each other are humorous, and I like the way other people see those interactions. That also makes me laugh.
Even the way everybody takes it so fucking serious. It's humorous that motherfuckers take this crazy shit so serious. There's humor in that. I can't believe that you hear what she said to me. I'll be dying inside. Like, how the fuck are you offended? How'd you make it through life and you're that soft? I'll be thinking that shit in my head.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but no, but I was just curious because I mean, you were good on that show. It was interesting. You presented yourself well, but it was very in contrast to what we are doing here. You know, sometimes
I think he's asking if there is a change. I don't know what you're like on Talcox, but maybe he is saying that we have the sexy side. I'm not sure what he's trying to say
Yeah, there
over
you
here.
go. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
What makes this the appropriate place for it and Jax is not, is what he's asking. We're not complaining by no stretch.
Exactly.
Understand that. No one up here is complaining about the
Because I'm a
sexy
sexy
side.
guy. That's why. It's a sexy house right here.
Is it that?
Yeah. I guess so.
Me and Jack are like, you know, it's cool. Like I'm just trying to keep it a little more like 100 with him because I just feel like his platform and what he kind of represents and stuff. I just like I was in that vibe, and that's
I
still
gotta
like
ask, what does Jack represent? I gotta ask, and this is totally gonna
Good question.
sidetrack from his wanting to know, but what do you get from Jack? What's he represent?
I love him. I think he's dope. Me and him have so much in common. Like when we talk like privately, it's amazing. Like I seriously have so much respect for the guy. I think he's dope. Like we have so much similarities and just like the way he like is respectful and I don't know. I love him. I think he's cool.
All right,
And like
that's a different thing. I get it. I love him too. That's a different thing. I love Jack. He's a teddy bear. I was asking, what is
it was
his
more like it was more just like sit down, like talk about things, like but like yeah, I guess I'm just chilling, like and it doesn't mean to say that when I talk to you, I'm not gonna chill.
anybody will do who can tell me what Jack's about or his channel is about.
I don't
Either
know.
one of you.
Thursday, I'm interviewing him on a Sasquatch Shills.
That's perfect, yo. Well, this is your opportunity. Tell me, you gotta have an idea of what direction he's going. You know, too. You get around, you know everything about Jack. This might be a fruitless fucking endeavor with you. Anything is you dancing. You know as much about Jack as I do if you've seen him, and I'm sure you have.
I have seen him. I've only been on a panel with him a few times, and I've
Well,
never.
maybe you don't know. What is Jack's
I observe very
channel
well,
about?
bro.
What do you
You know, bro. You know what I'm saying. I have that
This is what
autistic
Joe Cool. This is
detail.
my Joe Cool and Jack
I'm not-
lore right here.
You say we're
Check
gonna
this
do
out.
this. What are my plans to bring love and shit forth? Do you
To my
have
channel.
my
No, I
plans?
haven't seen it, Joe.
And have you tried to help me with my
Gabe,
shit, Jack?
I'm gonna step out.
Yes.
I'm right
Just
next
so
to
Okay,
you.
I'll see you
what my
soon.
plans are. How the
Thank
fuck are
you.
helping me?
All right.
You know what? Hey, Joe, you can take your disagreements. I'm about ready to wrap up. Sincerely, you can be the first to go, but I'll give you a last word.
Yeah, I'll take the last word. Blow me, nigga.
Grow up, Joe. You don't have a fucking clue what's in front of you.
That's why Joe Cool, my baby daddy.
Yo, Joe Cool. That's my introduction to Joe Cool. Yo, like, I
I'm
love them
looking for
both,
that.
but like this
We
shit was
couldn't
crazy,
find
bro.
it. We was on a panel the other day, and that video came up, and no one could find it. I couldn't even
That's
find
me,
it.
Joe.
That's right. It's
That's
probably
my
how I fucking
paying
found my way
homage
on.
to you.
It
That's
was
a mic
good. I
drop
got
with the
a
Black and Mild.
Sasquatch.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you? I don't want to be presumptive here, but could you send me that link? I'm sure you know you got.
Give me a second.
It's probably not difficult for you that way. I know I'm already subbed, but no way I can find that link.
Hey, Shadow Buddha, could you put these gentlemen's channel in the chat, please?
Thank you for that, man.
Or any of the mods.
Yeah. I had another question for you, Cats. The control thing, I'm not sure that I got my answer because the reason I asked that is because I've been throwing that shit around in my head for about 5 to 7 days now. Control seems to be really linked. It's like you could just use it as a 90% in my head. So I want to be talked down, but the nigga who wants to control anyone, that's the bad guy in him. And by how much you want to control, you can damn near determine. The guy who thinks, you got the right to speak, but you shouldn't be allowed to say that here or so and so. He's not the enlightened one. The guy who thinks just be like me. It's just I don't even know what the tradition. I don't know. How come you didn't bless him after he sneezed? The guy who insists that you must say bless you or gesundheit. He's probably slipping in other places too. I'm not expressing this well, but I told you I just come up with the idea and I'm throwing it around.
Yeah.
Sasquatch, you're
So you're
totally
on mute,
muted. I'm
brother.
sure you're saying some brilliant shit over there.
No, I was
He
saying I got
prefaces
the link
himself.
back in the back's chat if you want to try to click it and save it right quick.
It's gonna snatch it. You got my number. It's gonna snatch
Okay,
me away. I'm
all
on an
right,
iPhone. It'll
all right,
snatch me
all
I'm
right.
away.
gonna put it in the
I'll,
chat.
I'll,
Right
I'll
now.
de-message
I
you.
can't
The
access
Talcott
chat.
show.
Chat. This fucking phone is weird. It snatches you away and takes you to different sites when you try to.
Asian. Is this your Talcott stream?
Probably.
Okay. It's in the chat, so you can go back, Joe, too.
You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. I don't want to fucking get snatched away.
I mean, later on in the replay, you can do it later.
No, I'm fixing to text it to this motherfucker. I'm gonna send it to it.
Yes, that'll do it.
It's my baby daddy. I got to be able to get in touch with you. Child support.
Baby daddy.
That's right, bro.
This guy. No, but like control. Everyone. I mean, I think I'm a control. I want to control things so much that in my life that I'll even self-sabotage myself.
Very good. Tell me more.
So I could be the one that did the shit. That's some weird shit.
Tell me more.
No, the man's talking about some serious Sun Tzu bullshit, some subconscious Ender's Game ending the war before it begins type thought.
Wow.
He sabotages himself so that he can't be in direct opposition to something because he's already broken in that field.
He said it for me right there, man.
Yeah, I think. So, I'm trying to bring it back to control. So, how do you bring it back to control? How does your self-sabotage can tell me that you're a control freak?
Because when I'm honest about it, when I see myself on the floor, metaphorically or literally, depending on what stupid shit I was doing, like I'm like, what the fuck how did I put myself in this position?
Right.
You know? I have I have the ultimate control in my life. I think now there's a higher power. I believe that as well. However, we'll just say, we'll get there later. But like
controlling
I put
other
myself
people,
in a situation.
Controlling
other people.
Yes. Thanks, man.
Fuck, man.
Right.
Really, that's part of my job, though, Joe.
Excuse me.
I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher, so that's part of my job.
All right,
really possible.
Yeah,
that's impossible. Which part? Not to
controlling other people. To actually, you might be able to convince them to bend to your will for some amount of time, but that is their choice and their free will to do so. Even when you have that bitch that's been beat by her husband for 25 years and you find her knocked out in the freaking alley at the corner and you wake her up and she's like, well, I got to get home. And it's like, do you want me to take you to the police station? No, he'll get better.
Yes.
That is a choice. She has made that choice. She is under his control and she likes it that way. Why? I don't know. I don't understand the psychology behind it. They call it battered wife syndrome and various other syndromes, but the reality of it is they make the conscious choice to be in an abusive environment.
Yeah, I'm calling that shit being controlled. A lot of these, if that analogy would apply to a lot of these people who believe that the government is their daddy nowadays. I'm gonna call daddy on you because your leaves fell into my yard. Rather than talking to your neighbor, I'm gonna go call daddy. He'll take care of everything. Bullshit. I think that's the same analogy. A lot of motherfuckers love running to the control of their new daddy, but I still think they're being controlled. The propaganda has put their brains and pumped them and squeezed it and made them vulnerable and open to the same suggestions. What about the kids? You know, they've been primed to be controlled.
Oh my God, I hate that. When I hear somebody say, what about the children? You already know that they have completely disavowed this whole concept of argument from a
tune out.
Honesty. They're gone.
And even the way it's put out, the language too. I know Joe's probably heard this a lot too. Like it's not even the kids, the children. It's the babies.
Yes,
and the person could be like 20 years old.
Yes,
look at the babies out here. You know,
yes.
It's like
there's another thing here. There's another layer, the academic layer of subversion that's taking place in language. There are some people you go to, and the more times you spend online, the more you'll run into these people who speak merely academically, but they speak it as if it's lived experience. And these people are tricky because these are your political professors, your sociology students, your third master's lifetime students, these people who are ensconced in academia and have to parrot the academic language. Then they come to YouTube and utilize that with a handful of straw men and a couple of flashy freaking cards and whatnot. You know,
They're
so
gonna
that
control a bunch of motherfuckers, and then
Yeah,
cats
speaking.
like me and you, there'll be an asset though, because you see all the tricks that are used and all of
oh,
that
dude,
bullshit.
I've
You
been
see,
calling that shit out at every turn, everywhere I go. Like Resla's got this one. Every debate concept channel. I don't want to call them a debate channel, but every conversation channel that you come across has one of these guys who just posts up in it and yells down anybody else in the panel about specific social details, right? And they'll constantly change the definition or the specific pivot point of that detail so that you can't actually pin them down. And I'll
yes,
call some bitches out on that shit.
yes,
Son.
yes,
I'll be like, no, we're not changing definitions today, bro. You're gonna have to
right,
define what you're saying, and then we'll move
yes.
on.
I had a buddy, man. He runs from that, and because I know that the definition will change, I will pause. And so this is what you're saying, and all of that shit, and it doesn't matter. He'll redefine the term anyway, as if we didn't go through that entire exercise.
Exactly. And that's the type of person I was talking to Resla about the other day, where I was saying I call them panel chillers. They're not specifically here to ruin the panel, but they are here to dominate the narrative through a louder
I was about
voice.
to say that it'd be stars, yes.
We got to hear this real quick, guys. I guess shout out to the chat, Godheart, Guardian, and Shadow Blue. They're saying that Eternal just hopped over to Jack and just started talking major shit. So let's see what she has to say.
Right,
About
to
to do a
Jax.
Lurkachew stream, as I say. Let's see, brother. Let's go, brother. Let's go.
Okay, let's address.
Let's see.
Can nurture it. Other things.
This is happening in real time.
Damn near, right?
I still feel called
Just
to
a jazz hopped over there.
Here we go.
A treat.
A treat.
A wonderful surprise in return.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Eternal.
Am I looking at
Thank
underwear?
you so much.
Yeah, that skirt slip a little more. We're all getting a strike.
Because
She said she quickly went over here. Let's see what she has to say.
Oh yeah.
I just got attacked over at NPCs.
When did he get attacked? I didn't say shit about this. Not a little bitch. Fuck
Oh,
that
man,
shit.
I'm on the way over to Jack's. I'll be back.
Tell him, Joe. Come back. Fuck that shit.
Okay, he'll be back,
Listen to
bro.
this first. Hold on.
I was over at NPCs. Yeah, I was over at NPCs to show my love towards him because it was his birthday yesterday. And I was on panel, and a guy called Joe Cool and Satch
Look at this.
Watch or some
That's the police right here. God damn. What the fuck?
stupid name.
Oh, stupid name, huh? Look who's calling him. If you say he's stupid, what's that about you? What will we say about you? God damn.
And they started like,
Don't fuck with me. Don't
I
fuck with
wish
me.
nothing
It
but
ain't
the best
Groundhog's
for
Day.
the young lady.
Fuck this shit. I'm sorry, man.
talking shit about me being on to your, and like even NPC was like questioning me, like, oh, like my personality and how I was.
Yeah, you act like a hoe on my stream. You said you want to fuck my panel members. I don't like that.
Don't bite. Just observe.
Okay, thank you.
Now's not the time.
Okay, thank you, Sasquatch.
When I was with you, and I was trying to explain that it was my first time over with you, and it was more of a one-on-one sort of thing, that I was just in that space. But you know, I don't know what he was insinuating about my personality, and I felt quite disrespected. And then Joe Cool was like making fun of you and laughing and questioning why I'm even associating myself with you. And I said, I love Jack. Like, we have conversations where I'm just so aligned with him. And I got off there straight away. I thought, I'm not dealing with this shit. I'm not dealing with disrespect. I'm not dealing with anyone that talks negative. Like, I'm just so.
Yeah, but she comes over here and talks like for like 2 shows. I'll let her get her piece, talking about how much she hates her boyfriend, her baby's daddy. You know, so she can hold. Okay, Sasquatch. Let's watch it. Let's watch this shit.
I feel like crying and like getting so angry because I really love you, and I'm just so sick and fucking tired of people talking shit about you, Jack. Stop talking shit about Jack. Jack is the most beautiful, amazing man I have ever come across. So, you know, I'm just over it. Like, yeah. So I came here to tell you how much I love you and that I just didn't appreciate being in that space.
Hey,
That was just ridiculous. I'm sick of
let me let's
I want to be
return to
saved.
here. Okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna mute you for a
And
moment.
he's
Okay?
laughing at her.
Thank you.
He knows
Okay.
me, bro.
My love.
And he's gonna try to
It's
land it
going
as well
well.
as he
It's
can.
good
Let's
to
see how
hear
it
that.
happens.
I know you're prepared for that. It's interesting, that experience. Okay, let's address a few things because there
Let's
was a
go.
lot shared there. You felt a reaction. Okay, that was a trigger in you. It was clearly defensive and protective because you care, right? I know that feeling. So take this as a lesson. You found a weakness. You don't want to feel upset. You don't want to break down, right? Okay, so
I think she's doing
recognize
very
and
well.
reflect on that a little later.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting twist. Well, it's actually all perfectly coming together. Because, see, Joe has been around for a while. For those who aren't familiar, Joe Cool, he's a YouTube creator. He's a great
Summons
guy.
him from the darkness. Watch this.
And he's been around my
he's in the
experience for a
chat.
while,
I mean, he's in the
but he
panel
hasn't
probably
been able to
backstage.
see
Dude, I'm
past
watching the current right now. He
Okay,
pops up
okay,
in a
yeah.
second.
Come on, bro. Like, it's just Joe Cool's a little YouTuber with over 100K views. He's just a little YouTuber.
No, homie got 200K subscribers,
Oh,
bro.
excuse me. Sorry about that.
Goddamn
Quarter of a
giant.
million. Quarter of a million.
Right?
Holy crap,
This is
man.
lovely. It's beautiful, dude. I love professional victims. They really took my pickle, bro.
Dude, Sasquatch, you came at the right time in my life.
with me. And so
Hey,
he's been
you
a
keep
critic.
being nice and I'll come
He
again.
says he's a supporter.
Oh my
but
God.
He's clearly
Hey now.
one of those that's not on my side. And I'm actually scheduled to have a conversation with Caucasian Sasquatch on Thursday. So it's coming together perfect. I'm sure we'll figure it out by then. Hey, go ahead if you want, please.
That's okay. I guess that's what we're going to run into is just a lot of energies that are counteracting. And
Energies. Okay. What does that mean? I kind of know what you're, I guess, trying to point to. It's kind of vague, though.
you know, how I was saying prior, like with our previous conversation, is that like
Oh, yeah.
my
I'm a
light is so
mod,
bright,
Jack's chat.
you see that, and I see that
Oh,
in you.
wow. Me too.
And that's why, like, I feel like
Yeah.
me and Jack are like the same. Everybody, we are all one. But I think that's why I have such a soft spot for Jack, is because, and that's why, like, I got really, because he's like, that's my boy. Like, I'm gonna be protective. I'm gonna stand my ground, and I'm gonna be like, no, like, I don't stand
Did
for
any of that
I'm
happen?
good because, respect.
No, not at all.
As I remember, she got angry when I laughed about something Joe said while she was talking, and I couldn't hear her.
Right.
And her response was to get pissy.
More serious.
And then I told her that everyone was funny.
Yeah, that was a good point. Yeah, because it's nonsense when you look at it. The cosmic. You want to get metaphysical. The cosmic giggle. That's
Call it the
come on, bro.
cosmic
It's
gesture,
just
actually. That
There you
laughter
go.
you hear right before you drift off to sleep, that's the cosmic gesture laughing at all your plans.
Cross paths, but I see her light, beyond just the physical. I see her light, her strength.
And she's smart as fuck too. She just
yes.
showed
See your
me
lights
over there.
too, bro.
Yes. And her and I have
Love this comment. She's a broken hoe.
similarities.
Trash.
Joe, I've been saying this a long time. There's reasons
Oh,
all
dude.
of our paths
I can save her.
crossed.
You know I believe it, and I agree.
Recycle?
She'll
recycle it?
The
change.
difference
She'll
between
change for me.
Eternal and several others,
Shit.
to speak for her, but I think she takes me more seriously than you
God, I want
do.
to send her 20 bucks.
Certainly than many of these other people who want to
Watch her literally change course on freaking dare.
You know, Jack, she spoke glowing.
I'm second thought Caucasian Sasquatch is a great guy.
Made me feel good. That she said, I love Jack. We get along. I have nothing negative to say about that shit.
Hey, let me offer this too. Did you guys just meet? Is this like?
Yeah, I
haven't
seen. I know her for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, hey, Eternal.
I've seen her in chat, and that's it.
Joe is also.
That's about it. You never seen her up and close and personal.
And you're
no, it's the first interaction I've had with her. I don't really feel like communication took place.
Yeah.
Right. And I think
we didn't even get there yet.
Upset, maybe not without fully understanding. Maybe you were right. Maybe I don't know.
I think Jack knows about as much as anybody here.
Absolutely. I love Jack. I dare say a whole lot more than you do. I would say that casually and calmly, and I could be 100% sure about that shit. So I couldn't do nothing to hurt him. We can yell and fight like brothers do, but I couldn't really do nothing to hurt him. And he probably
we are hilarious. That is true.
Slander him or do crazy shit like that.
I swear to God, YouTube's my favorite show.
It's the best. Threw my TV out the window like years ago, especially when I found this panel verse shit.
Right.
I think so. Eternal, we've got to do something with your audio.
Here we go.
Do you want to offer anything? You okay?
Eternal, I'm not. I'm sorry if I ruined shit. You and Jack have a lovely time and shit, but I'm go back to whatever panel I'm on and be.
She just got attacked because of Jack Talcott.
Thank you, Joe.
Peace. Bro. We attacked Jack Talcott. She came to his defense.
I'm actually
right. I actually like Jack. I think Jack's a cool guy. I think we could sit around and I wouldn't want to drink with him because I feel like there might be some reason not to.
Sorry to have you back so long.
But I bet we could smoke a joint and have us a big old conversation.
I'm not confident you have
easily
encouragement or support to share.
I gotta send this super chat real quick.
And today, you okay, my friend? Whoops, I did that. Sorry.
I don't need to prove myself.
Come on, what's up with this shit?
It's depending on my energy. Like there's so many layers to me, and
Joe Cool's back. Back again.
Oh, Joe's back.
I have different sides. I'm a multi-dimensional being. I'm not.
Shout out to the real kings in the building.
Hell, I was watching the video with
Joe Cool.
I was back there for a while. We was watching the video together. Shit.
London man. What's up, bro? Check this shit. Did you see? Thank you, Joe Cool, for going over there. I appreciate that. I mean, you did it for whatever reason you did.
I was going to. I'm not joking. He just beat me to it. I didn't see no point in both of us going.
London man, you seen this?
That was wild.
Shit. The fuck's going on?
All of this shit's funny.
I didn't even know we attacked her either.
No. I was unaware. She was mad that I laughed at her. I laughed at her. She saw me laughing.
She said, I don't see it funny. You say the internet is funny. Yeah.
I see everything is funny.
You know what it was?
Hilarious.
You know what it was? I said I held her accountable. Like this, I said, you act very respectable and you don't ruminate about your situation with your boyfriend, talk shit about him, and also try to hit on all my guests and twerk and try to be naked and shit on my stream. You don't do that at Jack's, but why do you do it here? It was a simple, honest question for me.
And
I think it hit too close to home.
Now that you mention it, because the fact that you had to say it 2 or 3 times and I had to rephrase you a couple times, she would have understood. She understood. She's playing like what do you mean? And all of that shit. I'm trying to re-encapsulate your statement, but she already knows that she'd already taken offense. It's like,
dude, they are massacring people in Jack's chat right now. they're deleting everybody and their sister, bro.
Well, they can't delete my super chat.
Just dropped $75 on that bitch. What do you think's fixing to happen now?
Come on, Jack, bring it up. Here we go.
It says, MPC, thank you, brother. It says, I love Jack. Talk trash, fix your audio, and stop spreading. How about misunderstandings?
Okay, we'll call it that. I'll give you
We
that.
all misunderstood. My bad. He's correct in every way. I'm going to remember that for Thursday. It was a misunderstanding. Oh, God, yes.
The thing is, NPC, I never mentioned your name. I said that they were over on your
You
side.
did.
I know you.
Sorry,
I know
guys.
you love him, but I meant that I was
You said NPT was talking trash.
I said it was
God
the
damn.
Joe guy.
No, you didn't.
She said they.
We can
She didn't
rewind
say
it.
Jones. She said they.
I said Joe
I
was
didn't
talking
get that
shit
either.
on your page. So get your facts right.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Get a job or
Let's
get
not-
some
here.
money so you
Let's
can
not
leave your
be so
situation you always whine about.
again, okay?
That's it.
Because your
Right?
boyfriend's a bitch.
We
He
are
ain't
all
shit.
brothers
He
and
can suck on my dick.
Beta
I ain't with
bitch.
all that shit. Why he
Strong,
do you like
enlightened
this?
PC is strong,
Fuck that bitch.
enlightened Joe is strong. There's a
Hey, Gabe, you
reason
see
all
why
of
I have
us
to keep it at
bright
arm's
and
length now?
powerful.
Right.
Yeah, you're
I
a
see
smart
that,
man,
London.
bro.
Yeah.
This thing is toxic. Wild.
Yeah. She came over she monkey brashed from London's channel to my channel, and whoever you guys saw when Ozo came on, she's like, "Who's that guy? He's hot. I'm getting wet." Come on, bro.
Yeah.
She's simp farming. Come on, man. You can't hate somebody for using what they got, bro. If I had a set of
No,
double
of
D,
course not. Of course not.
in my
But she
face.
knows. I don't know. I mean, I got a wife. I respect her. I know. I get. Some people have different, boundaries and no boundaries in their
Bro, I
relationship.
got a
or whatever.
wife.
But I'm trying to keep it cool.
They're all late, so don't complain to me, bro.
Oh, maybe she mad at me because I called her out. I say, why'd you wait till he
squash?
Why'd you wait till
What's
he
up,
left?
Joe?
I say, why'd you wait till he left? Maybe she got mad at me for saying that because as soon as he left, she's like, he's so cute. Where's he going? I was like, why'd you wait till he left? Maybe she's mad at me because of that shit.
She didn't want to confront because you had to be an adult. What's up, El Perro? There's a legend in the building. Blessing. I'm getting blessed today.
That's dope.
What's up, bro?
Nobody called me a legend, but what I get out of it, so the basic concept is she was over here being sexual on your channel, and she got her butt hurt because the difference was made between her actions on this panel and Jack's panel. And then in that context, she portrayed the whatever butt hurt feelings that she had as if it was an attack on Jack's panel because she didn't act that way on Jack's panel. So she's just trying to project her hurt feelers into Jack so that he would have hurt feelers because you guys are putting him down. That was
okay.
What actually happened, which is the way she portrayed it over there.
You want to hear the funniest part of this joke, Para?
that makes some sense.
I think we're all mods on Jack's channel.
I think I
am. Pero, no.
Not you.
No, he said no.
You know why you're not.
Damn.
I'm telling you, dude, that facial hair is making me start to take you seriously, and I don't know how I feel about that.
I had to zoom
I saw
in.
one of your older videos. You had the long hair. You look like a young Anthony Kiedis. What the fuck's going on, bro? Under the bridge. Yeah.
Bro,
calling from God Heart Guardian.
I used to get on, those are my old fishing holes. I used to get on there and do my videos down there all the time.
Under the bridge, literally?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You fish now, Wizard?
Oh, yeah.
You on some company? What state you in?
I'm in Iowa.
Iowa.
Middle of Dan Cornfield.
All right, I think I'm going
to Ohio State.
I think I'm going the other way. I'm going toward California.
Yeah.
But I love to fish, and I will stop and see you. That's 100% on the way back. Cause I'll stop and come fish with you, bro. I keep my rod in the back of the car in the truck. So.
Damn right. You don't go nowhere without it, boy. I got a backpack. And I can always find something for a string and a stick, and I've got lures and shit.
Joe's got a Pope pocket fisherman. Don't let him talk.
I'll take one. I wish, bro. Hey, this is a true story. My old man was my fishing partner. He died, went to Arkansas to bury him. And I stayed an extra, I don't know, 2-3 days or something, just
Sorry for your
fishing.
loss.
Thank you for that. Just going out fishing by my damn self. And I ain't taking that pole out. And everywhere I go, I ask motherfuckers, do they got a hole? At Sasquatch, I can send you some pictures from Florida and Louisiana from a couple weeks ago. Oh man, yeah, I was having a ball. I could send you video, all the shit I called.
Just be warned. Anything you send me, I'm liable to upload because if it's great, it's great. And I don't trust on that.
You
Hold on.
dig
Hey
this,
Joe.
Yeah.
Hey Joe, I played one of your joints today over at
Did
my
you
shop.
really? Okay.
Bring it
Man.
over, man.
You're doing your part, bro. I love that shit.
I
love
appreciate that shit, bro.
Yeah, I mean, especially like when you vlog, when you have the narration. I think I told you that last time I talked to you. Joe. That's just fire, bro.
Man.
Fire.
Real quick here, Goldheart Guardian says NPC held her accountable for a fake ass action, and she didn't like that, and that's what I was seeing. I saw the exact same thing. As soon as somebody held her accountable, she used that as an affront with Jack because Jack was imposed in that because of the behavior difference on Jack's panel.
Yeah.
Do you think she actually expects it to have an effect?
Yes, she wouldn't have went. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say yes so confidently.
She wouldn't have gone over there, probably.
But yeah,
People prop her up as being intelligent and a goddess and this and that. She's got an ego like you would believe. I can't possibly believe
I've
she
known
would
her
think
5
otherwise.
minutes. I believe
You're
it. I've
missing the
known her
point.
5 minutes.
Here's my question.
Even worried about
And
that.
Sasquatch, it would have worked had I not gone over there.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, like I said, if you hadn't have gone, I would have
Once
went.
again, thank you, Joe.
I have a little bit of a vested interest in keeping Jack calm for at least the next couple of few days. I know I'm being an asshole. I'm just saying, like,
You're trying to screw up the interview, man. That's another thing. I didn't think
Just
about
like you
that.
guys, and just like you guys, I love Jack too. Jack and I have a very odd relationship, and I told him a long time ago, and this is why I respect Jack, is because I try to learn something out of everything. And Jack has taught me one of the most important lessons in life is that, and that is to get rid of that anger.
Yeah.
That's the hardest thing in
That's
my
true.
fucking life.
That there is only the now.
I know.
That, I quote that shit every day, 50 times a day. There is only the now. Jack has seared that in my head, man.
Yeah.
For that,
Yeah,
I'm eternally
I've got the
indebted.
I've got the book, Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now.
I've read his book, some about defeating the ego. I read that one from Eckhart Tolle. Yeah.
You could even go. You can go 70s. What's his name? Ram Dass. Power. No, be here now. That's all that. All that's like poignant. I have to say, yeah, Jack is great, but I see he has the capacity to get very angry too.
He does.
I bet you he has
Making
anger
very
management
poignant
issues, but
point.
he's working on it.
He does, and you're right on both.
I'll make a very poignant point, but it's almost entirely derived from Shinto.
Okay.
All right. Any particular philosophy of Shinto that
Specifically the now. In the premise of Shinto, there is no point. You plan for the future, but you don't base your now on it, right? You work with what you know from the past, but you don't base your now on it.
Okay.
Now you
How
react.
about Sun Tzu? Someone who's kind of in the beginning when he say the battle is won in a planning room, not on the battlefield.
Right.
He has
Right.
an advantage because he can win now. He has an advantage.
Now.
It's like a chess player. It's like a chess player or a pool player. They're always thinking moves and moves and moves ahead. So if you've got an objective point at point B and you start out at point A and you make your first step, but somewhere along the way, that first step, something alters. So now you're not at that first step that you had planned. You're somewhere else. Even if it's on this side or that side. Now you have to be able to project to the same point from a different position that wasn't along the original projection.
That's kind of the fun of it, right? If it don't change, if it's too easy, who the fuck is gonna enjoy it? If some kinks ain't thrown in there, it ain't fun.
Yeah, life is ever changing, and if you don't learn how to change yourself and adapt, no matter how much you try to change somebody else or something else, it will never be effective.
Jeff, you brought me back to the control shit. You only can control yourself. I think that you're a bad guy the more it's in your heart to control other people, and I judge you by your desire to control other people. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's why I say that was one of the most important aspects that I learned from Jack, is that it's my anger.
Yeah, it's very good.
And it doesn't matter what anybody else has done in my life. It's my anger. It's how I'm responding.
Yes.
So I got to change that, and that will help keep me on that trajectory, that one path. I can only walk the path that I know, and I have to refuse following the path of others that are going the wrong way.
Hey, bro, can you bring Jack's current stream up now and look at his face?
There's a quote that says, anger is a punishment you put on yourself for someone else's actions.
Beings have come
Correct.
No, back it all the way to the end, to right now.
Back it up.
Fast forward.
No, to the end, to the very fast forward to right now. Current.
Oh yeah, got it. Oh, he looks pissed. What the hell's going on?
Everyone has a label, you know, you're this and you have that, and you're. It's just like, no, let be.
He looks
I
mad.
can't even look at the screen, man.
It's just unfortunate that people.
How could you? When you dress like that, you're not supposed to. I'm not talking to you.
I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. I just thought it was
They just want to project on everybody else.
Shout out to Zephyr. She said she's surprised, but what'd she say?
Sad.
She said, "I'm
Really
disappointed, but not surprised." Yeah. I like this comment right here from Look Within. Her old man is probably cool as fuck.
Mute you.
He's
All of
definitely
us
had his
have
hand
the
in the sand.
potential to project, and that's how we work.
London.
We are aspects of consciousness.
How
and
did you-
we either reflect?
How did you navigate this with this creature?
And with honesty and presence,
told her to be gone.
Mad
Get on your
Mystic,
bike.
you're not welcome here. Not
What's
at
that?
this
You just
point.
told her to be gone.
I just later. You're not welcome. Just send her a message.
Yeah.
Too ratchet.
I mean, yeah, because we're trying to build. I mean, you want to have fun and whatnot. And like Joe said earlier, of course we love aesthetics. We love beauty and whatnot. You know, but come on, bro. God, yeah.
She is fragile, which means she probably does have a great ego.
Yeah, she literally
I
said
think
on my
part of
last
what
stream that
pissed
she
her
wants
off-
to do a gangbang and have a kid with another guy.
When she was like flinging her hair around, I pulled my hair out of the ponytail, pulled my hair out and down, and just flipped it a few times. I didn't say a word though. I did not say a fucking word. I just pulled my hair out. Let it down.
Hey, Asian, you want a 1v1 versus Eternal? A thought off?
Am I supposed to bring my own thought?
Oh shit!
I don't understand how that works.
No, you got a lot.
Individual or our little group.
I don't know if you guys
dynamic,
noticed
or
when
we
she
can
first
just let it
started, she kept trying to talk about, sexy stuff, and we kept taking it back to the DNA. Then she kicked in on the intellectual side.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She's like, people say that I want to dance. I'm like, yeah. And
Yeah, and we kept bringing it back. Yeah. Check her out.
Look at that.
This shit on purpose, yo.
Was that Basic Instinct? That scene?
Yep, some Basic Instinct. I'm starting to get some single white female vibes. I wonder where her bunny's at.
No, right?
Her bunny.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, London man.
Hey, MPC.
Give her the heads up. Look at her daughters right there. Look at that. She just wants attention.
Hey, this is
She'd be hanging out on the stream for like 5 hours, and that little princess girl just wants some attention.
Eat that, baby.
You guys know her well. You guys,
I've never met that woman before in my life.
Joe's like, who's the sip? You got you go off, off a lot about her.
Jeez.
Yeah, not become a
I
soul
could guess
circle.
half of it. It wouldn't even be hard. You just compare her to other basic bitches you see online, and you'll probably find a lot of similarities in her life. She seems to be focusing her life around the concept of being like an Instagram model / influencer. And I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. Like I said from the very beginning, use what your daddy gave you. If that's how that's going to work, then if I had a set of double D's, you'd have never seen my face.
Right. Might as well get paid for it.
Did Guru make that comment over here or over at Jack's?
This is here.
This is here.
I'm really high. Even if I zoom in, I probably can't read
I got you,
this.
Joe. I got you. Nude Guru was a
Thank you.
comment. There's a distinct difference between artistic expression and masquerading insecurities. The distinction is clear and obvious. Shout out to Nude Guru.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
He's good. Okay, Eternal versus Uncle Fatty with a comment. Eternal versus Sasquatch. We got to twerk off.
Twerk off.
No, I got her beat. First of all, my ass is real. Second of all,
no BBL.
I'm sorry, that was a shot. I shouldn't have took that shot. I must apologize to the class.
Well, I mean, that's
a
a discussion,
replay, or
right,
does
London?
she keep hopping down in her seat?
She's trying to
Like
flash
bouncing?
her panties.
Right.
She knows what she's doing. That's a Jezebel
Do you
spirit.
remember Fiona Rawls?
Oh, say that's a
Knows
Jezebel
exactly what she's doing, and that's why Nude Guru was spot on. Is major sign of her insecurities.
That's dope.
All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel.
The bush.
I know who I am, and I think that's why, even in a very toxic place that I've been in for about 14 years in my life, you know, that particular person, you know, he just hates my he hates my confidence.
They just block
He
off.
hates you so much he lets you be in that nice house while you talk to strange men.
Guru
Some strange
disagrees
somebody.
with you. She says
Dude.
they hate her
Really little.
confidence. She doesn't think she's insecure.
Dude, just scroll down and look at the chat. Look at the absolute massacre that's happening in the chat, bro.
You talking about the Talcott?
Yeah, in Talcott's chat,
Okay.
like they're laying everybody with anything to say low. Just, it's wild over there.
Damn, it's all deleted.
Yeah, no, I'm a mod. I can see who got took out. Now somebody is
I was the same.
our poll.
Growing
Our poll is over there massacring the chat. It's, it was a firefight.
like I can't do anything about that. Like if I'm just a very overly confident person,
Oh, okay.
that's
See?
not my problem. That you guys, you know, like you
Hey,
need to
she's
find
mixing
that true. You
confidence
need to be
problem.
confident
sexual.
in who you are. You need to embrace who you are. You need to be happy about
Did you hear
who
that?
you are. And if you
That's
see
helping.
somebody
That's
else
working for
have
you.
qualities that you wish that you had, well then just learn from it. Don't deflect, you know, your
did you hear
lack
what I said
of
on
that. You
PC?
still need to come in alignment with that because we
What'd you say?
are
What'd you say, London man?
She said she's very confident, right? A person,
Mhm.
but she's
Right.
missing.
Using hands.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
Shout out to
she's using
Zephyr. Go ahead.
She's mixing confident up with sexual.
Yeah.
Using those hand motions. Watch her hands. They always go right in front of her breast. They're always knocking at her hair and trying to pull her shoulders. Yeah.
And they rest in the box.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then no,
How's
no
it going,
drive.
Zephyr? Good to see you. Any thoughts? Points of contention? Praise?
Thought that maybe she was a bit insecure. I always thought so,
Mhm.
but she seemed really friendly, and you know, she tried, I guess. But yeesh, I'm a little bummed. It's all right. It's my fault because I can see people's potential.
Yeah.
I like that last part, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So-
she we gave her praise, and I mean, I still think she's a good good person. Yeah, I'll say it, good person. It's just, I just was questioning about the thoughting. I mean, that's a reasonable question. It's my channel. You know what I'm saying? It's
And
like-
that's how she interpreted it. I totally missed it, but that's how she interpreted it. This nigga calling me a whore.
I
And
didn't say they'll use those
showed up-
words.
But hold up, if you show up to a costume party and your idea, God damn it, Joe.
And you wearing a ghost costume, the motherfucker call you a ghost.
Right, you gonna get all
Or-
pissy about that? I don't see it.
But what if the ghost costume is just a white sheet that's made into a thong and pasties?
Hey, well, that analogy applies if you're wearing the costume of a lady of the night, I should say. If you're wearing
yes.
that outfit, you know, that's
Yeah.
same thing. You might be mistaken for one.
You know, Yeah,
you
totally.
described her
But
with
if you are
autistic
one, that's totally different,
something.
Right? Own
right?
it, you mean? Sulfur?
Her
Own
Yeah.
it?
very first statement
Yeah.
when she came in was to question if we liked her dress.
Right.
Of course. That's how she like, do you think I'm pretty? That's what she wants to hear.
Well, here's the thing.
Right?
Here's the thing. Like, she didn't have to say that. I would have probably said that. I'm not like such a
Yeah, I know.
I can't. I would acknowledge that, but
My
I guess
friend
maybe she
used
thinks
to
it's a
tell
bit.
me I'd be like, I used to like be insecure too, so I can sort of relate to this. And like my friend Daryl, whenever I would clean the whole house, I would be like, look, I cleaned the whole house. I cleaned the whole house. And he'd be like, well, it's better if you like wait for somebody to, notice that.
Yes, if you don't run around and brag about it. Yeah.
That's why that famous Sally Fields, where she goes, "You love me, you really love me." When she got the Oscar
Yes, you
finally,
love me.
it's
You
that straight
really love
Scorpio shit right there. Yeah. Damn.
Hey, let's hear her
Eternal. Why you
manipulate
gotta do
Jack
this?
a little more.
What do you think Jack's thinking
We
right
all
now?
need our little ego stroked sometimes, but
Oh, for sure.
he's probably having naughty thoughts.
I would imagine.
That's Zephyr's words. That's
kitty
the
cat.
Queen Zephyr here.
It's probably like porn now.
He's trying to listen. He's trying to listen. So he's thinking about what he's going to say next.
I'm not just one of the.
I'm really good at
boys.
reading.
Like I'm a female. I have emotions. I
I
get
think that he's
sensitive.
perfectly aware how valuable a set of double D's are on screen for
Because
YouTube.
he ain't opened his
Watch.
mouth. He'd have kicked me off by now. He ain't opening his mouth. He letting her go.
He's trying to read the tattoos.
He's never been this quiet.
Lay her rope.
Then why is it that the girls at the strip club? Hey, if double D's are so
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What about double D's?
Monster. I want to know more about the double D's.
I heard double D's. I'm like, huh? Shaggy? They speak our language.
if double D's are so valuable though, why isn't it that the strippers at the strip club, the ones that were the hottest ones, made the least amount of money?
Maybe from your area, people didn't like big boobs in general.
I think because they were least approachable.
We know they
because
make
they're hot, you
money
mean?
though, because they're
Consider
all
more
in
hot.
all the movies
Yep.
and shit. We know they make
There was
money. Right? You
Well, she's
No,
gone.
yeah, they made money. I mean,
Okay.
I just sat around. But
Oh yeah, she's gone.
She's gone.
I didn't see him say a whole lot of nothing. Look like she talked most of the time.
Yeah, what's he gonna say right now?
Sister.
Chris?
yeah.
These triggers we find, these emotional reasons to defend and to feel hurt. There may be reasons, there may be
Dope.
excuses.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the fact we don't want to feel hurt.
Very
We don't want
good.
to feel defensive. We don't want to put ourselves into positions where we're coming across as though we are attacking.
I actually already did that. Actually, I shout out to Sasquatch. Thank you for kind of reeling it in a little bit earlier.
Yeah, now is
said,
not
"Just
the
listen."
time, brother. Think on it.
Yes. Yeah.
It's kind of
So
too late though,
smart.
but
He's
thank you
so
anyway.
smart.
The rewrite. No, he helped me out though. Appreciate that.
Why is it too late?
Not too late, but
No, it
I
is
said-
too
I
late.
said-
You don't even want to.
but everything
anymore,
I
do you?
said was true. So I guess it wasn't too late.
Doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
You can be a better man. You can lead by example. You can be better today than you were yesterday, and it's not even hard.
I'm gonna go a little heavier on there because of what you just said. It's true. I look, I got certain things I look for in an argument to tell me when a person is weak and when I should jump them, and that's one of them. When you're arguing the point, motherfucker, and they be like, "But hey, it's true." Like this for instance, Trump. He said that he's trying to say immigrants are pieces of shit, rapists, murderers, blah blah blah, and he said, and some of them are good people. But it's true. As soon as a motherfucker say that shit, that's one of the things I look forward to hearing. I jump them, and there are others that I use. If I could think of them now, as high as I am, I don't care. The first person who says that, I want to jump them. Right? I don't care. It don't matter to me. That to me is a sign of weakness and shit. You suddenly abandon the argument, but you saying that made me think of that shit.
Joe, what about when people go like, I'm a nice person? They have to preference that. I'm a nice person.
Yes, or I'm smart or whatever it is.
That's
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes that can just be insecurity, though, a little bit, but that it might still be
very
true.
good.
You
Very
don't know.
good.
True, but,
You
but what if
could
they say it all
tell-
the time though? Like I'm
Or
a nice.
you
We
could
already
probably
heard you say that.
You could probably tell from the first fucking time. If it was insecurity, you'd probably read it as such. If it's nigga trying to sell you something, because that's probably what it's going to come off as. If it's insecure, it might come off a little awkward or something. If it's insecurity, it might come off a little awkward or less.
I put it this way.
Yeah.
If you are truly king, you do not have to say so.
If you're
Right?
funny, you ain't got to tell motherfuckers.
Right. You don't gotta tell people you're funny unless it's funny. Sometimes it's funny to be like,
if it's fun to tell a motherfucker, then you tell her.
Yeah. Speaking of that, we got a big winner in the house coming on. About to come on.
That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. A winner. Just like that. We'll be right back.
My friend.
Price is Right. Don't go away.
All the way from Gotham City, the Shifty one, the great Shift. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? Happy birthday. Great stream, great panel. Just
Thank you,
enjoyed
brother.
my walk. And, out of as much as
I wasn't in Gotham City. Was it dangerous walking around?
I was wondering how your owner felt about your walk.
To me, I'm not scared of anybody. So it's just how it
shit.
is. But,
Did you see the
It's from a
Joker?
war zone. Don't get it twisted.
But I do see, the liberal tears are just lovely, man. It's just like sunshine.
I've been meaning to catch him, bro.
Tell me, how do you
I've been
prefer
busy.
your-
I've been meaning
I'm
to
wondering,
just dedicate some time to watching that.
do you think this is global warming that's melting all these snowflakes?
Ooh, damn.
I mean, it has been pretty dry in New York for a while. Like I think it's been like a month and a half with no rain. So I don't subscribe to the global warming scam though. So it's just like global warming, climate change, yada yada yada, whatever.
Wait, can you address the undertones of that comment? The snowflakes, right, Squash?
Well, I mean, I have an alter ego. Anytime I catch a band and I can't stream, I don't appear as myself. I honor the band completely, and so I utilize an alter ego so I can produce the shows that I produce for other channels.
Okay.
And that alter ego is Grande Admiral Snowflake, and he's caricatured Grand Admiral Thrawn with the white suit and the blue skin and the red eyes. And
Hey, I gotta I'm sorry, I gotta cut out, man. I gotta make a run. I gotta take my girl somewhere. Peace.
All right, Joe. Thanks for coming by, brother.
All right, man. Happy birthday again.
Thanks, Joe. Have a great day. From Chirac, Joe Cool. Shout out to
Oh, I
Joe
thought you
Cool. Shout out to Shadow and Light. Good to see you, Oracle. And,
Much love.
What else we got? Oh, the leopard print. The leopard print. Oh,
Leopard
this is
print.
one of my favorites.
Love
I have a hilarious leopard
I'm not supposed to say
print
that
story.
though.
If you're interested, every time I see his name, it reminds me of this.
Or her name.
I have a friend of mine who grew up way out in the woods, and homie didn't learn math till he was like 22, right? Like he could use a tape measure. So don't ask me how this is possible, but he could use a tape measure, but couldn't do basic like general math until he went to GED school to learn to do it. He also couldn't read until he was like 17 or 18. I helped him learn to read. Anyway,
That's abstract knowledge. Right there.
this man had a pair of leopard print pajamas that he thought was the coolest thing since sliced bread. But he didn't know that they were leopard prints because he couldn't read. He called them leper prints. As in pieces falling off of the guy. Anyway.
Yeah, just the tip.
So when I realized that just the tip, the oldest lie ever told. Just the tip, just for a second. Anyway, one of the things that I had to argue with him about to get him to understand that a leopard is a big cat and a leper is a sick man. He thought they were the same thing, the same word. So he always said leopard.
I have a funny story like that too. Oh my gosh, my friend in high school, she
Leopard.
thought that the Tux medicated pads were for putting out matches
Nice.
Because on the commercial.
because
Oh
of the
my
commercial.
God.
She was like, "Why would anybody
Yeah.
buy those? I could just blow it out."
Did she think that toilet paper was for like just caressing your face with it too?
For the
Not wiping
bears.
your ass?
I don't know, but
Because
my
you know,
mom.
like the toilet paper
Bears.
commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's a
think
fluffy
everybody
white
has a
rabbit.
story like that, though. Whenever we're stupid, because we're all stupid at some point. My
No,
mom
it's the
said that
term is
at the
ignorant.
radio station that the bands were really at the radio station playing the songs too. So it's like that was one she shared with me.
It's not
That's all.
stupid, honey. It is ignorant. It is a lack
Yeah.
of experience, right?
Yeah,
Ignorance. A lot of people use the term ignorant as though it's some kind of a
it's true.
detrimental
You're
statement,
absolutely
and it's
correct.
really not. It just
Yep.
means that you don't know. And if you don't know, how can you be judged on something you never learned?
Well, but
That was the
sometimes
term
it's
that
like
I
you
used
should
when
know that by now. It's what people think, I guess.
that's the term that I used the last time I spoke to my parents, and they turned around and told me, "Keith, the police, your authority," because I told them I wanted to talk to them about their ignorance.
Hey, MPC, I'm out, bro.
Was
I'll
this
catch you
before or
later.
after college?
Hey, I appreciate you coming through, London.
Much
Thank
love,
you,
brother.
Much
love.
love.
Peace
Yeah.
out.
Peace.
We had a nice
London
talk, didn't
man,
we, the other
legend.
night over on Based Oracle, huh? I remember you. That was you, wasn't it?
That was me.
Yeah, that was a good combo.
The based oracle.
Yeah, I
So-
like good conversations. I hate all the lies and bullshit and ego that we always end up with.
Oh, come on, man. Don't lie to me. You know, but good and damn well, that's the only way you can truly get to know a person. It's
Well,
to
yeah.
understand the bullshit they're going to feed you.
Exactly. But I don't have to like it.
Okay,
No, you
TJ.
don't. You can tell people that you don't like it too, if you don't
Exactly.
like it. Or you
That's what I
go
do, and
somewhere
they
else,
don't like
right?
it so much. Well, that's what I do, and they don't like it so much because they don't like truth and reality. They want to play the games. They want to be childish.
Yeah.
Part that offends me, the part I don't have a problem with them wanting to play the game and be childish. The part that I have a problem with is they want to force me to play their delusion and be childish
Yeah.
with them. And that's the part I will not participate in.
Next time
That makes sense.
next time somebody tries to enforce their pronouns or whatever, I'm going to ask them if they've got a pet dog or a cat or something. I'm going to ask them, go tell me how do you know that they're a male or female? What do? Do you go ask the cat or dog and ask their opinion, or is it objectively observable by reason and logic?
They're gonna
They're
just
dumb
like totally ignore that.
Well,
Just
yeah,
telling you that
because
they're
they
gonna.
can't deal with reason and logic. They can only deal with their emotions.
You just laugh and walk away. I mean,
Yeah, no,
that's
her
pretty much it.
reaction
Unless
is
they're your
beautifully
family, and then
perfect.
yeah.
They're totally going to ignore that. They're just going to skip right over the top of it and not even respond. They're going to act like you never said it and move on to their freaking lives.
Or we'll do what I did.
Or
I
they're
had,
gonna
I had a cat. I had a cat growing up named Penny, and we assumed it was a girl. I guess we were told it was a girl. I mean, we never saw the genitals or whatever. It was a really fluffy cat, and it wasn't until one day, like maybe months later, where Penny was cleaning herself, right? And then we saw something red, a little thing, and I was like, oh shit, Penny's a boy. But we didn't change the name. We just ended up calling him Penny. We just changed the pronoun. That's about it.
Yet again, an observable reality took over the situation.
Yeah. Pronoun.
Yeah, I had a couple cats like that. Cats are kind of hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. It is, huh?
But the biggest thing I seen, which was actually pretty surprising. England, right? England is a liberal hellhole, and what happened over there, like the sex change surgeries for minors has gotten so bad that they actually banned it in England. They banned it, so because it's awful, And then there was actually supposed to be a study out in the U.S. But the guy that was supposed to release the study said he pulled it out because he wanted to make sure the data is fair. That these surgeries do not affect the children that badly. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Of course it does. It's like terrible.
Can I make an observation?
Yeah.
There are two sides to this conversation, and only one side can reproduce.
Yeah.
It's kind of a closed concept to begin with.
It's 8 o'clock right now. What the fuck? Uh-huh.
Well, it's a closed
Yes,
concept
time.
to begin with. There's no open ends on it. You can't, I mean, like, if they don't recruit some of your children in the next 20 years, the entire movement will die because it will die with them. If they don't find some way to do the in vitro fertilization or some way to reproduce that doesn't involve reproducing with the opposing gender, there are arguments.
I have brain babies already.
Brain babies are the way to go, man. I mean, they've got to, if they can't recruit,
Idea.
they don't win.
Yeah.
It's brain baby.
Yeah.
Brain baby. Interesting.
Yeah, brain babies. That's what I do because I have hardly any eggs left in my carton, and I've already reproduced twice. So
The way I went about it is I knocked up a carrier. My daughter looks very much like me, which surprisingly isn't as ugly as you might think. She has an older sister and a younger brother. The older sister's dad died when she was 9 or 10 months old, and the younger brother's dad turned out to be a gay fairy, and so
cute.
I just kind of adopted the other two along with mine. We, they go on vacation with us and everything like that. And so we have a blended family. My oldest daughter's 22 and has working on my second grandbaby, and she's like half Afghani, half redheaded Georgia chick. So it's really weird when I'm traveling with them because my daughter's about 6 shades darker than I am. So anytime anyone sees us in public, they give us that weird side eye.
Yeah.
Hey, Asian, I used one of what you shared on the broadcast with my class as a writing prompt for essays over the weekend when you were telling us, Chef and I, the story about when your daughter was diagnosed with MS, right, and like about some of the people, like you said, some of the family, they wanted to kind of basically lie to her. While you wanted to be upfront, because the question was is lying ever justified? And because we're reading a book called The Giver, where there's some of those issues come up, and I gave them the example with your daughter and how you were the only one.
Is that the book where there's this one dude who remembers all of the past and only this one?
That's it.
Yes, and he has to tell the
receiver.
Yeah, okay, that's a wild book, dude. That is a wild book.
Yeah, so I'm reading that with my high school students. And
I just saw that movie again.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it brings up a lot of good questions, like euthanasia, like you said, lying, taking out emotion for the sake of the greater good for society. But what do you guys think about lying? Is lying never justified?
It depends. All right, so lying is a very, very specific sin. We're not talking about deception. Deception is necessary in life, and therefore can't be evil by simple extension of you not liking it. Okay, because you don't get to hunt the bison without deception. You don't get to hunt a deer without deception. These are not bad things. These are just things you don't like happening to you.
That you have to accept that they might.
Lying is intentional deception with nefarious intent, typically. Now, when somebody asks me, does this make my butt look big? If you say no and it does, you are doing them no favors.
Yeah, that's true. But you can be kind about it too if you want to, tell the truth.
Yeah, sure.
Kindly. It's nice.
You don't have, I'm in Georgia. We're the king of blessing your heart.
Yeah, bless your heart. That's so condescending too. I mean, I use it all the time.
We know.
But
what about somebody with a condition called frontal temporal dementia? You ever deal with anybody with dementia?
I have.
Okay,
That's the kind
yes.
of
I see it
situation
all the
we're talking-
time. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's the kind of situation we're talking about here, and I appreciate that distinction, brother. D- uh, the
Okay.
deception is different. It's a different level than when it goes to lying. Lying has that specific intent to be deceitful
Yes.
for nefarious purposes. However, the deception is sometimes needed in life to help people cope.
Yeah, well, and most people, whenever they ask you for like your opinion on something, they want to be validated. So it's good to clear it up before you don't validate them. Just a little
Yeah, I give
caution.
great advice and no one takes it.
Yeah, me too.
Um,
Nobody believes me.
For me, I prefer to always try to tell the truth. I think this
Yeah,
lying.
Me too.
I think this lying. Usually in my life, I always end up. I always get caught, and it always ends up badly. So I usually try not to lie at all. So
that's a good premise. And when if I'm not going to lie, and I would rather stand mute,
yeah, you could do that
right?
too. Yeah.
And that can be even more damning than telling the
It's like
lie
a
or the
journal that
truth.
I wrote the other day.
Yeah. Like if you're just silent about it, like you got nothing good to say, better not to say it. Yeah.
Well,
True.
what again about a situation with that same kind of person, and you're silent. But in that silence, you're letting others take control and command of situations that would lead to the same thing of deception. So there again, is it a lie or is it a deception?
Well, what's the difference between a lie by omission and an outright lie? I mean, is there a difference?
Well, absolutely, because you can let an inference ride where somebody else could take a
Yeah,
better
I'm not
position.
responsible for your assumptions. Yes.
Right, right.
Right. Okay. So if that's okay, then I don't have a problem with you running a complete and total 100% line of bullshit on a patient with dementia to make their day easier.
Correct.
The reasons why things are the way they are don't necessarily have to be true. They have to make enough sense for the person to do the things needed to do to have a life. And I don't have a problem with any of that. That is deception, but I do not count that in the same framework as lying
Or
for several reasons.
the way I see it, it could be also like inspiration.
Yes.
You
That's
motivate
what we're
people
talking about.
to be a better version of themselves, and that to me is not really deception, but more like you inspire them, but you let them. A good leader allows the person to do what they need to do, and let them do their own thing. And then deception is like you got various cult leaders. They could use deception, and people get inspired by that. But because they use various brainwashing, in some aspects, brainwashing does affect like the good hormones like
Sure.
dopamine,
Yeah.
serotonin. Yeah, so it makes them do things that they feel really pumped up, but then next thing you know, after many years of being in that system, they're like, holy shit, what the fuck did I do? I'm not myself anymore, you know?
Me and Flow State have been batting this theory back and forth for the past, I guess, a year now,
Mhm.
that YouTube is utilized as a proxy substance abuse for ex-drug users. That
Yeah.
we're all addicted to the oxytocin of the YouTube experience, and that's why we're here.
Definitely. Definitely. I had to say that earlier about this YouTube thing. Kind of good because, yeah, some of us need something. Some of our vices are way worse than YouTube, even though YouTube can get out of hand too. You know, it's a good methadone, I guess.
Yeah.
I say if you're with good friends and having a good time, I don't see it that terrible. But if you're doing it in a way where it's like you're just trying to deceive people on a mass scale, then it's a problem.
Yeah, that's bad. Shout out to Shadow and Light, who's doing good things. Happy birthday, Gabe! It's great to hear you today. Strength, health, and so much love to you, dear friend. Thank you. Much love, Oracle.
Much love, Shadow.
Yeah. Gary Basker, people watching is a hobby. Definitely.
Yep.
Okay, so So if we agree that telling a
Thanks,
person
Alpero.
who
Appreciate you.
cannot care for themselves what they need to hear in order for them to do so, right? All right. Let me give you an example. My
Hey,
first
before you do
apartment.
that one, Sasquatch, would you mind you and Shift and Pero, man, mind if I gotta go pee my dogs? It's first thing in the morning right now.
Yeah,
I'll be
go
back
for it.
like in a couple minutes.
Yeah,
Thanks,
do your
guys.
thing. Oh, this is gonna take a couple of minutes. My first apartment was a single wide trailer, and it was in the middle of nowhere out there with about 10 other trailers, but nobody was living in the other trailers. So I was like the only person out there. The first weekend that I delivered windows all over the Southeast, and I was only there like maybe 2 days a week. I wasn't exactly a long hauler, but that was the effect that ended up happening. So I would come home, spend the night there 2 days. I'd leave, and when I come back, there'd be things like moved around. Somebody kept putting mustard in my refrigerator, and I don't like mustard. So every time I'd come home and there was mustard in the refrigerator, I'd just throw it away because I'm not going to use that trash for anything, you know. And after it happened 2 or 3 times, I was really curious about it. And so I made an agreement with my boss to not deliver for a week just so I could stay home and see who was buying the eggs and putting them in my refrigerator. So after a couple of days, I wake up at 2 a.m. and there's some white dude in his freaking whitey tighties, about 65 years old, with a bundle of eggs under one arm, some mustard and ketchup, and a spatula. And he had come to my house, opened the freaking door with his own key, and was in the process of trying to make eggs. And because I don't do gas, I had put in an electric range, and he couldn't figure out how to get the thing to light. Turns out the guy that I was renting the place from, it was his father, and his father used to live in the trailer I was renting. And when he couldn't figure out how to make eggs at his son's house, he'd walk a quarter mile down the freaking driveway to get to my trailer so he could let himself in and make some scrambled eggs.
Wow.
And he'd been doing it twice a week since I moved in.
But he has a,
you know as well as I do, that could have gone a very different way if he'd have walked into somebody else's house that was a little more high strung than I was.
Yeah, like people that are less understanding and don't just you get to the bottom of it of what he was doing, and then you realize like, oh, that's why. Most people try to jump to conclusions, but I think some people have less.
I'm not gonna
less
lie,
common
though.
sense.
I might have jumped to more of a conclusion if I hadn't have caught him with the spatula, the eggs, and the freaking. When I turned the light on, he was like standing there like an owl in the dark with trying to close the door. With all this stuff. It was hilarious. The funniest part was because I heard him mucking around with the door, and I got up and got my pistol and walked down the hall, and then I saw the white dude standing there, and he's like harming nobody. He's naked. Got a hole in his freaking underwear and is barefooted. You know, he's no threat. So I went and put my pistol back up, came back and asked him what he was doing. He's like, oh, I've just got to make some eggs right quick and I'll leave you alone. And I was like, okay, have a seat. I'll fix you some eggs. And I made him some eggs and set him down. And at about time he got done eating his eggs, the son pulled up in the front yard. And he asked me, he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, man. We've been trying to talk. I said, dude, he's been coming down here about twice a week. I mean, I don't have a problem with it at this point. I know he's not going to steal anything, so I ain't really sweating that. I will lock up my gun, though.
I mean, with dementia patients, I treat them all the time. And usually they have a caregiver, and it can get very, very difficult for them to take care of them because they can wander off, especially Alzheimer's. So most of them end up in a nursing home because it's just.
I don't know how much dementia this man had, because after sitting there and eating the eggs, he looked at me and asked me what I was doing in his house. And I said, sir, I think you stay with your son now. And he said, I wouldn't do that. He's an idiot. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, sir. I signed the lease on this place and I'm here for at least another 2 months. He said, it's okay. You can stay. I don't mind. And then his son pulled up, was like, damn it, Daddy, get your ass back in the truck. You got to take you home. I got to go. he's a bit of an idiot. And he went and climbed in the truck and left. The guy came in apologizing. And like I said, I don't know exactly how much dementia that guy had. He seemed to have his grape in the right bunch.
He could have like a moderate level or like high level of it because they can just remember only their deepest memories, and the rest is like
my
wife. Go ahead.
That's the predicament me and my companion are going through. See, I say companion because we're not married by the state. We have a common law wedlock, and in that we hold truly to until death do us part. And now I have to deal with whether that's deception or a lie, because I know she's going to end up in a facility rather than me being able to take care of her the rest of her life. I can't do it.
Yeah, no, there will come a point. My wife's grandfather got real bad dementia, and the last Christmas we spent with him, we had the same first name, right? So it's very confusing for him for somebody to be saying his name constantly in the same room with him and not be talking to him. And finally, after about 30 minutes of this going on, and he's completely like, he is a void where a person should be. It's a very difficult thing to watch, and it's painful. But I was standing there on the cell phone, and he reached over and put his hand on my shoulder, and he goes, "We got the same name, don't we?" And I said, "Yes, sir, we do." "You're with my daughter?" I said, "Your granddaughter." "Right." "Ruth?" "No, Rachel." "Right." You see all those saints on that mantelpiece there? And I looked over it. It was during Christmas, and all of the figures of Christmas and Christianity was stretched out over there. And one of them, and I think it was Moses, had his head broken off, and it was sitting up there next to him. He said, "I can't remember any of those people, but I know that guy there is John the Baptist." And I started laughing and could not stop. It was one of the funniest jokes I've ever heard in my life. And it's because I knew it came from beyond the void. That was him. That's his humor. That's him personally, right? For a moment, for a second, there was a glimmering light in the tunnel, and that was it. And everybody turned and looked at me, and my wife got mad at me for laughing at him. And I was like, no, that was a joke. That man told me a joke, and y'all should be ashamed of yourselves for not laughing. I know y'all didn't hear it, but still.
Yeah. Sometimes they could have like a one moment that they remember that makes them feel normal, but it could be up. Like I see a lot of them, like where they could wander off and be in big trouble. They have to be in a facility. There's no other choice. It's like unless you're just not working and take care of them 24/7, like a child.
I was a volunteer back through like middle school and high school. They had a program where I could get college credits for volunteering at certain places, and one of them was a retirement facility over here. It's basically your state-run, state-operated old folks home. And there was these two guys in there who were always throwing stuff at each other and cussing at each other, and they were constantly arguing with each other. And in the process of serving these different people lunches, I found out that the reason they hated each other is because, and get this, they were both at the Battle of the Bulge on opposite sides.
Wow.
And they recognized each other.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
And the German guy, he wasn't really German. He was like freaking Polish or something. But that guy, he was terrified that the American was going to kill him in his sleep. And the American was absolutely convinced this man was here to finish off what he'd started in the Battle of the Bulge, because that son of a bitch shot my tank. He shot me. That was not a thing. And I was like, holy crap, are you serious? Right. And after going back and forth between them and talking to them and trying to get and I love reading about the Battle of the Bulge because I knew these two guys. They ended up sharing their freaking they got like an allotment of like something like commissary, sort of, right? And it was stuff from the outside that they could request, and neither one of them were on any kind of regimen preventing them from drinking, and so they were allowed to get a half a pint each, and so they would throw in together and get a whole pint of rum. And they would sit on the back porch in the afternoons and take 3 shots apiece. When it was all said and done, it took about 6 months of talking back and forth between them because they didn't dislike each other. It was just that they honestly felt like the other guy was going to try to kill him.
Yeah.
And all we had to do was get them together and be like, are you going to kill anyone? I couldn't kill anybody. I've got a colostomy bag. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's like it's just like in World War II, they got that Japanese guy that was in the forest
Yeah.
for like a couple like a decade or something.
30 years, dude. He spent 30, I think it's 32 years in the freaking forest, him and 2 other guys. But the 2 other guys died because they sucked at being a soldier. He was the real one, bro. That man, he did not give up until his commanding officer from 1940, whenever it was, when he was abandoned, showed up, of his regiment, showed up and was like, hey, we surrendered. And he climbed out of the forest going, boss, I got to call bullshit on that. We were told never to surrender. We understand, but let us show you what they did. And they took him into a battleship somewhere where he, you know, it was really weird because they didn't take him prisoner, which is technically what he would have been in his mind, because he didn't give up his weapons until he got to see Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the surrender of Tojo and all of that. Right. Yeah. After that, it was no longer a prisoner of war. He was being returned to his family.
Yeah.
He's a refugee.
Yeah. Can you imagine, like, it's 30 years of thinking you're fighting a war, and then next thing you know, it's like,
dude, he's a real one.
Yeah.
10 men like that, you could take over the fucking world. Man is in it for the win it, bro.
I mean, that's like that's some serious dedication, man. I was like super impressed when I heard that story.
It's a good one. It's a real good one. I covered it on a show about a year and a half ago. There's a couple of other instances of things similar to that. Like there was a group of Confederados who held out in South Florida, and another group that held out in the Louisiana swamps over there between Louisiana and Mississippi. Mm-hmm. And both of these Confederado groups attempted to annex territory as a non-U.S. based location. And in both cases, well, the ones in Florida were overrun largely by locals. They just basically said no, beat them up when they tried to vote. You know, It wasn't very nice. I mean, I'm not joking. They de-armed them. They took their weapons. They came in at night, shot a bunch of them, and took their weapons and left. Forced them to be peaceful farmers. Damn it. The ones in Louisiana, though, they almost managed to make an actual freaking state, free state of Jones, and this dude. That's a hard freaking story. And the real story of it's way harder than the movie. And the movie is freaking hard, bro.
Mm-hmm. Gotta check it out, actually.
Dude, that's one of Matthew McConaughey's best films. And it's sad because it's such a horrid story.
Sometimes those stories are like the most moving, you know? Like,
have you ever seen What's Eating Gilbert Grape?
I haven't seen that.
Leonardo?
So it's Leonardo DiCaprio, Johnny Depp, and a couple of other A-string actors from around that time. And it's one of Leonardo DiCaprio's very early roles, but it is hands down, in my opinion, a toss-up between the Basketball Diaries and What's Eating Gilbert Grape as to Leonardo DiCaprio's best role.
Shout out to him. His birthday was today, actually, on the 11th.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then there was an unsung hero in that. I mean, a new star, right? His mother, the overweight woman.
Oh wow! Yeah,
wasn't she good?
Y'all, dude, that's what I'm saying. Is like that movie is chock full of freaking stars. It really is.
Yeah. I'm getting my breath. I had to run up and down the stairs.
Oh no, dude.
No, I was listening to you guys because when I pee the dogs, I have to go to the park because we don't have grass in front of our house. Anyway, but I was listening to you guys talk about that was an amazing story about the convalescent home, those German and the Nazi and the ally American, right? That was
Yeah.
crazy. And
Yeah, that was wild. He was actually Polish.
Polish, yeah.
Pretty sure.
But the whole concept of they didn't not that they didn't like each other, but it was
No one
getting
had
over that.
introduced them. That was the thing,
Yeah.
is they had, because they immediately responded negatively to each other. They had been keeping them separate. And it turned out that both of them were alumni from a particular college in the U.S. After the war, homie came over and happened to live near the college and was doing worked at the college, and it was right after homie had graduated. It's wild. It was a wild backstory that they had almost ran into each other in that area. Had to have been in the same building at least a few times, because they were on the same campus in the same time period when the Polish guy was working for the campus before he went to college, and the other guy was going to college on his GI Bill. They had to have seen each other at least once in that time period.
Yeah.
Right?
There was a knowing there. There was, just like what you said about the your grandfather-in-law, like how he had that joke. That was actually, I was laughing. I would have been laughing when you said about John the Baptist. That was funny, because it's like that inner knowing, that's what you want to call soul, that was speaking through, right?
No,
through the
I had heard from other family members that he was, and I quote, hilariously proper. And by the time I met him, he was just proper. Right?
Hilarious, yeah.
And so I kept waiting for the joke to drop, for somebody to say something, for it to happen, because everybody said he's hilarious, but he's also proper. And I was like, okay. I went to Christmas, Thanksgiving, all of that stuff for 5 years before this happened. And he reaches over and goes, "You're the one that's named, that we have the same name, right?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir." I don't know who any of those guys over there are, but that one right there is John the Baptist. He slapped me on the back and walked away. And I tried to chew down the laugh. I was like, and it just exploded.
Yeah,
I laughed until I cried. I almost barfed. I laughed so hard.
And that's good. That's good therapy, good healing, good real nourishment, right? Laughing. Yeah. And well, I bring that up because, and I'm glad Zephyr's here too, because she was there when it happened. You here, right, Zeph? I think you're here. Yeah. Maybe she's muted. This whole thing, I'm thinking about, like, with the election and all this so-called division between, race, the people, races, and sexual orientation, all this stuff, right? But there probably is something there that goes beyond all those labels, that speaks to each other, that we're actually able to talk to each other about things that may be uncomfortable, even though we have all this baggage of labels and whatnot. And when I'm thinking about the fact that, like, this quick context real quick, a couple months ago, like a month and a half ago, Zephyr was up here, a lot of people were up here, Luma Tommy was up here, and some other people, and we were talking there, we talking about race and whatnot, and it just, for me, it just got kind of weird to talk about, like, N-word etiquette, and as a quote unquote black man, Blaxican, it got kind of weird. And I was like, fuck, I don't want to talk about this shit. And I get it now that in retrospect, the people who brought that shit up, that was something that they wanted to talk about. They felt that they had to talk about, and it's important to them, but I just wasn't want to hear it. And so I flushed everyone for a second in the basement. And then I said my piece. I'm like, I don't want to hear this shit right now, whatever. And then Illuma Tommy got angry, and then we don't talk anymore or whatever. But it's, and Truther Cock was up here right when that happened, and he was like, and I listened to it, he was like, "You won't let us talk," he's like, "See, this is what I'm talking about. You can't. Why do white people? Why they should have the right to say whatever they want?" And I'm hearing what he says. Yeah, everyone should have the right to what they want, but I just didn't want to talk about it at the moment. So
Not
what I'm
on
saying,
YouTube,
this shit is
not on your channel. You make that decision as to what is being discussed, and if you don't like the topics being brought up, just do some backstage and don't have anything else to say about it. Move on with your life.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to do, and then but I was at TML's the Machine Lies panel a couple times, and whenever Truth or Cop or some other people go on there, they just want to bring that shit up. It's like, dude, you guys are obsessed. It's like, I'm a person too. Let's just talk about, let's talk. So it's like, so what I'm saying is, just like those two, the German and the American, I mean, not German, the Nazi and the American, going at it, right? Even though they don't have any personal beef per se, but because all the programming, like, it causes us to have these barriers where we can't have like a fucking real discussion or even have real laughter. So I'm just this that came to mind, and I'm trying to link the shit up to my personal life, like what you're talking about, and I just like kind of sick about like when I go places and like everyone wants, like, not everyone's like people on this panel, but they want to talk about race. Like, it's just weird, bro.
Personally, I think it's all division labels to divide and conquer. If you've never encountered Yuri Bezmenov's 1986 interviews where he explains the subversion method used by the KGB to create banana republics and topple regimes, check it out. It spells out exactly what's taking place in our modern media and entertainment spheres, and now in our sports spheres and arenas, and even academia has picked up on it. The concept of the woke narrative, which others everyone and it others every single class from every other class, while dehumanizing everyone in everyone's eyes, allowing everyone to be perceived as both the victim and the oppressor in every situation, so that everyone can claim to be under the thumb of oppression.
They want that oppression, that victim role. Yeah.
That
I've been on both sides.
Inclusion works against you.
Yeah. True.
Any true alpha will tell you that. He knows instinctually and intuitively there are certain things you just must not include.
I personally think the most important divisions are between nations and national identity. That tells you more about people's baser ideals than any particular race bullshit you can come up with, because black people from Africa do not have the same opinion as black people from Chicago, and Asians that live in Asia don't have the same opinion as Asians that live in Southwest Kentucky. The Asian that grew up in Southwest Kentucky probably has Southwest Kentucky ideals.
Yeah, that's
just look at
King James Version of the Scriptures, Jeremiah 1:5. For I formed thee in the belly. This is the source of life, and I don't care if you're Asian, Caucasian, or anything else. There is one source of life that created all of us. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou camest forth from the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Yeah, we're born in this system, this enumerated system, through a birth certification that grants us a nationality, and we accept it. False start.
Yeah, and it's because
I'm gonna have to
the
get
masses
hired, dude. That's what I mean by his facial hair is making me start to take him more seriously, and I really don't know how I feel about that.
He's speaking fire. He's speaking fire because it's the masses that keep the whole game in play. Because we go along with it, right?
Which masses?
Certain people, not everyone. Yeah.
Something that has concerned me for the past couple of weeks since we got the results of this most recent election. We've discovered that there's around either 2 million or 20 million Democrats that are missing from our election system. I would like to create a federal agency to find them. I believe they may be in trouble. They're definitely missing, and I think we should help them.
Well, I pointed it out to you last week that the Postal Service still has that prerogative to check on those ballots that came in that were supposedly past the due date of pre-balloting.
Sure. But what I'm not trying to turn over an election. I don't care about who voted where or why. I just think there might be 20 million missing Americans we need to find.
Well, yeah, and that would be the Postal Service. They're the ones that know all the addresses. Again, All roads lead to the post office, guys.
Dude, that shit's real hard to argue against. I ain't got nothing. You got me in a box on this one. You're right. They know where everybody is.
Right. You said 2 million from 200 million. That's a big difference.
20. Either
20.
2
I heard
or
200.
20. I
Okay.
can't remember.
Either way.
I can't remember the numbers. It was either like 78 million and 81 million, which would be like 2.6
Yeah.
missing Democratic voters. But it's weird to me that they're all Democratic voters. I feel like they should be easier to find.
Yeah.
You know, statistically, at least. I mean, they should have an address, right?
You would think, unless they're
Well,
registered.
technically, I think it's harder to find them when they use insane pronouns.
Anyway, I'm done with that bit.
But I'll just cap it off. I'll cap it off with this though about how you say borders and nationhood are important. You know, distinctions.
Look, it comes down to
like
culture.
like here. Yeah, it's culture, and like I see it here as an expat in Taiwan, where I don't care if it's an Asian person or a white person or another Blaxican here. If we see each other and we know we're American, it's like it's there's the knowing, there's a commonality right there. That doesn't really matter what the person
Does
looks
it
like.
mean you both come out blasted? Do y'all like wave your pistols at each other? Like, how does that work?
Nah. Like Yosemite Sam. I put mine on the ground and the pop, pop, pop.
Hey, bud.
What in the rootin' tootin' card?
Any one of you lily-livered, bow-legged varmints care to slap leather with me? Well, in case any of you kids are ideas, I better let you know who you're dealing with. I'm the rootinest, tootinest, shootinest bobtail wildcat in the West. I'm the fastest gun north, south, east, and west of the Pecos.
That's my drop. I'm gonna use that. I have to clip that. That's good. Yeah. Zephyr, what's up? How's the laundry? You done?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
We just
Are you inside of the?
Yeah, I'm
Are you
inside the
the
house.
dryer?
No, I'm not inside the dryer. No, that was Dan. I just realized that that he was putting the cover on the heater because he just lit the heater in the house. Yeah, because it's getting chilly.
Oh, it's pretty much the first cool night here in Georgia. It's excellent.
So sorry. Yeah, he already apologized to me because he didn't realize he was doing it while I was on, not on mute.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, like bang, 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 bang. Sounded like it was inside the dryer. I bet. I had the earphones on, so I didn't hear it.
The bang, bang, bang reminds me of Oakland. Bang, 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 bang.
Yep. Bang, bang on the toe, baby.
B-52.
B-52.
Yeah.
Specifically, that's Love Shack.
Rusted. I used to sing that at karaoke.
Love Shack.
You're not the only one.
Yeah, I would do a duet with you. We should do it. We'll get Izzy to.
A car that's as big as a well, and it's about to set sail.
Sail.
You have to sound gayer,
Chrysler. It's about 20. Yeah.
Come along and bring your jukebox money.
Yeah, it's good.
Let me play. Speaking of that, some old stuff. I just made this. The reason why I started later because I was getting some pictures together, looking at some pictures, and I'm like, fuck it, I gotta make a little video that's tribute to my mom. Because I always think about this, especially now that I'm a dad. Like when it's your birthday, it's like your parents. I mean, if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be here, right? So I want to honor them. So I made this little tribute to one of her favorite songs that she blessed me with. Let me play this real quick for you guys. For us, I love you, Mama. Anita Cuevas. Peace in hyperspace.
Damn, dude. I'm gonna say this because I know the guys are all thinking it. Your wife is hot. And I'm
Beautiful.
sure she's smart. So smart. And your baby's so beautiful. Oh my god, so cute. Funny. How do you not eat him up all the time? Like,
It's hard now. Now he has a little mouth on him. Yeah, he told me this joke. He told me this
you
joke.
have to be more
He said,
interesting than he is.
yeah, he said some joke. He sent me a message. Maybe I'll play it later. I'll save it for later. But yeah, he's so cute. He's a good boy. But it's crazy though, because my mom was. I mean, she had her faults, and I see it. You know, once a person passed, they're not just the mom; they're a person. You know, and
Yeah.
but I was really blessed to have her in my life, and I picked a partner that's. I mean, as men, a lot of us we probably do want like our mom, but that's not going to happen. Your mom's your mom, right? And that's not fair to do it to your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, you know. But my wife's pretty badass inside and out.
Totally. I mean,
Give
oh
it
my
up,
god,
yeah.
so pretty, her smile, so sit. I mean, I just feel like this beautiful energy, like all the way from
Yeah.
over here. It's crazy.
Right. It's Rebecca, my Rebecca.
And, yeah, and you're like so tall, taller than her.
I got
Huh?
lucky. Yeah, much like a foot taller. She's five
Yep.
5 feet. I'm about 6'1". Yeah.
Yeah, see, and I always dated
No
dates taller
heels.
before, but no heels. But now I've got somebody my size, like he's like maybe like 5 inches taller than me, and it's like we fit together perfect. It's crazy.
No, it's good. It's nice to have someone like that when it's like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like we all have our own. Do you find like having this mixed family because you're Black Mexican and then your son is also Asian? And
Yeah.
I feel like that feels like it's diverse and it feels good. It's like you have all of those different inputs, you know, those perspectives.
Yeah, it makes it so like it's like an artist. I heard like Jean-Michel Basquiat, you know, that crazy painter. Basquiat, yeah. He said like I'm paraphrasing that the more I paint, the more I create art, the more I love everything. And I kind of feel that like I have a connection with everything now, and the only part I was missing was the Asian part. Now I had the European, I had the the African, native, all that. But and here's the thing though, I didn't consciously go out and searching for like someone that's Asian or whatever. It just
No, it
happens,
just happens.
It
Yeah,
just
I
led
know.
me to that, and I'm happy for it. Yeah.
I think
Beautiful.
interesting you named your daughter Rebecca, which in Hebrew means to tie or to bind. And that is the very essence of two becoming one, so that we can create as co-creators. And that's what binds us truly in true nature under
Hey,
God.
Wiz.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah,
Your
that's my wife's name.
microphone is
That's my
trash.
wife's name, and that's perfect. That sums her
I'm a
up.
Becky too. I'm a Becky too.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome, Wizard.
There's like also Becky.
Yeah, I meant to say it was your wife, yeah, and which is so interesting.
Thanks, Sasquatch. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because what did she? That's in the story. She was the man's servant was getting water, and he was sent out to go find a wife for his master, right? And then everyone was being rude to him, and then Rebecca came along and gave him some water and for his camel too. She showed some kindness, and she showed me kindness. I really believe that lyric from Gordon Lightfoot where he goes something about what did he say in that song? He goes, "A movie queen to play the scene of bringing all the good things out in me." Like it's good when you can find someone that compliments you well.
The stage.
Yeah.
And you're just like, you can play too. That's what we're here to do too. I think it's play.
Just play, yeah. That's all we do. That's all we do, me and her.
And yeah, it's fun. It's like
It seems like, yeah. Maybe Sasquatch has it because I've seen it's Barbie Sasquatch. That's your partner, right? I assume that's your partner, right?
No, man. No, sir.
He said no.
Sir.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
Wife Squatch Gaming is my wife.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right,
Okay.
Barbie Sasquatch. All right, she's
I'm
this
sorry. I'm glad I
chicken
didn't speak out of turn.
in North Carolina that I interviewed maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And she was like trying to make her channel work, trying to get it together.
Right.
And I was trying to make my channel work and trying to get it together. And we ended up hosting panels and stuff together. But she is absolutely scatterbrained as they come and thinks the National Park Service rules the world.
Oh,
I'm talking
that's a new one. That's a new one for me.
Just so you know.
Okay.
get your tinfoil hat ready for this one. Is all I'm saying. But
that's why you can never assume. I'm glad I asked.
She's that all of that's a byproduct of a stupid joke. I told her she was being a bratty Sasquatch one night. She changed her name to Sasquatch's Bratty Sub.
Okay.
And got locked up that night. And so for 3 months, her channel name
stayed like that, huh?
Yeah.
That's funny.
So like the day she gets out, I get a email and she's like, "Well, I just got out of general," and I was like, "Okay, I have a request. Can you please change your channel name?" And she said, "Okay, fine," and she changed it to Barbie Sasquatch. And okay, well, all right.
Wait, now when you said the change name, were you hoping that the surname, the family name, would be chopped off more than anything?
Her channel's name is Ember's Mad World.
Okay.
She changed it just to fuck with me, and it is hilarious. I acknowledge it. It makes me laugh too. Did not make my wife laugh, however.
Did Izzy have something to do with that name? Because I think I mentioned you this morning. Yeah, because she told me something, but no details. So I was going to ask you about that. Because my dad called me Monkey Butt, so I was like, and they used to call my dad Sasquatch because he's so hairy, and I was fuzzy. That's why he called me Monkey Butt.
Well, I'm not that hairy, honey. It's just my face. You see, grass don't grow on a playground.
Yeah, I just hope you don't have anything stored in there for later.
Hey Sasquatch, though, when you were telling the story about your brother, the great weed epic, like you said when he said, "Hey Sasquatch, is that you out there?" Now, was he literally saying that, or are you just putting it in the present progressive?
He was using my name.
Okay.
I've been Sasquatch for about 10 years, sort of as a joke. My father had 3 children, but I was always out in a canoe, fishing, camping, being the country boy that all of you wish y'all could have been. I was Christopher Robin in the 100-acre wood, bro. Like,
without the Mary Janes.
I was.
Or did you wear the Mary Janes?
I'm just saying. Hell, half the time I was only half dressed. I'd have a pair cut off Daisy Dukes, and that's about it.
Making their way on the only way they know how.
Right? Exactly. So I didn't see a problem with it. But the rest of the family, most of the county, most of the people in this town, they know I'm one of this family, but they don't know if I'm my father's or my uncle's, who has like 17 ex-wives or something. He cast his
17.
seed far and wide. Yeah, he cheated on. He never met a woman he didn't love enough to cheat on.
Yeah, they call that virile.
A lot of love.
Yeah. This man had a kid 8 months before he passed away from a new
puppy
girl. So
yeah, he's a dog. That man had a dog in him. It was just a dog in him, right? Sasquatch.
Yeah. Basically, I don't know.
Why must I chase the cat?
Dude, I've got legends and myths. There's this clandestine list of girls I wasn't allowed to date, and the only way I could find out if it was one of them was bring them home, and they'd just be like, "You can't date her." Why? There's like an 85% chance she's your uncle's kid.
We ain't down with that inbred stuff.
No, man. See, I married somebody whose both parents were from Wisconsin. Like, she's a total transplant here.
Yeah, I married someone from another country. Even though my Rebecca was born in Taiwan, she moved to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania when she was 2 months old. Grew up there mostly.
Can you imagine moving the greatest country on earth and you end up in fucking Pittsburgh?
Mm-hmm.
I can understand.
It's like a bummer, man.
That makes sense. That totally checks out,
Holy
dude.
shit. Yeah. But it's weird though because it's such a gloomy place. I've only been there once, but
the smell.
Her personality is not like that.
Bro,
the smell.
What? Pittsburgh.
How New Orleans is too.
Oh my god. Well, New Orleans has its own smell, and it's changed. Pre-Katrina, it smelled different than it does now.
Well,
Pre-Katrina, just about any time of the year you walk through there, it smelled like night blooming, jasmine, vomit, and fucking Jose Cuervo. It smelled like tequila and depression.
Jose Cuervo, you are a friend of mine. I like to drink you with a little salt.
I was there in '99.
Dance on the bars.
I love the South, except for I didn't expect to be like, I don't know. It was like there was tension there, like between the races. You could tell.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, and that was surprising to me.
Where were you and when? Like,
well, I drove around Texas because I didn't want to drive through Texas.
Wow.
Why?
Texas. I want to point out the design here. That means you came across on like 110 and hung a left through Arizona or hung a left in Nevada to get around Texas.
No, we drove from Albuquerque. We went up to Santa Fe, then we drove down the Panhandle across to Springer, and then into Oklahoma Panhandle, and then down. And yeah.
Yeah,
drove in 26 hours. That was because we didn't want to get pulled over in Texas and given really exorbitant.
I see.
Because we had out-of-state plates, they just.
Yeah.
I don't like
West
to tempt
Texas.
fate and she was driving a purple Thunderbird, so she
when I travel, I have to travel through constitutional carry states because I always have my pistol in my pocket. So I just plan it that way.
It's funny. I've known a lot of Rebeccas.
You've known a lot of Rebeccas? Yeah.
A lot of Rebeccas. Yeah, so many. But no, I mean, I'm like Becky though.
Yeah, I don't call her Becky. I only started doing that recently. I refuse to because I think it's such a strong name, good name. Just like my name is Gabriel, and I like it, but if you guys, if a friend wants to call me that, that's fine. But I would take offense sometimes with people. Hey, Gabe, if I didn't really know you, but whatever, you know.
I like Gabriel.
Yeah,
Gabriel, like the angel. That's what your mom named you
that's
after.
what my mom named me after. Yeah, it's a lot to live up to.
That's the Leo.
I feel like Michael in that movie.
Right?
What was that?
Like Michael is a different type of angel, though, bro.
Yeah.
No, that's it. I'm saying I feel like Michael, John Travolta's interpretation.
Are you gonna make like combat with a bull? I'd love to watch.
You Taurus? Huh?
No. In Michael, he fought a bull. He straight up
Like a
went
matador,
out.
yeah.
No. He beat up a bull physically with his hands.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
Yes.
like
Damn.
Hercules and the lion.
Battle. This is something he did in the movie. Watch the movie, bro.
Have you seen Fear and Loathing? I'll watch it again.
I love
Have you
it.
seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and Where the Buffalo Roam.
I love
Oh, right,
Hunter
Bill
S.
Murray,
Thompson.
right? But yeah, he's great. Like, but Fear and Loathing with Johnny Depp, there's a scene where Michael makes an appearance with the flaming sword. It's like when they peel out from the having lunch to get the shirts and the drugs, like when they're and he's sitting there. They bring up his shitty ass Datsun hatchback, and then they peel out. Then Michael comes out with the flaming sword. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
That shit's crazy.
Dude, Hunter S. Thompson's work is absolutely freaking.
He made himself a
Wild.
story, and it was like so cool. I mean, yeah, my friend does. He channels him, and like does these like he like lives in British Columbia, and he like actually can pull it off. He like wanders around filming himself and like talk. He like character acts basically.
Yeah,
like interacting with real people.
Check
like
this
Hunter.
out, dude.
We were somewhere around Barstow, the edge of the desert, where the drugs began to take hold.
Right? The damn bats. I'm not going to tell you about the damn bats.
It's easy.
This is a section of North Carolina mountainside that let loose after Helene. And apparently this particular landslide didn't occur during the flood, but occurred like a week later. And that's one of the things. I live in the freaking path of this particular storm.
Is that wait? Those roofs look like purple. Is it just me? Those roofs look. Did you see that?
Some of them. Those would be sarsaparilla, I imagine.
Oh, I was gonna say because acacia has purple bark and you can make DMT out of it.
It's distantly related to acacia, like very
it's DMT, baby.
We have mimosas here too, and we have
nice.
Make it. I forgot they're like little.
Locally, the damage that took place here was largely tree based, and it was mostly really, really old pecan trees.
Wow.
We probably got 30 or 40 million trees down here.
Well, that's lots of wood.
Yeah.
Make furniture.
Well, I mean, I can't wait to taste the pig that's going to cook, bro. I can't wait to taste the pig that's going to cook. We got so much hardwood down that everybody's going to have hickory and beech nut and every kind of barbecue you can imagine.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, you're making
it's going to be great.
Your smoker?
Dude. Oh, we got the barbecue class down here in Tunnel 2. It's going to be fucking off the chain this year. You watch.
If you got a smoker, put some Dr. Pepper in it, just a little bit. Oh, it's so freaking good.
Dr. Pepper makes everything better.
That's
it. Right? Like, what's wrong? Even the diet tastes good. I don't do diet.
What if I only have Dr. Skipper?
You do what you got to do, brother.
You got to do, right?
To it then.
All right, so here, I want to point this out right here. This is a pretty good analogy. So down here, right down the road from where my daughter's, my baby mama lives, there is a stream that is about the same size as the stream you hear see in this frame, right? Barely a shoestring running down the hill. That damn thing flooded like 73 feet deep.
What?
Yes, dude. I went out. It's in this really, really steep valley, obviously, because when it floods, it does that apparently. And
Does it fast too. I mean, it's like
Dave's lived there for like 10 years. And so I've been out there thousands of times. And before this went through, the highest watermark I could see was about 3 feet above the road. And I was like, wow, that's like Hurricane Ivan or something did that. When Helene went out, this damn thing washed out above flood stage was like 43 feet. And it's a shoestring. You can't even fish in the damn thing. There's not enough water going through it.
Right.
Nightmarish, bro. Nightmarish. Here in town where I live, the freaking manhole covers were rattling in the covers, spewing water out of the sewer.
And this is sewer water, huh?
It's right. We're at a swamp, so we got a lot of drainage stuff. So like 99% of the time, the drainage stuff is just dry.
Okay.
So
sea level.
But when it's not,
but almost
until it's not.
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's why
73 feet. That's crazy.
73 feet. This is a fucking creek that you couldn't fill up
I
a
don't
can.
even know what that looks like.
I couldn't imagine it, dude. When I showed up, all right, so about 2 days after the storm, I went to go drop off my daughter after they got power and internet and everything back, and they were okay. I decided to go the other way down the road, and when I got to that part and realized, holy shit, like, and this was just 2 days later, and it was a perfectly normal little creek. Like, you'd think you'd be able to fish in it, but there's typically no fish in it. You know, it's usually a stream of water this big around running across rocks. It's you can't. It's nothing. There's nothing there.
No fish. Huh?
It flooded so amazingly.
So what does this mean for what is your town? What will this do to the mindset of people? You think
they're not very happy with the federal government?
I bet.
And because of that, there's been a really big surge in self-reliance that's kind of taken place.
Good.
I don't know how to explain it
That's
because
good, huh?
it's nothing obvious, right? It's not, you know, people aren't doing prepper shit. Obviously, they're just. I don't know how to explain it. They seem to be, whether it's forced or not, whether they have the choice, they seem to be doing more on their own. People are planting gardens. People are doing things themselves.
Investing in their
Yeah, I
community.
guess so.
And themselves. It's great. I love that. That's the best.
I mean,
bet you
personally,
there's a lot of exposed right there. I'm just like thinking, I'm such a rock hound. I'm just like, ooh, I want to go and pull those layers apart. See what's in there. I would totally sit there for days.
This is North Carolina. I'm not exactly certain where in North Carolina. He's not saying.
North Carolina, though. Okay. While you guys were getting hit with that, it was hurricanes. We were getting hit with the typhoons, which is basically a hurricane. We call it typhoons. And bro, like last week we had one, and you go to the little man-made river downtown, Enping. That's the name of the area, the oldest part of Taiwan, actually. And there was hundreds of thousands of fish that were belly up dead because the pH level got thrown off.
Well, it's not just pH. It's also the sewage, the gasoline, the diesel, every single houseboat, all of the other boats that washed out. Dead bodies change the pH, and then once you've got a cascade going, it kills a few fish, and then those fish kill more fish when they die because it continues a runaway effect. I don't know of any way to stop it.
Yeah, that's a mass die-off of consciousness. Mass die-off, bro. Die-back, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I had a cousin. She told me this wild ass story. She said, all right, so they live in this place that's like perched on the side of a mountain up a road, for lack of a better explanation. There's this quote unquote crazy old guy that lives up on the top of the mountain, and he owns everything over here, and everybody pays him rent to live in whatever house they're living in. And he shows up in the rain on his tractor and is like, hey, walk up the road until you see where the trees get big. There'll be little trees and then big trees. All the trees are big, but walk up the road until you see the big trees. and get above that line. That was the flood back in 1901 or whatever, whenever the last big flood was. And he went on down the mountain to go tell people, and picked up people in his little tractor trailer and brought them back up the mountain up to where his house was, which was above the flood and the previous flood. And Home Chick said that since there were so many people on the road, not everybody could get on the trailer. And so some of them, when it really got to raining really hard, just turned and went straight up the mountain to get above that line.
Mm-hmm.
Every single house below that line got washed away. She said she stood for like 8 hours under a freaking tree on the side of a mountain watching the world turn to water.
Mm.
Like and she's in the mountains. Consider this. She said it looked like islands, and she knew it was the top of a mountain over there, but it looked like an island because she was right next to the water, and it just took all the trees off the side of the mountain. Gone.
Like nothing, huh?
Yeah, it's wild.
This is recently.
Yeah, this is everything I'm talking about is Helene. All of it. It's the same storm. It just happened to come across my area in Georgia and this area in North Carolina, which is where Barbie Sasquatch is, by the way.
Okay. Now, why did this happen? They're not used to it?
No. First of all, most hurricanes that come through the southeast come through on a track that's from east to west.
Uh-huh.
And this one made a fish hook and came up from west to east, meaning that the size of the mountain that received all of this rain may have never in the history of mankind ever received that much rain before, because that particular track is very, very rare. So not only did it trash everything here, because everything is designed is over here. This is probably 1,100, 1,400 feet, something like that. I mean, it's not horribly high, not like Rocky Mountain mountains, but they're significant in and of themselves. It's Smoky Mountains.
Mm-hmm. How much are we saying people died, you think? We don't even know yet, huh?
The numbers I heard were way higher than what was published. The numbers
I figured that
family was saying was like, look, whatever the government's telling you, this was what they told me. So grain of salt here, folks. There's one disconnect. We only had 6 people die here, but we didn't have landslides and floods like that. We did have floods, but we're already in a swamp. So like the water everywhere went up about 3 inches. So it wasn't like detrimental. Our problem was having trees flying through and stuff.
Go ahead, Wizard.
Missing.
Oh, missing, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
They should know who those people are. And that should give us a better graph of what's really going on.
I can barely understand you.
Say that again, Wizard. You were breaking up, brother.
The mic's roboting real bad.
I'm gonna have to go to my laptop.
Yeah, we want to hear you. Yeah, go to the laptop. I want to ask you about Ohio too. I want to ask you about Ohio. Yeah. Yeah, last time I was over there, in Georgia, I was that had to be like 15 years ago. I went to Marietta and Lithonia. I had to go to a wedding out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about an hour and a half from here.
Lithonia. There was quite a lot of nice houses out in Lithonia back then.
Yeah.
Before back then. And then I assume I was told that a lot of those got taken back by the bank.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was 2008, and there was a housing boom
that's it.
and bust and bubble.
Yeah.
I know exactly the place you're talking about, bro. Like it used to look like a tiki tacky village.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love those Georgia trees, those skinny trees, right by the forest, especially when there's like no leaves on them and stuff too. Yeah.
The East Coast corridor doesn't look like it did 100 years ago. There's a major contributing tree factor that doesn't exist anymore. You ever get a bored and you want something to read, look into the American chestnut tree. And the chestnut blight wiped out an entire species that used to comprise 1 tree in 4. So every 4th tree you see in a forest, and this counts every tree you see. used to be an American chestnut tree.
Every yeah.
Every
Let's
fourth
bring this
tree.
shit up.
And these things were referred to as the sequoias of the East. They were absolutely freaking massive, and they were all wiped out by the chestnut blight by 1929 or so. And the only reason I know anything about this particular story is
These are youngins on the screen. Youngins.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is like when you look below the surface there's a 2,000-year-old tree stump there. That is all that will grow from it. It will not grow into a tree. It will grow up, get 30 feet or so, and then die of chestnut blight, having never made seeds. It's not extinct, but there is only one chestnut blight resistant strain available, and it is a particular tree called Darling 53.
Darling 53.
That's the
sounds like an experiment
or whatever. Yeah, well, they're trying to reintroduce them, trying to introduce some resistance to the chestnut blight, because the thing is Japanese
Asian bark
chestnuts
thickness.
grow. They don't grow like American chestnut trees did. American chestnut trees would be 350 foot tall, dude.
You said the Japanese one?
No, the American chestnut.
American ones, okay.
350 foot tall. The Japanese ones get like 35, 40 foot tall and then bush out real big. But the American chestnut didn't do that.
I'm talking about conspiracies now, because maybe those Japanese are jealous of the Americans, because it says that the chestnut blight is a disease caused by Asian bark fungus.
Well, it was because the American chestnuts grew so tall when they wanted to utilize a food source tree as a city use tree where they would make shade and whatnot. The American chestnut was too big. It's 3 times the size of a Chinese chestnut ever freaking get ever, right?
Yeah.
And the American chestnut will do it in 25 years. It's fast growing. When who was the guy who burned his boats to make his folks stay and then marched to Florida to build new boats? Cortez? Was that Cortez? Anyway,
sounds right.
One of the conquistadors, I think it was Cortez, one of the conquistadors. When he got to Florida, they actually utilized American chestnut trees to build the boats that they sailed back to England or Spain or wherever the fuck they were from.
Spain, yeah. I did a stream a week or two ago about Cortez inadvertently, because it was about the Quetzalcoatl, which was the Mayan Mesoamerican god, and what's his name, Montezuma thought that Cortez was Quetzalcoatl in the flesh, because supposedly he was like a white pale man with a white beard and long hair, and he saw him and he gave him the keys,
Also,
as you say, right? He gave him the keys.
A very similar character. And neighboring civilizations have a very similar description. White hair, basically Gandalf. Look like fucking Gandalf.
Gandalf. Or some might say like the European Jesus.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, looks like Jesus, huh?
I gotta go walk my dog. I'll be back.
All right, bro. Perfect timing. That was a perfect exchange on the relay. Wizards back up. Yeah. So, Wizard, did you get hit in Ohio by any of those hurricanes or anything?
No, I'm in Iowa, actually.
Oh, Iowa, excuse me. Obviously not. Yeah. What do you guys have to deal with in terms of national acts of God?
Yeah, we've been hit by tornadoes before and stuff, and it's actually considered part of Tornado Alley, but it's kind of normal in this area. So the best thing I could say about that is just don't live in a motor home.
Yeah. They take those and throw them around, huh? Like it's nothing. Those tornadoes.
Oh yeah. They'll rip them to shreds, and there's nowhere to hide in them.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get in the tub all you want, but when it comes underneath that undercarriage that merely has a little skirt there, it'll pick the whole trailer up and throw you wherever it wants.
So have you actually been in a house or a building when a tornado Where were you evacuated?
When I was a kid, I lived in Freeport, Illinois for a short time, and I remember a tornado out there, and it was, as far as I can recollect, it had to have been a pretty small one because we sat on the porch and watched it as it was ripping up the other side of the street.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's pretty bold, though. Were you with other people like staying in the neighborhood too?
Yeah, my dumb family.
So
you got to remember, I'm a little kid. I don't know no better except to do what the family's doing. They're all out on the porch watching this. I'm like,
once in a lifetime event. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad used to tell me to go play in the street. Like, so yeah. we were allowed to. We did. We took him seriously.
Yeah. That's your dad with the smelly feet? No disrespect.
Yeah, the one that made me take his shoes off. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make him take his shoes off. That's what it was.
Reward for making honor roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a dick.
Hey man, he pushed you hard. Got great results.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's why I spent so much time totally proving him wrong whenever I got on my own. And I proved it to myself that was stupid.
You know, I had the similar kind of problem. My mom used to tell me, Keith, you always think you got to be right. You know, and it's at points when I was trying to point out simple lies or fallacies that just didn't make sense. And I would never speak on anything unless I already did my research and knew. Because I don't want to sound like all the rest of the idiots out there.
Wait, so Keith, from an early age, you knew something was up?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been telling people, fuck you, you ain't my daddy since I was 5 years old. And they ripped my family apart and threw everybody in foster homes.
Wow.
As a little 5-year-old, I lost my entire family, didn't know what the fuck happened. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing in my mind or my heart that told me I did anything wrong. And all of a sudden, everything in my life is gone. And then they seemingly think they're going to put it back together by putting me in a foster home with other kids and other moms and dads. I went through 15, 20 of them. Then I was finally adopted when I was 10 years old, only to be thrown out when I was 15. And then the next year, they threw out or returned my youngest daughter or my youngest sister to the foster care system because they adopted 3 of us. Out of 5, they adopted the 3 youngest because they were told they couldn't have children. Lo and behold, they had children. She took 3 years off, and when she got ready to go back into the workforce, she couldn't put up with us.
That's dirty, man.
Both of them work for the federal government.
Do you feel like that is a gift yet?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I got to give them all the kudos because, like I said, they work for the government, right? The government, federal government, Social Security, and tax assessing. Real estate tax assessor, my dad, and my mom was working for the Social Security Administration most of her life. Now, these people, they got the first of everything when it comes to the commercial market. They always do the testing with the federal government employees. They put it out in their hands first because that's one of the benefits. They get the first of everything of modern technology. It's just like insider trading.
Family.
Yes, and it's just like the insider trading that goes on. They get insider trading information because they're the ones passing that legislation for that trading. So they get the first of everything. That's a great benefit, and I, have good advantage because of those benefits. One of those benefits wasn't just the products and technology, but the fact that they helped homeschool me in those products and technologies, because as federal government employees, they were on the learning curve of that new technology as well in the commercial setting and family setting. So they were a test market, and in that test market, they had to learn themselves about what was before them, what they were using, the product, so that they too could tear them down and build them. That was how this computer network started. They needed people that used them that would know how to rebuild them so they could make more and improve. They need people that could learn the programming and everything and find the faults.
We had a Commodore 64 when I was 7.
Yeah, I used to build and program Commodore 64s, VIC-20s. The first computer out wasn't technically the Apple II. I'll have to look it up again. It was Arachi 1800X or something like that. MIT MIT Arachi 1800 or something. And the first actual computer that came out for commercial use though was something called the Osborne. It looked just like a suitcase, and you would open it up, and there's the literally the first computer was a laptop, and
Yeah,
then
my
they
dad-
converted it to the banks and the screens and everything.
Yeah.
My dad worked for El Paso Natural Gas, and he worked out in the field, and he got trained with one. And I used to steal it while he was sleeping at night and dial into BBSs in Albuquerque from Farmington, which is like long distance.
Yep, with the little 3-inch disk hard drives.
And it had a touch pin.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was like 1994. Yeah.
No, the Osborne was.
Well, this was like my dad's work one though. It was like, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because the Osborne come out. Shit, I was 76.
That was the year before I was born.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. Because
me too, I guess.
Apple II when Apple went direct April 1st, 1977 at an expose in the Silicon Valley. That's when it was official birthday.
Yeah. And see, these first computers that were designed for business or operational use in that matter, were all designed in a suitcase manner. Even Apple II, they constructed it so that when they put it together in a working fashion, they could just bundle it up and take it with them to the exhibit.
Right.
Do you remember the little colored case, the precursor to the laptop, the portable iMac?
I remember the orange ones at the top of the telephone poles, but
It was a screen computer. All it was a screen and computer that had a handle on top of it. You could carry it around, and it had very first voice or speech to text to speech.
Oh, that's
modulator in it. That thing. I've got one of those in my attic.
Yeah.
yeah, I had a blueberry. That was pretty cool. But such low light quality images.
I had a Juke. Anybody here ever have a Juke?
Yes, the music player.
Yeah. So before the flip phone was capable of doing music, they decided to make a flip phone that could do music. Right? And it was they made it flip out sideways, and it was like this narrow. It was a little bitty thing.
Skinny.
And the one I got when I bought it, it had 72 hours of Spanish language lessons saved on it. And for the life of me, I could neither delete them nor remove them from the playlist.
So
now you know Spanish.
I learned rudimentary Spanish by freaking not being able to reach my cell phone in my tool belt.
Yeah, I've been there. That's why I'm careful I make playlists now.
Yeah.
Dude, I carried one of those with me all the way up until I got my first touch phone.
You remember the first cell phone they called the brick?
One. Yeah.
The big square one?
The Nokia or something?
Baller, if you had that. Baller.
Yeah, better than having a pager.
How was the radiation, though? Or EMFs or whatever with those big ones?
You remember the bag phones? My wife had a bag phone. That was her first cell phone, was a bag phone. Her dad gave it to her, and it was attached to the Yeah, no, the
hell's that?
So a bag phone was like what you would do if your car didn't have a car phone. And so it's basically a cell phone, but you plug it into the cigarette lighter and you have an ancillary antenna that goes to the outside of the car that you plug into it. And then you can pick up your cell phone and go wherever the fuck you want with it. But because the battery sucked so freaking bad, the damn things was as big as a suitcase for the most part. And her first cell phone was one of these bag phones that her dad had, and it was attached to some freaking pre-established minutes plan associated with the company he worked for. And it was just like, it was registered with the car and shit. And so she ended up having a cell phone in her car. And so I just call people. I just be riding along, just talk to people, just call them. They're like, "What's up?" Bring a team.
See, that's one of the
Yeah.
points of having such cellular instruments. When you're in that automobile, that's a vessel, and you have your right to call out for Mayday.
Well, the funny thing is at the time she had this bag phone, I already had a Kia Sierra flip phone. So like it was a total juxtaposition of technology. She would get so mad at me because we'd be riding along and I'd pull out my phone and call the bag phone, and she'd just look at me, but me, I'd be sitting in the car riding to Augusta or something. I'd just call her, and she'd be like,
"Bro, you're wasting minutes."
Beep. Hello. What's up, sweetness? How you doing?
My guy wouldn't do that because I turned his ringer volume down because it rings like all hours and I'm like, oh man.
I'm not going to respond to that. That's a trap.
I need one of those jitterbug phones because without my glasses.
Get a Cricket.
Yeah, a Cricket. Now,
like
now,
crickets.
Wizard. Now, when people say they're traveling and they're they say transporting commerce or whatever, they use that terminology. Are they? Can you say yourself? Like, what are they referring to when they say that? I heard people say that in some of these videos, like when they're trying to talk to the cop about, they're like, I don't need a license because
Well, a lot of it, I myself was imperially wrong in my perception that they have no authority. They do, and the problem is that we have authority as well. Our authority exceeds theirs as long as it's done in equity, and the only way we can do that is beating the presumption of the facts presented with supplemental facts that clarify the truth.
Okay.
So it's not something you argue alongside the road, of course, because they don't know the truth themselves. So you can't clarify it to them in that manner. You have to do it in a legal forum or in a legal format. You don't have to do it in the public forum. You can do it through private communications, making that same clarification. And that's why I tell people it's all about the language. You learn the language, and that's Isaiah 54. No tongue shall prosper against you, verse 17. But you shall rise up against any judgment. This is the inheritance of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me. So you have to do it in the name of Jesus, and the righteousness of being truthful and honest, doing things in good faith.
Good faith, yeah. That's the big one right there, too.
Yeah, well, legally good faith means that, they didn't know that warrant had already been cleared. They were under the presumption that it was, even though it was a duplicate, they didn't know that.
Exactly. And that's the only presumption you have to beat is theirs, because that's what they're doing. They're presuming. So once they start presuming,
as long as they don't bust you on another crime, then
again, it's Isaiah. Again, it's Isaiah 54:17. And again, I'm not a Christian, and I only refer to the scriptures as it correlates to the concept and the base principle.
I get that. I do that with all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like whenever I see the truth in something, it's like I latch onto it, and then I test it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See how it holds up. Yeah. And I get you, dude. I mean, I understand what you're talking about. Like, I would say that the only thing that I've noticed is that maybe you haven't quite seen that all of these different timelines are converging and it's all blending together, and it's going to be like everybody's coexisting with their enmeshed timelines. It's like braiding.
No, I see that. It's just that sometimes we get so busy and caught up with what I see as responsibilities and stuff that it's nice to be reminded of that. I'm glad you said that, because you can look it down the street, you can see people wearing like an outfit that someone would have worn in the 20s or something.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can see somebody look like they're from a cyberpunk, steampunk, like too. And then it's a lot of interesting intersections going on now. But with that said, though, Keith, sounds like the Bible for you is a way, it's a great gift for you in order to navigate through all these interesting times we're at.
Yeah, it helps me correlate and connect dots and mesh things together. And, you know, it repeats itself not just in scripture, but in the laws and codes. And I'll give you an example, Uniform Commercial Code. The lowest jurisdiction even says that the law is construed to be uniform throughout all jurisdictions. So if it's the lowest jurisdiction and it's construed to be uniform, then it must be uniform with the highest. The law doesn't climb up, it trickles down.
You said dots. I love that because I
You
have
love
dot
dots, huh?
signs. A dot sign. Yeah, it's
What do
dots.
you use? What do you use, Zephyr, to navigate these interesting times?
I'm connecting dots. It's
Connecting
synchronicity
dots.
dots.
There you go.
Yeah. And dots and all the dots and spots, because I think stop and spots and all those different arrangements of those letters. That's nice.
My sigil that you see before you is a representation of that. The triangle, which is alpha, is what helps me triangulate in the
A little bit
position
too.
in the position of where I'm at, which is the Mother Earth, the Omega.
Yep, and it's a mountain too.
And it's where I bear my cross in the material world. Once we reach to heaven, we've already bared our cross, and that is what
The
we are
masses
relieved of.
have always had to suffer. Yeah, Bad Religion. That's a really great punk band. You would like them, even though it's not really about religion. Their songs. It's just funny because it's almost the same sign, except for it has a line going through it. And the cross. But there's also the A, which is almost a little anarchy, and the alpha. And looks like there's a sunrise behind it. It's a pretty cool sigil.
Yeah, really cool.
Classic.
You say bury our cross? What does that look like? Like,
no, when we bear our cross. In other words,
bear our cross.
We live in humility and we are humble, knowing that we are not perfect and that the faults that we look at and see in others, it's not so much that we should make them mention them as faults or anything, but help them with solutions with them, because we've already been there.
Or coexist with them, or just tolerate them even.
This is the biggest thing, the panel verse. If you look at, like you say, Zephyr, what did you learn from things? You asked that a lot. Did you learn from it? This is one of the biggest gifts, I guess, to the panel verse. Not I guess, I know. Because normally in my life, even before jumping on the internet and talking on different panels or different mediums, like I didn't really have that much conflict. That's pretty copacetic.
It makes
right?
it better, doesn't it?
Yeah, but once I got here, once I got up online, I put myself out there. I met like good friends, but also met a lot of enemies which are actually teachers in disguise, angels in disguise. If I really look at the situations, taught me a lot of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that old adage, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. And I look at this in two aspects. One of which you just mentioned is that I use everything in my life as something to learn from. So I'm keeping them close so I can learn how they behave. In that, I'm also keeping them close because I want them to know I ain't a motherfucking scaredy cat. I'm not afraid.
We were talking about that on Based Oracle too. Is like, what was it? How did we put it? It's like we came up with the same sort of line that was like, wow, that's really cool.
I've already been in the lion's den, and I've walked out, and I've walked in, and I've walked out, and I've walked in.
Yeah.
I'm a lion. I'm a Leo, so I'm a double Leo. So
I'm the guy that goes to city council, and they've got 13, 14 cases down there now that they do nothing about, that I've never made any payments. They demand a DNA sample and drug eval and never gave them that. They still don't have warrants out 8 years later. And I'm the guy that walks into city council with the quote Hitler mustache and letting them know that they're servant to the people. And I'm one of those, and I'm not a citizen. I'm not a resident. And they've had me all wrong, and I'm not going to let it stop anymore. I'm not going to bow down anymore. It's time that supplemental truth be known to everybody. It's not something that's particular or general. It's specifically for everyone. It is objective.
Yeah. And I've heard this, what you're saying, to a certain extent from other people, like online, but I've never, this is the first time in the last couple of months I've been in these spaces where I actually talk to people that are like putting themselves on the line and living it. So that's definitely makes me, because it is, I guess, from a fucking NPC point of view, it's scary for some people because we
Yep.
kind of we pay for our convenience. We get a license because it's convenient. It's like we know it's fucked up, but it's like, I don't want to deal with the bullshit, whatever. But that's the reason why the system stays in place, because everyone's just going along with it and not standing up.
Plus, you're invested too. You know, it's like
Yeah,
because
right.
spend time on it because time is money and it's valuable. Wait a minute. Yeah. I think that's bullshit. I think it could be better.
Yeah.
But it takes teamwork, and we got to figure it out together. Because there's no like unilateral decisions. It's not fair. Some people know more than others, but it's like I think it's good to have a consensus. We're pretty
Yeah.
smart together.
And everyone in particular is watching you guys over there in the wilderness of North America, man. Even here, like they talk about the election. It was
Making fun of
crazy.
all the
And-
millennials.
No, no,
Making so much fun of the millennials.
a lot of them are like, "Oh, I can't believe it's like that." Like they went for Trump and all this stuff, but then they don't realize that it's the lesser of two evils in a lot of ways, but they're both kind of evil,
They are.
when it comes
That's how
down
it is.
to it. So, yeah,
I chose to use my energy in a better way. Wasn't invested in it at all. With the reactions, oof. That's harsh.
Zephyr, I think there's a reason why they put the election in the Scorpio season because it's
Probably.
like an intense month a lot of times.
Yeah. Sometimes
Intense,
people just have to burn it off. It's like poison.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's wow.
But it'll make you stronger. Hopefully.
Do you think it's changing there? Like since the election, it's just the same? Because I always tell people nothing's going to change really.
We'll see. I don't know. It's too soon to tell.
Yeah.
He's not even in office yet.
No.
I mean, a lot is
Yeah.
already changing. Yeah, I guess in relation to that, at least.
I hear fear about mass deportations, people scared
whatever.
and all that stuff.
fear-
I'm like, we'll see when that happens.
Anything that's like fear, they're just trying to push it. That's why, because it's easy.
Before they can do the mass deportation, they have to find them all. That's one of the problems. So many of them came in without identification or false identification that they really don't know where they're at anymore.
Yeah, and they can't just be pulling everybody over for no reason. Not risking being racially profiled. I think.
Yeah.
A perfect reason to enforce a program of economic warfare known as the Trading with the Enemy Act that extends beyond the wartime to times of peace on domestic soil.
Yeah, we have those kind of laws here in New Mexico too. A few troublesome ones. There's some
Trading with
good
the
ones,
enemy.
too.
What's that?
That's the whole reason you have to have an identification to make sure that you're not trading with the enemy and that you've been licensed properly to do the trade yourself. Nobody's been trained
What about
to do so.
Etsy? I wonder if that's like that too. Huh? So it's like the Wild West.
That's the whole problem with the same issue with travel. Everybody's been miscomprehending things because they've not been taught right. They've not been taught to think for themselves and read the stuff with comprehension. They've been told to remember this, and this.
Oh, I know. I like actually kept somebody in her house because the bank was going to foreclose on it, and it's like I kept her in her house for 5 years. She got all of her equity back.
That's what it's about, is equity. Who here has the right to equity? See, they claim the bank owns the equity. See, they claim the bank owns the equity and the bank holds the title. Well, if the bank holds... Can I finish?
Yes, sorry.
If the bank holds the title and they hold equity, in trust law, it succinctly states that if the legal title is merged with equity title, the trust is collapsed. Therefore, once they receive legal title, the liabilities are released because there is no more a trust. They can sell that contract all they want, but in that sale, they are the ones that now take on a new liability. But as far as the transaction and now time operation of law, it says liabilities are released. The only thing missing is I haven't received my proceeds. Equal consideration of the equity.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, that's cool that you know that. That's awesome. More people should know that kind of stuff, but they don't teach us stuff like that in school because it's practical, I guess.
It's that double entry bookkeeping.
Yeah.
I come to that. I come to that realization lately, and it's people are going to have to take on a lot more than just that to understand what comprehensively what's going on. But
it could be fun, though.
In simplicity, if the public education taught us these aspects, this nation would be so much stronger. Instead of having a reading comprehension of an American population that sits about 8th grade, we'd probably have one much higher with much better comprehension and truly be able to start putting out true geniuses in their fields.
Yeah.
We have people coming from other countries using our colleges that are the true geniuses. And then we try to put them to work in our corporations.
Well, as long as we're not jelly, then we're all fine because we're making geniuses either way.
Yeah.
It's like we're already making geniuses.
Yeah. But the whole thing about reading comprehension is so big because my students from second grade all the way to high school, they excel at reading out loud, of course, and writing even, and then whatnot. But the reading comprehension is the most difficult thing in general for them. Reading comprehension. But it's so important because that's everything. You got to know you got to understand.
Well, that's what I try to tell everybody. That's one of the first things you got to do is unlearn the way you've been taught and relearn concise English. When you understand what the English language is about, you understand how truly beautiful it is and how truly wicked it can be used. It is casting of spells.
True that.
Yeah. More expressions of it used in a beautiful way. That's what I'm down for.
That's why I'm making up new words. I'm teaching them to people.
Yeah. Was it Keith had it on his earlier? It said supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I think is that what it said? That word? I think it said that on his
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh, there you go.
From Mary Poppins.
No, it was
backwards.
No, it was dope shit.
Dope shit.
Oh, dope shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's right. I seen you drop some bars on the Talcott, like spoken words / bars. Yeah, I peeped that.
Yeah.
I peeped that. Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
I have
The word is powerful.
Maybe you can read some of mine because I sound ridiculous whenever I read my poems.
Yeah. You be doing poems in the chat, Zeph.
I write. Yeah.
Very creative.
I like to write. My mom said I was going to be a writer. I dreamt a cartoon the other day. It's crazy.
You dreamt one? Was it adults or for kids?
Well, I don't know. Probably both, but it'll be
Many
like kind of like how Bugs Bunny was, It would be
layers.
Innuendos.
Yeah.
But nothing too blatant, not like SpongeBob. My mom said, sounds like, it couldn't be any weirder than Ren and Stimpy. I was like, yeah, couldn't be, could it?
No, that's a very weird, especially like the ones that didn't make it to TV. That guy was a trip. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's also a perv, and that kind of.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I love that cartoon. Is that why I love that? Not that part, but.
But it was just like, there's a fine line between madness and brilliance, Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be that kind of an artist, though. I don't know. Maybe. No? I'm not being a snob or anything, but it's just like, I don't know. It seems like there's better ways to do it. It could be self-aware too.
Here we go. Look at this one right here. Keith has one of the strangest, trippiest avatars sometimes. He has it looks like Kramer with a ball sack face. Have you seen that one? Have you seen that one he has? This shit's crazy. Yeah. It's like, check it out. My son saw it, he's like, what is that? That looks like balls.
That's a walrus.
Now shut up and let me do the talking.
Oh, I love this. The funny.
There he is right there. Look at wait. Look at this shit. This shit is wild. I drop everyone down. Where's the key? There it is, right there. Yeah, that's wild. That one right there. I don't know where the fuck he got that. Back to Red Stimpy.
Happy birthday.
Hey, appreciate it, brother. From Cocoon, the movie that sounds like it or something like that. But what the hell's going on here? Police. Look like Ren is disturbed. He's disturbed. I don't blame him. Call the police.
Yeah, I don't even understand those things. I don't watch.
loved it so much. Oh my god, that was like high
You
school.
don't
for me.
understand that shit. Yeah, that was popular like when we were in high school. Yeah.
And the one
Somehow,
where his teeth rotted out, and he had the little nerve endings like hanging out, and then
Yeah, the nerve ending fairy. Yeah.
yeah, and
yeah,
then the shiny red button, and you covered in my ice
Yeah.
cream bar. I've had it since I was a child. Yeah,
somehow just watching that short clip, I feel dumber. I'm sorry.
That's what we call. Hey, there's a new term that they use.
not for
Even
everyone.
even though it's new, it's been going on as you can see. It's called brain rot. A lot of the Zoomers use it now. Brain rot material.
I don't have no
Most
brain
of the
rot.
material you see online is basically called brain rot now.
Yeah,
That was
Only
high
if you
tier
let-
brain rot though.
Yeah, that was. It was like some good work was put into that. Some slave child labor.
Mm-hmm. Keith, did you ever watch cartoons?
When I was a kid, yeah, but I kind of grew out of that kind of young.
Yeah, yeah.
I still watch
What are you
cartoons.
into? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever what are you gonna say? Decompress and watch some I don't know. What do you do for fun? Or to relax or whatever. Yeah.
My
Do you
favorite, of course, is always to go outside and do something natural, whether it be tracking, hunting rabbits or squirrels or fishing or something like that. But I don't get much of an opportunity for that. So the things around home would be like you just mentioned, Zephyr, would be reading and stuff. I do a lot of research, and to me, that is relaxing.
Me too.
I can see that
I'm
sure.
an investigator.
I'm a sapiosexual. I get turned on by knowledge.
Me too.
Oh yeah.
Stimulating
I've
for
heard
sure.
that word before. Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but it's almost it's a mental hard on, I guess.
Definitely passionate about it.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I used
Seems
to
like
walk
most.
around with dictionaries in my backpack, thesaurus, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Build your lexicon.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I used to watch that show Deadwood and then the that Western. And they said that in the director's cut that a person back then, a lot of times they only have two books. They would have the Bible, King James Bible, and they would have William Shakespeare works if they were lucky. And then you can tell by the way they talk on that show is amazing. The dialogue, it's like they're talking shit, but it's done at such a like graceful way, using scripture as well as like these interesting symbols and motifs from Shakespeare works, like combined with like that gritty Western frontier talk. So
what's that called?
Deadwood. I'll give you an example. It's a great show.
Well, she's got Roku, Fire Stick, and all that, so we'll get it.
Yeah. Let me just give you an example. I love how they talk. It's great dialogue. This is the main guy, Ian. What's his name? McInnes, I think that's his name. Let's see.
HBO series.
Yeah, HBO.
It was
Right,
Woo.
right.
Woo did it.
Who did- I mean, that wasn't necessarily an example of the the high tier language, but yeah, here's a better one. That was funny though. I love this show so much. I love The Sopranos, but this is my shit right here.
My
Swigeon is the greatest. This character, he's a dude from Chicago that ended up in Deadwood.
Al's got words. Welcome to fucking Deadwood. Can be combatant. Oh.
What were you doing? Cutting throats. I was asking whose flag you were under.
The famous Cocksuckers Brigade.
Is that so?
Command of the All Whore Detachment. Coffee! You don't stop dragging that fucking leg. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Swearingen. Excuse me. Change of light.
Pupils slow adjusting. Hope that don't owe to morphine.
No.
Anyhow, thanks for brushing against my prey. Mr. Doherty. Silas.
Damn.
Silas, lift your lid. Yeah, get a fucking haircut. Look like your mother fucked a monkey.
Ain't that fucking second shot, Merrick? I like my fucking liquor.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Wizard, he could be akin to you too.
It's a good way to hear God laugh.
Does look like me, doesn't
The
he?
moment we leave
Yeah.
the forest, Dan, it's all a giving up and adjusting.
Because opinion solicited does not equal one freely voiced.
No one gets
Hear that?
Wow.
I'm telling you, bro.
One question only. Will we of Deadwood be more than targets for ass fucking?
Clean somewhere where I can't see you.
That's some clear
Wow.
enunciation.
Words.
Clear.
Crazy horse man, that little bighorn bought his people on good long-term ass fucking. You do not want to be a dirt-worshipping heathen from this fucking point forward. Pardon my French.
Oh, I speak French.
Let's leave it all alone. I am stupidest when I try to be funny.
Good luck on the day's trade.
Well, I won't wish you luck, because I can tell you ain't the type that needs it. Saul Star, right? That's a Jewish name. Mine isn't, but nice to meet you, son, huh? Pleasure.
Wow.
The minute you come in my sight.
What the fuck?
You never seen this shit?
I like
That's
her
a-
top hat. That top
that's
hat's
Yeah,
good.
that's pretty.
That's
This
a
could be
fucking
your shit.
shit.
She's got a bustle, maybe, for lucky.
Good luck on the day's trade.
Well, I won't wish you luck, because I can tell you ain't the type that needs it. Saul Star, right? That's a Jewish name. Mine isn't, but nice to meet you, son, huh?
Pleasure.
Yeah. Marked you for an earner the minute you come in my sight.
Marked you with an earner.
You bastard.
You bastard.
Either Al got God or Dolly just.
Yeah, Deadwood for sure. Leopard print.
You know, I'm halfway thinking this
Yeah, see, I don't-
condition rather than alleviate.
Pause for a minute.
What's that, Wizard?
I don't watch this. You know, like I said, my entertainment is research.
For sure. Yeah.
Just from these clips, I got to tune in and start watching this. I got to check it out.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, if you're
appreciate
gonna if you're gonna watch, it's high tier entertainment, because entertainment just we say like this tames your energy, your inner god or whatever. But like, yeah, this is good though. I like it. Yeah. And then what she's doing right now, he has prostate cancer, I think, and she's massaging his prostate. He owns a whorehouse. That's his job in the saloon. He came from Chicago, and then made his mark in Deadwood, where there was a gold claim. I think it's like based on loosely real events and stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
It's really good.
Oh my God. Take it out. Take it out and move your fucking thumb. Why? If I was moving forward to get away from you, would you have fucking pursued me? Close your ass flap.
Close the ass flap.
The entire area of my fucking asshole is now one gigantic fucking throb. I have no idea what's transpiring in there.
Shall I suck your prick?
Please.
So why don't you do whatever you're going to do when you're not running your mouth off or cheating people out of what they earn by Christian work?
You don't want to be talking that way.
Oh, don't tell me how to talk in my own fucking place.
That's Sheriff Bullock.
Absolutely. That's
the
me
wizard
all the
right
way.
there. I'm telling you, bro. This is my gift to you guys today. Sheriff Bullock is the protagonist, the good guy right there, and this is the anti-villain Swearinger, who's actually complex good guy,
Cheating people
but
out
a
of what
motherfucker. Red.
they earn by Christian work.
You don't want to be talking that way.
Oh, don't tell me how to talk in my own fucking place. We teach a special sweeping technique here. Follow her lead.
Being cared for and made comfortable.
Just the doctor who does the barbering, the dentist, the medical, everything, psychologist. Back then, right? The doctor did everything.
Yep. And he traveled around.
Right.
Girls you put to the task, deduct your time.
And because of that shit, this guy was a big time alcoholic. I mean, he had to deal with everyone's bullshit all the time.
Time for my pay.
I get the bag of shit.
You get to care for a human being in his last extremity.
A human being in his last extremity is a bag of shit. Kill a rooster, Woo, and offer him of a sacrifice. Then start honing your weapons for tonight's demonstration. Let some fuck filthy from the mines, breath rotten from his broken teeth, piss reeking, shit stinking fuck every hole in your body.
What's the matter with you?
I lose patience with cunts too ignorant to know when their lot's improved. As dumb as your hands are, why do you continuously lick your fucking thumb?
Had it, I suppose.
Oh, E.B. Farnham. Remember him from This Is My Brother Larry? My Other Brother Larry? Newhart?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's him right there.
In a habit of licking a fucking stump? I want to know how the camp stands with the legislature. And don't give me this on the one hand and on the other hand. All right. Just say, this is the way I think it's going to be, because this several hands fucking shit don't help me, huh?
I'll boil things
Be over in a couple of hours. We got to form a government for the settlement. Who does? Us. You and me. Come to me in a vision. You stupid bastard.
The de facto warlord, Al Swearinger, teaming up with the print man. That's media with gangsterism. With gangsterism right there.
Yep. Publication, propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
To meet to discuss putting this organization together.
Beginnings of subliminal terrorism.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. This guy's George Hurst. That's a real character, right?
Yep.
Hurst. That's him. And then they talk about like the Pinkertons in this too.
Yeah.
And inquire. Simply assume.
Wells Fargo.
Right.
I would incorporate into my holdings the claim now owned by Mrs. Ellsworth.
So he came on the Deadwood because and then he wanted to buy up every claim, right? Just later on, season 1.
I am told that you can help me bring this about. Tell me how you will help.
As far as making your way into her, act averse to nasty language and partial to fruity tea.
Wow. The fruits you bear.
You got it. Oof.
We watched the speeches together. Yours was especially swell. I need to lean on you a bit. Don't you fucking look up.
Shall I go up again?
Hey, boys! What'd you think of the speeches, huh?
Go get the cocksuckers
Stay
now.
the fuck away from them, I'm having mine served.
He's hurt. He has to pretend like he's all good.
Cold. First one to touch me, I kill. Don't the decapitated deserve recreation, Chief? As much, if not more so, than those of us yet not dismembered. You fucking Chief.
are uglier than before. Well, you're also not a treat to the eyes.
There's a head in there.
Is that the fucking
Yep.
Reverend hiding by the
What I
back?
got out of that.
Has he explained his presence at all?
No, sir. But he ain't been trying to lead no lost souls to the Lord.
So there's that. Not wanting to give offense, would you mind me asking you to frequent another joint?
No, I understand.
Oh yeah, that was interesting. This preacher who really embodied the word came to town and this really wanted to help people, had a really good heart, but he was also I don't know what was, he had epilepsy or some MS or something going on that he was getting worse and worse and shit. He was hanging out at the bar. He's like, "Get out of my bar!" But this guy Swearinger, he even though he's a dickhead, he employs the untouchables, I guess you could say.
Huh.
This is a caste system.
Yeah.
Cloth slows business down, huh? Fucking pagan. Tell your God they're ready for blood.
Wow.
Damn.
You have to do a lot of things you don't fucking want to do. Many times, that's what the fuck life is. One vile fucking task after another.
Wizard, this sounds like you, bro.
Well, and that's a play on that thing about men make times tough, and tough times make men tougher. So whatever it is, it's a big circle.
Yeah. Yeah. This is played out right here. Yeah.
As long as you're not mad at me for making it look easy. No.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. One more here.
Drums and play your pipes merrily, and play a quick march as you carry me along, and blaze your bright muskets all over my coffin, saying, "There goes an unfortunate lad to his home."
Huzzah.
You. And that's that.
Wow, kind of like that story earlier. Squatch was telling about the two men in the facility.
You
enemy.
pick up quick.
Yeah.
You get it quick. You see the dynamic right there. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. There's a greater, because they came together, because there's even a greater evil than whatever they had in between each other. That Hearst man. Woo. That's fascism. What do they call that? Corporatism. Right there. In the flesh.
Yeah, the Hearst Castle in San Diego, isn't it? And there's this castle that the heir of
that's his family.
Yeah,
that's his family.
And she kept having them build the house.
No, you're thinking of my hometown, San Jose. You're thinking of Winchester Mystery House.
That's it. Yeah, I got him.
That's San Jose.
Yeah, that's crazy though.
Yeah, her husband was the Winchester rifle, and because of him, many people died. Some people say, right, of course, and she felt like the spirits of the Native Americans and just people that killed themselves on the frontier, they were infecting her house, so she had to keep building and building and building. Right?
Yeah, that's wild.
My house is right down the street from that place.
That's so cool. That's a cool sync. Yeah, I don't know why, but it seems like it's how the existence is a fractal. Certain things are very resonant of that same, event. It's like it echoes.
Right.
Yeah.
It does. It does. You see on different levels and stuff. Yeah. Look, I'm tripping out. That was Wizard on the screen, bro. You must have been watching your old streams or something. Wizard. That gets inspiration.
When was that?
No, I was just being kind of funny.
Oh,
I was saying the
yeah,
actor, yeah.
You're right. It does remind me a lot of me. Not just in the looks aspect,
But what he was saying though,
what
conviction,
he was saying, and the base foundation you get out of the way he was saying things was he was convicted, and like you said, it wasn't that he was a bad man. It's just that he had to do certain things for the better good or something. That's the way I look at it. That's why he was working with the actual deputy and having those drinks with them, letting them know they're not actually at war. They're working towards the same goal, and that's to keep the highest corruption down to its minimum.
You said it right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely Be peeking that out tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch it too. I mean, that brings back memories. Yeah. Because I mean, yeah, we all love The Sopranos. It's great. The Wire's great as well, epic. But there's something about the language in that and just the grittiness that I love. Yeah, it only had 2 seasons too. That was it. Yeah.
Deadwood.
Yeah, Deadwood. Yeah, 1 or 2 seasons, not very long.
I think this show is here 3 seasons, 36
Oh,
episodes.
3. Okay. Yeah. And people were wondering why why they didn't keep going because it was so great.
Well, here it says poor ratings, big budgets, beefs between the cast and showrunners.
So not because of not because of the viewership, but some
No.
internal stuff, huh?
That was only part of it. It says poor ratings and versus big budgets, and then of course beefs between the cast and showrunners would be because of those first two elements.
Yeah. Do you think it's because it doesn't get the viewers like The Sopranos and The Wire because it takes a certain amount of patience maybe at first to get into something like that?
Well, I think
people who aren't used to that.
Well, yeah, I think it takes people like yourself and I that see the underlying storylines and like you were saying, how they're mixing with the verses in the Bible and stuff. You know, I caught that nuance right away with the bearing of the fruits and everything. And, you know, I don't think people are used to being able to interpret things like that themselves, so they only hear it, they don't listen to it.
Yeah.
I had something like that happen earlier today I was watching this, it was a story of the Mayan story, the Popol Vuh. And it was like, whoa, I was like, that is like, there's some biblical stories in that too. I mean, it's like they have that flood story that's very, I mean, I think that definitely like adds some credence to, there was definitely a flood.
There's many cultures on to talk about the flood, huh?
Yeah, it was like a worldwide one too, 'cause that's South America, man. That's Yucatan Peninsula.
Yeah.
Tenochtitlan.
The one thing about the Noah story that gets me is that their people were partying and going to weddings and having festivals when they knew, when they were being told constantly that the shit's about to hit the fan.
Well, what would you do? I mean, if you couldn't do it.
Well, yeah, same thing we see today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except for it's not happening.
But she's being honest though, in a sense that like I'm not preparing like I probably need to do right now because I am trying to quote unquote enjoy the amenities and whatnot, and that would go with the whole partying and stuff. But I definitely know something's happening. It seems like the people Noah, they were just like laughing at his ass, be like, yeah.
It's better to know.
But yeah, shout out to the people in the chat. Oh, Leopard Prince back. She said, I went to the Winchester house. It's so cool. So the staircases go nowhere. They do. They'll go to a door. When you open it up, is a wall. It's a wall right there. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, it'll open up and there'll be like no staircase going anywhere. It's just like
exactly. I took that place for granted because it was like my backyard. I didn't realize till later on I left. I'm like, holy, this is a big deal.
There's some cool places in New Mexico like that too. I haven't been to yet.
Yeah. I really want to check that place out. Definitely. Thanks,
really
Hank.
cool
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, hi, Hank.
Yeah. And then Masuli. Yeah, happy birthday to me. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Happy birthday to the Marines out there. November 10th. This is their birthday too. Shout out to all the devil dogs out there. Marines. My brother Brian. Yep. 2 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
All our soldiers.
All the soldiers.
Yeah. I can't wait till war is done.
What you about
to
do?
War is done. I can't wait till war is done. Because
that's the one thing. Yeah, that's the one thing I get from Jack too. And everyone says it, and I said too, it's like, what are you talking about? Get rid of wars? How's that? Like, but that's the thing. Like, it's because more people don't think about that too. Is the reason why it seems impossible.
But
it's not. Yeah,
it's impossible. Some things are challenging, not impossible.
Just like I think it was. Right. Just like what Wizard was. I think Wizard, you said it, or Sasquatch, about the stuff that he says over and over. It gets embedded. You know, and that's one of the thing about in the big picture scheme of things is that whole getting rid of wars. You know.
Yep. And
Yeah.
that's inherently, I think, in most people's heart. They don't really want a war. You know,
No.
competitiveness oftentimes reaches to levels of war when we think about the international markets. This is why I think it's so much more important to get back to localizing your economies.
Yes. Your own sphere of influence. See what you can do there. Yeah.
Can change yourself first.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the true content creation comes in, is in the real world.
Or sometimes it happens like you get to prefabricate things in that dream realm. It's fun. It's like planning.
Hey, what's up, Ozo's back again. I think you gotta mute the your device or whatever. You're listening. I can hear the. Hey, what's up, man? I can hear the feedback. I think you're listening to something, right? On YouTube. Are you sure?
Oh, the TV's on?
Yeah. I hear.
Yeah,
Unless I have, I can throw my voice.
That's me right there.
Hello. Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Yo. Yeah, that's you. That's you.
I don't have nothing on though.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like I don't have no YouTube, no nothing on.
You guys hear it?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, you hear it. Try coming back on real quick. Thanks. Yeah, I had that happen before when you called. I wonder what that is if you don't have anything on. Weird. Oh, my conspiracy hat. Is someone
the
trying
echo
to fuck with our
cancellation.
stream? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was talking to you with the microphone muted.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, sometimes it does. You'd be amazed how often like people just figure things out and I don't even have to tell them. It's awesome.
Look at this. It'd be Tame in the Swearinger. That's it. That character in Deadwood, the wizard's avatar. It says, "I'm not high enough for this relentless twattery." I like that.
Twattery.
I didn't say that right. I gotta practice
Twattery.
that. What's up, Elzo?
What up?
You good? Okay, good.
Yeah, that's
Much better.
That's
Much
good.
better.
Yeah. So how's it going, my friend?
Chill. Is you still birthday celebrating over here?
Yeah,
man?
it's still going on. I was actually about to get winded down because I gotta go. I literally have to correct some essay right now. Some essays, man. I have a weird schedule. I have Sunday and Tuesday off. So even though I had yesterday off, I gotta have class today, and then I'm off tomorrow. So I wanted to get the stream in from my friends and fam in the Northern America because yesterday was actually my birthday.
Yesterday. So you're in Taiwan, right?
I'm in Taiwan, yeah. 13 hours ahead of you, or 12 hours. The East Coast. Yeah.
The rising sun, baby. Yo,
That's it,
listen,
man.
so how old is your old ass?
No, I mean, to comparatively, yeah, it's comparative, but yeah, hashtag 47.
Ooh wee.
Yeah.
Dang, wisdom in the building. All
Me
right.
too.
Yeah.
We were born the same year. So haha.
Same year.
I'm
Fire
a
snake.
Listen, I'm 45, but I'm a grandfather, B. I don't think you're on my level.
I don't think so. Not in that case, yeah. I got a 6-year-old, bro. I started late.
I got a 226-year-olds, B. Like what you say?
Holy shit. Yeah. He said he got 2, not just 1.
Yeah, I got a 28 and a 25-year-old. So
wow, you guys are matching up right there.
No grandkids though.
So, but check it out though. So, other than grandkids, there's amazing things in life though. At the end of the day, right? So, as an adult growing up, some people, I feel like, it's not, psychedelics ain't for everyone. You know what I mean? And some people are level-headed enough that I feel that psychedelics are not for goofiness or to go hang out with the people or to go do something stupid. It's like if you take a shamanistic approach to it, or John Hopkins University approach to it, and you sit down and you have the time and the space to do it, I think it's an amazing journey to do at least once in the life, once time, or at least once a year or whatever, never. But sometimes things like this, man, it's like if you never had sex in life, fine. Life ain't all about sex. But for someone to explain it to you or to try to give you a description of it, it's impossible. You have to experience that for yourself. So
Right.
psychedelics is similar on that level. You have to experience it to see
Yeah,
how
because
it,
if you don't, you sound like what's his name, Steve Carell in 40-Year-Old Version when they asked him, "How was it like having sex with that lady?" Where he goes, "Her breast felt like a bag of sand." like obviously, you never touched a real breast. Yeah,
I'm
you
done.
don't know what he's talking about, bro. Right?
But
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. I'm over here just smoking this. Don't mind me.
What are you smoking on?
Bud,
You
fool.
smoke a Leary pack?
Huh?
A Timothy Leary pack?
Nah.
Look at Wizard. Look at Wizard's blowing one up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a 420.
True.
Keith, man. It's called Smoke Dog. I know Zeph be smoking too, huh? He's smoking.
Yeah, check it out. Let me show you I got a mushroom, like a
Let's
1-up
see.
mushroom. Like, look at him. It's like,
true.
Yo, look at that.
yeah, I
Did you
just
make
got,
that?
No, we just got it. It's like, and it's got like the rechargeable. It's battery.
Uh-huh.
You know, like, woo.
That's dope. You got
regular.
what's Keith at? Look at that device. Yeah.
I just blowed
Oh, look at
smoke in
that.
the screen.
That's dope.
Ever since I was
That
in
looks
the
like
ever since I got into accident, right, and I had my collapsed lung.
with the fucking Gandalf fucking pipe on the end of it. That's dope.
It's crazy, right? They was giving me this thing to use to blow on, like
The ball thingy.
it's like this thing that the level goes up and it shows how much breath you're blowing into it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
I'm the best at that. Oh, I love it.
They wanted me to go like cough into it, right? So I'm like, listen, man, I could do this exercise by just smoking some bud and just coughing up, and my lungs will get right back to normal. So, but ever since my lung collapsed and it was recuperated, I kept smoking weed right after, and it's never been the same. I just cough every time I smoke, but nobody likes a quitter. So,
You probably just have some
Yeah.
spark tissue, like a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you guys, I've got another bong I use for that specific reason, brother. Let me pull it up. This here is a medicinal bong from Mother Nature. Pine tree oil. And it's just a bottle, and I've got a little hole in there so I can put a straw in there, and it acts just like a bong.
So pine tree oil is the filter, right?
No, that is the filter. It's the bong. You don't use a filter in the bong, do you?
No.
So,
What I'm saying is in the
I
bong.
see. Yeah, the oil in the bong is the filter. Yes. So when you breathe in,
nice and piney. That's fire.
And you do it just like a bong hit.
Yep.
Those fine resin particles that get activated when it percolates in that oil carry into your lungs and help lubricate your lungs, which is why you cough. It's a stage of emphysema where your lungs, the coating and lining in your lung is drying out. So the oil helps keep it lubricated, and it's natural. It's got natural terpenes that help fight off any kind of virus, bacteria, things like that. Great stuff.
Oil.
I wonder if you could do that.
Natural healer for almost everything. Bee stings, sores, cankers, everything.
I wonder if you could do that with copal, like the resin, that they burn for incense in Mexico. The copal, it's like the blood sap from the trees. I wonder if you could do that. If you could
something similar, right?
That's like honey and syrups from your trees. Those are all good, solid antiviral, antibacterial nutrients.
Yeah, sap is really good to put on your cuts too. Like it hurts, but yeah, pine sap.
The rabbit hole opens, like that makes it, because water is a very simple filter for a water bong. Obviously, that's what you use. The smoke travels through the water and it filters any debris that's in the smoke, and then you get the clean smoke that comes out the water. Same thing with the pine he's using. So there's probably other compounds you could put in there and get.
Yeah, you could probably put ice in one of those ice bubblers too, like the bubble bongs that have the little plates. Those are cool. And they hold the ice up,
Yeah.
and then you can breathe the cool air through the bubble.
Oh yeah, that
And
feels
it'd be a
good.
little harder because of the oil, but cool smoke is better.
Hey Ozo, could you send a text to True if he's available to come through? Real quick, if you don't mind. Yeah. That's why I met Ozo on the psychedelic True Life Stories. I don't know if you guys ever seen that channel. Big psychedelic channel.
Yeah, I used to be on with
Oh, yeah,
Deoxy
you know him.
and Arrowhead and stuff like that. Yeah, we watched lots of
Mhm.
videos of that.
Yeah.
It's cool. I love those stories. Some of them are crazy. I
Trip
have a few
reports,
on there. Yeah, I have a few trip reports out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I did a dream study too, because like I do like psychedelic dream stuff. Yeah.
The themes I've talked to Ozo, we had quite a few good talks on my other channel, Test Stream 88, and like, bro, like the themes we come up with is a Sasquatch. Shout out to Sasquatch, right? Trees as intergalactic spaceships, right? That was the one. The last one we did. That was a trip, yeah. And then what else?
I know about dryads.
Yeah.
Like tree spirits, yeah.
You know the metaphor, I forgot who it was, some science dude was talking about in your mind, in your brain, metaphorically speaking, there's a mansion, right? Empty mansion. Let's say it's an empty mansion. You haven't moved in yet. But if you move into this mansion, you can put any room you want and just recognize the fact that
You guys done with talking shit about me from before?
Wait.
Yeah? You done with that
Nobody-
shit, NPC? You done with that shit?
Wait, hold on.
You done with
Hold
that
on a
shit?
second. Wait, hold on
You
a
done with
second.
that
Hold on.
shit? You
Hold on
done
a
with the
second.
fuck ganging up on me? You think that shit's cool, bro?
Hold on. Be quiet for a second. First of all, Ozo was talking, and you come in here talking shit. I get it. You got a point of contention. You're angry. You're worked up. But probably if you would have, excuse me, Ozo, real quick. Probably if Eternal, if you would have just stayed and talked to us when you had a point of contention instead of just leaving and
From the
blabbering
beginning,
to.
I told Jack from the morning because I was talking
Well,
to him.
how'd you take a? How'd you get the fucking?
I'm
Hold
literally
on. Let
trying
me.
to-
Hold on for a second. Like you had a point of contention over here. You go over there on live. I get all these messages like you're talking shit about me in my channel, my panel. So of course I'm gonna say like, what the fuck's going on? You know,
And
saying false narratives to Jack, saying I was talking shit to him when I wasn't.
And I arrived right whenever she left. Like,
And
yeah.
can I point
Right.
something out here too? That's a
Ozo's like
masculine.
drama.
That's a masculine move, and if you really want a masculine man to respect you, you step properly into your feminine role. But coming in here and on somebody else's panel, no matter male or female, and asserting your position as being dominant and running your yap as if though nothing else matters, that's a dumb move.
Well, so I couldn't say it any better. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Now, we'll let you. Of course, we're going to let you talk, but not if you're going to be like that. Because I mean, I'll give you one. Just be civil, okay? I get it. You're angry, and I'm sorry if I made you angry, or you think I'm talking shit or whatever. Hello, are you ready?
Yeah.
Well, yes. What do you have to say? Going once, going twice.
Can I just like catch my breath for a second? Like, don't give me that shit. Just let me just center myself, because obviously I am upset, bro. Like, me and you were good, bro. Like, I didn't even know where the fuck this shit came from. You slide diss me though. You slide diss me.
Diss you? I'm talking about
No,
addressing the fact that you're.
Before at the beginning, I felt.
Hmm?
Let me just say my piece. You guys are quick to like. Let me say my
Well,
piece.
you're
Yeah?
talking to me. You're talking to me here.
Yes,
Leave
but
them out of it.
you
Let's
did.
go.
I felt like you slide diss me. Yeah, you slide diss me. You trying to pull me up for being a slutty up on your shit when I told you exactly how the fuck I am. But you didn't tell me that privately when we were having conversations. You don't want to pull me up on that shit. But then when we're up on this, you want to try and put one on me to make me feel like shit. Are you jealous because I called your friend hot and you can't handle that?
What you?
I
What do you
called
have to
his
say to
wife
me?
hot earlier.
I mean, I call your friend hot, and then you get defensive, and you slide diss me, calling me a slut up on your shit, when you know that's how the fuck I am. I can't help that. I can't help that I'm comfortable around you, and I'm just expressing my divine feminine. I can't help that. But with Jack, it was a whole different thing. It was like a respectful sort of presentation of my knowledge. I wasn't like obviously within time of me getting to know him more and stuff, then I would have been cool. But you and me, like, we're at that point where like you're like my bro, but like you're trying to come at me and disrespect me and then put me on blast and make fun of me and make all these people have these opinions on me. I've done nothing but show everybody love. I've done nothing but show everyone fucking love.
May I say something?
This shit is crazy.
May I say something? If you honestly think he's your brother, then he would stand up for helping you look good and not bad. And all he did was state a distinction between your behavior on this panel and Jack.
Crazy.
You took that to heart, and he was trying to point it out to
He
you
should
to
have
help
told me
you.
privately. He should have told me
You
privately if he
did
had
it
a problem with that.
publicly. You did it publicly.
Yeah, there was no time.
But what do you? I'm sorry, but like, what did I do that was so bad? My representation on that shit was still me being me. Like, I have multi layers to myself. I can be bubbly, I can be serious. Like, it just depends on the vibe, bro. Like, the fuck you coming at me? Like I get it. Like, if you don't like the way Gabe, listen, man, if you don't like the way I act on your panel, you have so much time to privately message me. You have my email. You could have definitely told me this. I would have respected you, and I would have said, no worries. Sorry about how I've been acting. I will not do that again. You did not for a second privately tell me this, but you want to say it publicly to humiliate me. That's how I felt. It was a slide diss. I don't care about anybody else and their opinions in the sense, because it's what I'm putting up with. It's what I'm feeling. It's how I interpret the situation. He has every time in the world to quickly hit me up a message and be like, look, pipe down when you're on my shit. I don't want you acting like that. And I would have said, bet. Too easy. Nah, you want to try and like... You didn't like, you guys don't even know me in that sense too, bro. Like, I'm telling you, I'm multi-dimensional. Like, you guys don't understand that. Like, I'm not just, do you know what I mean? Like, I have a masculine side. You come at me. We'll throw blows. But you know what I mean? Like,
that's the problem. That's the problem. You're so damn aggressive. You're pushing men away just with your aggression.
Bro, you guys ganged up on me before, laughing at me. You had my video up there, and you're calling me this, you're calling me that. Well, look, Zypher, like, I'm not going to say nothing to you because I love you. Even though you want to say that I have insecurities, that's fine. Like,
I think you do, but that doesn't mean I don't love you.
Honestly,
and I don't think you're
I
capable
don't
of
have
changing.
insecurities at all. I do not have any I have nothing to be insecure about at all.
All right.
But the thing is, I have a heart.
Then why are you fighting so hard for this little insignificant
Because
thing?
I don't want people to misinterpret like my intentions, my pure fucking intentions.
But they might. And you have to accept that sometimes.
Yeah, what, and gang up on me and talk shit?
No, they were just ribbing you.
You were part of it though. You jumped up too.
I wasn't even there for that. I just said,
why'd you jump up too, man? Like, you didn't have my back. You didn't say like that's...
I did.
No,
if you chat.
Well, I appreciate that, but like, Gabe should have done that too, bro, and he should have came to me privately and like...
Well, now
Here's
that they
thing.
know...
Hold on.
It hurt, man, because I got mad love for you, and you fucking know that.
See, this is an example of real life. And even though the panel works, I love you guys and all that, it's second to real life. My son needed my help, so I had to stop what I was doing and go take care of him. This is a lesson all of us can learn. You know?
Hey, yo,
So-
listen, Mexican though, what did this girl really do though? Because at the end of the day, right, I feel like she's a little stressed out because she feels like she's being ganged up on. But you do these live streams and you have a lot of people on the panel. So I feel like she got a nice voice and she sounds like, I would hear a story if she was saying it.
She's
But
beautiful.
Thank you.
No, she did. She did. This is what the thing is.
Yeah, but you should have
the
told
last,
me that.
Hey, hold on. He asked me a
Please, babe,
question.
like you should have told me. I know, but you should have told me privately that you don't want me talking about my personal problems. Please, bro. Like you had every fucking opportunity to say that shit to me, but then you fucking want to come on this shit and then like humiliate me, make me feel like I'm less than a person than I am. Like, why'd you do that, bro? Like, why'd you and then you made everybody gang up on me and shit. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, obviously, I'm gonna go to Jack because like he seems to have my back. You don't have.
See that? Here's the thing. That's the problem right now. You're just thinking from your point of view. I'm listening to what you have to say, right?
Bro, you
but as soon
literally
as you hold on, I'm talking. As soon as you had a problem, you go running over there instead of just talking to me about it. And none of this shit probably would have happened. But it's good that it happened because we can take off these fake personas and talk like real men and women. You know what I'm saying? So
who you calling fake?
everyone's fake. You, fucking me sometimes.
Bruh,
Probably all these people.
I'm not fake for shit.
You ever heard of the word persona? It means a mask.
They're all
That's what
me.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, but listen, I ain't fake for shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you tell it. You don't want to listen to anybody else. Obviously, if people are saying stuff about you, whether you like it or not, there might be something to listen about.
I don't need people running lip. I don't need that shit. I don't need that shit.
And that's what you did. That's exactly what you did when you had a bro. Yeah, then why are you here then? Here's the thing. You had an issue with what I was saying on the panel, and you as soon as you just leave, do this fake shit. Love you, instead of just fucking talking to us. You go over there and start making a lie. You say a lie saying that NPCs talking shit. I can replay it. Everyone heard it. He said NPCs talking shit about you. No, I wasn't about Jack. Not at all. You know, so that's what my issue is with what you, and that's why I was like, fuck, I've given you like at least 2 of my streams to listen to what you have to say, which I want you to help you solve it, but you don't want to listen, you know? So that's why I asked you, why do you act a certain way there? Like higher consciousness and whatnot. But here you want to shake your ass and like hit on all my panel members, you know?
That's a reasonable
and
question. If you asked me that, I would be like, I'm not hitting on anybody.
That's what's going on.
I'm not.
You're not, yeah. And if you were, you do subtle, and that's good. That's graceful.
Well, and I'm also 47.
Also, that's what's going on.
I'm not like
I let this woman like
So.
come on and like share her piece numerous times.
Yo, listen, remember we was gonna have a discussion and I told you about my pops, my pop dukes. My pop dukes is host. Like I wasn't raised by my pops, right? So when I came around my pops, I was already like 16. I'm already like Wile E. Coyote. He couldn't control me, but he was like a host all the time, throwing parties all the time, doing stuff. And he would send me to go entertain people, go entertain these people, go entertain that lady's daughter over there, go entertain this person. And it wasn't no choice of what I had to do. I had to go over there and do it. And I learned to talk to people and like, to the women, to entertain different women all the time. And
that's cool.
It was just something that I had to do. And now with my son, I do the basic same thing, but it's like different with my son. I'll be like, yo, come through, and I expect him to be a gentleman and stuff like that. But he's a little different. He just be like, you feel me? It's just a different age, you know what I'm saying, of kids and the way they talk and the way they do stuff or whatever. But I don't know, man. Like I tend to, I don't argue with women. Like, you know what I mean? I don't.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not trying to do that either.
No, I know you're not. I'm
really
not saying
don't.
anything about. I don't know nothing about what's going on. I'm just saying me.
Okay.
I don't I don't raise my voice and try to do none of that stuff because it's like I'm good. Like I'll listen to what you're saying and I'll try to switch what's going on because I will get into problems with my pops over not accommodating to someone's emotional whatever's going on with them.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So until then, I try to make them laugh somehow try to switch up the conversation somehow. Like so, it helped me in my future though. As a grown ass man, it's easy for me to make people laugh because I say some shit that is left field that has nothing to do with what's going on. You know what I mean? But I mean, I don't want anybody to feel like that because I know you're a cool dude and you always be holding space for people and shit like that. You feel me?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I hear you. You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate you recognizing it. Yeah. And she actually wanted to know who you were. She said that when you left, she said you made her wet. I think that was the word she said.
I'm dead.
Which is good, but I'm not trying to fucking let people like try to get at people that are when they already have a significant other. Do that somewhere else, bro. I don't promote that type of shit. Where'd he go? He left. Hello?
Yo,
Yeah. What's up?
look, let me just tell, please, just listen to me. So why don't you just tell me this privately? If you don't like the way I act on your shit, why do you want to tell people this and humiliate me in a sense? You can just tell me and I would have your back, bro. I would be like, look, I'm sorry that I act like that. I'll pull myself up. I won't be like that. I won't be like my crazy self. Like I won't show that side of me. Like you can just tell me that, bro. Like you don't need to like
I was trying to do that, but you didn't listen. I was telling you
no.
gracefully the fact that like
In
I asked you a
email.
question and you never asked me.
In email, you have my private email. We spoke yesterday. I wished you happy birthday. You were the first thing on my mind when I woke. You were the first thing on my mind when I woke up. Okay, and I thought of you. You could have straight away said to me, if you had a fucking problem with me, you should have told me that shit. You should have told me that shit. You should have told me that.
I don't have a problem with you. It's just your actions sometimes, and
You got triggered.
I'll take.
You
Oh,
got
of course,
triggered when I called.
bro. You fucking with me on my birthday, man. Like, not that it gives me the right if I hurt you. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, but I'm gonna fucking.
I was being myself, and I feel like you got triggered, and then you like.
Of course, everyone gets triggered. That's the thing. Like people, you can't get triggered by things.
Look,
Huh?
the thing is, Gabe, how many times have I been on Jack's platform? One time. That was a set up thing. That was like an interview vibe. What are you talking about, bro? Like, obviously, if I was going to be continually on there, obviously, I would be my bubbly, like, self. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't pull me up for that one time when me and you have, like, a friendship.
No, I enjoyed that, what you were doing over there.
Well, thank you.
I enjoyed when you come over here, too.
Okay,
I did say that. If you listen, I said that before. I said she was spitting fire.
Told me.
I said that on the broadcast.
And I never knew that I never knew that you had a problem with how I was because you never pulled me up on that. You never said don't.
I said it all the time on the broadcast. Like it's just not in so many words. I guess my only fault. I will apologize that I wasn't brutally honest with you.
Tell me in private. Tell me you have a problem with me in private, please. Tell me.
It's not you. It's the way you were moving. But yeah, I'll remember that. I learned from that.
Like if you don't like my personality, then just tell me. Just tell me straight up. Just tell me. Just say like you act like a slut. I don't like it. Can you not act like that? All right, bet. I will make sure.
No, I'm not gonna. No, my thing is like I actually like that. It's just that not on my platform. You know what I'm saying?
That. You like
no,
that.
Of course. No, not necessarily you per se, but when a woman's being who she is, and that's you, you called yourself a slut. Yeah.
Yeah, I can be.
That's good.
Slutty. I can't help that your friend's hot and he made me wet. Like, who gives a fuck? So what?
Well, who talks like that though? You talking like that on this? You're talking. I already told you. Hold on.
But you know what? I never said wet. The thing is, I never said that.
You did say wet. I heard you.
I never said that.
You're lying again. Just like you said, you told Jack I was talking shit. Everyone heard it. I heard it. You know what I'm saying?
Cool. Then I did. Well, I can't help that. I'm sure guys' dicks get hard when they see me too. I'm sure guys' dicks get hard when they see me. That's how life works.
See, that's what I mean. Like, that's all this, the way you're talking. Like, you already told you told me what you wish I would fix. calibrate
Okay,
myself. And I said, okay, you make a good point. I should have talked to you in private.
Yeah,
But
you
I'm
should
not
have.
telling you, and you're still talking like that. So it's like, bro, you don't even listen to. I'm listening to what you have to say.
But yeah, we're literally having a conversation though. Like we're just bringing up what happened, right? Ongoing, that I will take in consideration that I won't express myself within that form. If you want me to come in another sense, and that's cool. Like I get it.
I just want to just be respectful. I have a wife. Everyone has their different way they do relationships and what,
Cool,
like,
man. But you
like,
know what? Like this shit ain't for me anyway. Like I'm fucking done. Like this
well,
shit
that's
ain't
good.
for me.
Maybe it works because that way you can really do what you need to do, because this is a distraction, almost
Yeah.
like a luxury.
Yeah, no worries.
All right then. Good luck.
I'm still talking to you, bro. I haven't left.
I'm about to shut it down in a second though. But no, but on the real, I'm not used. That's why this is the conundrum of this whole internet shit. Like normally I would never have these type of interactions. It's all peace and love and stuff, but there's something about not seeing the person in flesh where we get a little bit, or we get a little bit feel like we're feeling ourselves and shit. And
technically,
yeah, I was triggered. And I apologize.
Yeah, no,
for coming across like being a dickhead.
You ganged up on me. You straight up ganged up on me, calling
It
me.
could have been worse. You
bitch.
could thank what's his name, Sasquatch, to say like, hey, just listen to what she has to say. And I did, and I was trying.
You were straight up ganging up on me, man. And then London had to chime in. He got off straight quick when you guys stopped talking about me. He quickly did that shit, and that's
Because
terrible.
maybe he has some points of contention with you as well.
That is terrible. I've done nothing but show him love and appreciation. He was the one that got weird on me. I done nothing. He loves this shit. All of you love this shit because you don't want to see a bitch win. You don't.
Oh, come on, don't go there. That's that
because no
boss
one
bitch
has.
weird shit.
No
Like,
one
don't go there. Of course, I want you to do good. I want you to do good, but
No, you don't.
okay, I don't. Then I'll let you. What the point of having a discussion when you're telling me what I'm saying? You're speaking for me.
Because I feel like you don't.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't. My fucking baby daddy hasn't. Nobody fucking wants to see me win. And I try and come up here and I try and express myself. And what the fuck? Like, this shit just gets blown up in my face. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Sometimes we just need to slow down.
Straight up, I thought you had my fucking back.
And I still do. It's just that sometimes some things are harsh. Some lessons are harsh.
Nah, man, you straight up, all you guys just ganged up on me. That's whack. That's so whack.
I have you here now. Trust me, if I really didn't care about you, I would not even return any of your calls or texts or messages. However, I don't like hurting people's feelings. I don't like when people do it to me, even when I need to get my feelings hurt or be seen, be shown truth that could help me better myself.
Like
Go ahead.
I thought you were like a friend, man, and that's why I was just acting like myself. Like I didn't mean to like disrespect like anything, like I was just really just being myself, and I thought like I thought like this was a safe a space where
It is a safe place. You can, but with certain respects, and this is new to me. I never had really no fly ass like dime pieces like on my stream, so this is new to me. I'm usually like just a normal guy.
Sorry.
Normal, awesome guy.
You were literally dissing me though. You were like,
yeah, I was. What did I say?
She thinks this, like, but you know that, like, I'm not, man. Like, that's fucked up.
There are probably truths there, but the way I said it, at least what I see it, maybe it's not like that because you know who you are better than I.
Cool, Godheart. Don't even try and say shit about. Man, I wish I can just see all you in person, like. Oh, slap the fuck out of most of you, for real.
Wow. Not me, because I wouldn't give you no static.
No. See, I can't even say what I want to say to you because I'm not allowed. It's cool.
Wow.
I mean, you can say like just keep it PG.
Do shit. No, but that's the thing.
You know why? You know why? Because
I'm not fucking PG.
listen,
I'm not PG.
listen.
You know that.
Well, that's pretty bad that you can't do that when someone's asking you.
You could
as a
say what you
host.
want to me, but not on the live stream because there's other people involved. Maybe side note, like you feel me, like maybe in the Discord or something like that we could talk
I
because
don't
I'll be.
I don't have a Discord. I have email. Give me your email and I'll hit you up.
Hey man, I just
the whole world's about to get my email.
No, on the private.
Why do you get everyone's email though when you come on my show?
Because I cannot talk to anybody like otherwise. Why do you have a
You
problem
mean
with
like
that?
a sexual?
I can't make friends. I can't make friends. I can't make friends. You don't want me to
That's
make friends, Dave?
the term friends is very loosely. We talked about this before on
I
my
am
broadcast.
literally not trying to do shit but make
fuck
friends.
buddies.
He's not in Australia though.
That's
I
true.
would love to go to Australia, yo. I want to go on a
Look at this guy.
walkabout, yo. I've been wanting to go on
I'm not
Australia.
trying to fuck
You ain't trying
anybody.
to
I'm
walk?
literally trying to make friends.
No, listen, literally, like I wanted to go on a walkabout for
Literally,
years.
like what the fuck?
Of course, you're free to get whoever's email. I'm just,
You're from
No,
Australia.
I'm just looking at the
because
situation.
you get triggered. Even before when I called him
I get
hot,
triggered.
he got triggered.
Of course. Come on, I'm
Like-
not one of these guys. Like, no, you'll never trigger.
because
Fuck it, it's a
probably
real
want me to
person.
say that
I don't
about
give a
you.
fuck.
You probably
Huh?
want me to say that about you, and
Of
I
course.
would.
This is a good dude. This is you might. I shouldn't even say this shit. This is the
Maybe you're
thing.
jealous.
Oh man.
Oh, of course, to a certain extent. I have to be honest. I'm even jealous. No
But you
homo.
know I
Let's
would,
shut
like-
up. Shut up while I'm talking for a second. I'm trying to give you props, but you won't let me because you keep running your yap. Damn. Shit.
Let's fucking make up. Let's fucking make up.
Hey. All right, but listen, you liked it, huh? But no, the whole thing is like even with my friends, like my good friend always talk about Brian the Leo. I hadn't seen him in years. We've been friends since fucking 9th grade. Like blood brothers. When you introduce me to a new friend, I hate that friend, and that's stupid. But it's just like the jealousy in me is a thing where it's like, I know this person first. It's stupid, and I get it, and I'm learning from that shit. So yeah, you're right, a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm not jealous in this fact that like I want to do. I already have what
My
a
daughter's
beautiful
sleeping.
situation.
Go fuck yourself. That
Anyway.
Godheart needs to go fuck him or herself. We don't even know what sex you are. You
I don't even know what it
weirdo.
is.
You fucking weirdo.
Definitely a good show contributor to that, but keep it PG. She's coming. She came here. She's keeping it G, as we say.
Yeah,
You
bro.
know?
I'm been
Yeah.
in G, bro. I have so many
No, but
layers
this with the situation. Yeah, you do. The situation. So do I. The situation does help me because I do. I was talking about like in my video about Mr. Nice Guy. It is what I try to be, and I think a lot of us try to do is we try to do this persona where we say things and try to act like we can never do no wrong, when in fact we're probably always fucking up. It's just a matter of how much. And this situation has taught me, like, bro, just be a little bit more careful about the way you react, and also, how you handle
because
shit.
you guys were having a fucking field day with me. Like I don't know why. Like that was retarded. You were so quick to pull me up and just laugh at me and fucking humiliate me. Like I won't forget.
What do you mean
that.
pull you up to laugh at you?
I will not forget that shit. Trust me.
It's good. That's why you never know. Yeah. Maybe
you
hopefully
never
it'll
know.
make you a better person.
You never know. Like you can't trust nobody, bro.
Right. But you can't trust nobody. But here's the thing. At least the way I see it, deep down, I already have a knowing that like everyone's no, obviously everyone, but yeah, you are a great person and whatnot. But it doesn't mean that I don't get annoyed or triggered by things. Just like you could get annoyed and triggered by the shit that I do.
Yeah.
This was a situation where it blew up, and we never would have got here if you didn't go over there and talk your shit, and then I didn't talk my shit over here, but we're here now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You talked more shit about me though. I didn't really talk shit about you that much at all.
Well, that's how I do it. Like if someone brings a knife to a fight, I'll bring a gun.
I put a knife to a bitch throat once.
What happened?
Nah, like I.
You don't have to answer that.
Where you located at in Australia?
What?
Where you at in Australia?
Yeah, Sydney. Come find me.
Damn.
Does it come find me?
See, don't
Look
get
beautiful. I
triggered,
shouldn't even talk
gay.
about that shit.
Don't get
Nah,
triggered,
but-
No. You're doing
Yo,
the bid.
listen,
I see it. I see it.
nah, at the end of the day, right? Like I don't I would love to
You
travel
would make
out there.
beautiful babies though, probably.
I don't know anybody out there. And this is the first person that I would be like, yes, I would go out there to
Give
sit
me
meet.
your email. You haven't even
Oh
given
my
me your
god.
email. What the fuck?
You can do it in the back. I can't believe I'm fucking being a moderator for this shit. Hey, Yozo, if you want to give her you can do it in the back chat.
Yeah, give me
The
your
private chat.
email.
All right,
Just
I
be
don't even
warned,
know.
bro.
Woo! See,
What?
something
Be
good
real.
came out of
Succubus.
Oh,
today.
okay.
Look at this girl. Oh my god.
You
Don't
love
open your
it.
email.
Loki,
Do it
you
privately,
love
Ozo. If you get an
Loki,
email from
you love
Eternal,
it. Loki, you love it.
make sure you're in a secluded place. That should
Loki, you love
be a
it.
lot.
Oh, shut up.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh man, listen. At the end of the day, though, Australia's. You ever
Gabe,
heard of
are you Loki in love with me?
what they call you?
Oh
What they
my
call you?
god.
Eternal?
He ain't gonna answer that.
I think Gabe's in love with me. Everybody.
What do they call you?
I love everyone in my chat, especially my panel
My
members.
name's Eternal, babe.
All right,
What's your
Eternal.
name?
Listen, you ever
What's
heard
your
of
name,
Gimpy
Daddy?
Gimpy? You ever heard of Gimpy Gimpy?
Pappy. Mm.
She did a poppy on you. Oh, look at that, Ozo.
Listen,
This
You guys
motherfucker.
can't bring me down. I'll come back up.
Oh shit.
I don't
Look
give
at
a
this
fuck.
unreal. Come on, unreal.
Straight up, you guys think you can get rid of me, tear me down, make me feel less than myself? I'll come the fuck back. And you know what? I don't care. Like if people want to diss me or anything, I know my worth. I know I'm dope as fuck. If you fuck with me, you're a real one. If you don't fuck with me, you whack as fuck.
Where'd he go? Oh, you didn't give a chance to give him your. Anyway.
Come back. Come back.
Oh, his shit's in there.
Come back. Come back to me. Yeah, so Gabe's secretly in love with me. I think we figured it out today.
Please, there's some false narratives, man. No.
No.
Why
It's
does that have to be
alright, I love you
secretly?
too. Secretly, I love you too, though.
Okay.
That's why we had our first argument.
Oh my god. Yeah. It took 7 years for me and my wife. That's a long time, huh?
Yeah.
And now we're on 12. Almost.
That's dope.
But that's crazy, right? What would it take for us?
It took
like a
us
month?
what? Like a
Just speeding this shit up, huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Anyway. Oh my! I gotta go. Don't do that again. No. It's too much. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Take yourself
Yes,
together.
sir. Please.
Mwah. Love to everybody. Oh, Daddy's back.
He has the echo.
Oh, again?
Not the Esco.
Talk to me.
Echo? You said?
There's an echo. Hey, if you go to settings, there's an echo consolation.
Yeah, everyone
Ozo?
was like dissing me about it. They're like, "Oh, you're," and even you,
not
NPC.
Yeah, because I let it go on like for fucking 5 streams. It's annoying.
Wow.
I didn't know you could press the button though. I told you fix that shit. Didn't
Bro,
I say
did.
that?
It's not me though. What do you mean? Like
It's not doing it
obviously-
now.
Obviously, I fucking checked it.
What about me? I got
Anyway.
echo?
Yeah, you do. If you go to hold on, Eternal, please.
What if I just
go
hang up?
to the settings and go to audio,
All right.
and it'll say echo cancellation.
Let me see.
We got about 2 minutes left though.
Why can't we just talk privately after?
I got a job, a career. I'm gonna go my main mission.
Better? You hear me better?
No.
Man, I just gotta get up out of here and come back.
Time to go.
Hold on, I'll come right back.
Okay. I love the comment from Zephyr. I love slapping you. Did I read that right?
I love being slapped when I'm getting fucked.
Hey, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Leopard Prince
can't-
with the
I
comment.
literally can't help
This
myself.
is all a psyop to get you to get your channel so you can get 1 million subs and make
Yeah.
fucking 4,000. What is it? What is
And
it?
you're not
Sasquatch said, listen,
welcome. And you're not
40,000 a month.
welcome. And then you're not going to be welcome because I'm going to remember how you dissed me.
That's fine. I have my own tribe. That's fine. You can be like, we can be like, oh, she was a tribe member, a pivotal founder,
Nah.
a founding
nah,
father,
Nah.
not a founding woman.
Nah.
All right.
Nah.
That's fine. But you don't even have a fucking grape to stand on. Where's your
Listen,
channel?
I'm going to get a phone. Chill. I'm going to
You
have
said
my
that
own
like
shit.
3 days ago.
No, because obviously I need to get money from my mom to do that.
All right.
You want to go
What's your
give
mom
money
too? I want to see what she looks like. I told you
Excuse
that
me?
last time.
No. She's
Leopard
hot.
print, what's up? Okay, we'll take your word for it.
Duh. What do you... Duh.
Oh, duh me. Leopard. Oh, that's good, Elzo. Just enough for the conclusion of the show.
Yeah.
Conclusion of the show. Jeez.
Do you have your
Oh,
own
tomorrow,
channel?
Elzo, tomorrow.
Tomorrow was up.
Tomorrow, his channel is our channel or my channel. So he goes on a couple channels, right, Ozo?
Yeah.
I've been in Discord, you know what I'm saying?
She was in our Discord, but she had to bounce. You know, she
I
had
had to bounce. Yeah.
baby mama drama, but baby daddy drama.
Well,
I
there's
can
a whole
bounce
other
a lot.
Discord. There's a
I
whole
can
other
bounce
Discord.
a lot.
She could go bounce right back into the Discord though, so that's not a problem. You could just
No,
put the
I'll
Discord.
just email you.
Chat, should we let her back in the Discord chat? Yeah. She's even trying to play in the Discord. No, Ozo, mushroom
That shit
trip
would go wild.
live tomorrow.
No doubt.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Put it on wax.
What's your background? Ozer. How do you say his name?
I'm Puerto
Mystery Ozo.
Oh, papi, Puerto Rican. Yeah. What else?
That's it. Puerto Rican.
Okay.
Yacht. That's the first thing I said to you in the chat at the team.
Yeah.
I was like, "What the fuck? This AI?" Yeah.
What?
But
Who?
no, I didn't say AI. I was like, "This is a real person," because you don't know
To
who's
me.
behind these avatars. Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't
because
know
I'm
who's
hot as
behind
fuck, and people can't handle
Okay.
it. That's why everyone's triggered about me, because I'm hot as fuck.
Ozo.
Everybody
man.
triggered because I'm fine as fuck. They can't handle a bad bitch on panel.
Listen, people shouldn't be triggered by you at the end of the day, though. Like, I'm interested because you're in Australia. That sounds
Mwah.
funny. Like, I want to go out there.
Yeah, come.
Now he wants to go out there.
No, I did want to go out there.
Nigga won't even come to fucking Taiwan to visit his
Oh
brother.
my god,
Oh, I definitely
today's
want to
been
go
a
to Taiwan
good
too.
day.
I definitely gotta go. I gotta go over
You
on the whole
definitely
world
been.
tour, B.
Yeah.
Listen, B,
A
I'm trying to
war
go out there to see.
tour.
I'm trying to go out there to see the Wanking Wizard. I'm trying to go.
There you
I'm
go.
trying to go. You know,
Why?
feel me? I'm trying to
You
go
don't
on a
know the
few
Wanking
places.
Wizard? You probably love him too, Eternal. That's Dimitri just. Oh,
Yeah,
he's asking
bring
about you.
him,
Know what he said?
bring
Look
him.
at this message he sent me. Oh,
Bring
in
him.
the Netherlands. Listen,
Bring him.
check this out. This is a comment from Dimitri on what they call
Bring
it,
him.
WhatsApp. He said, "I love the OnlyFans model you have."
Tell him. Give me his
You don't know
email.
OnlyFans. Oh my god, you're wild, girl. You're too wild, man.
You
But
guys
I love
can
it.
all
One
figure
level
it
of me
and I
does
can-
love it, but one level loves it so much. This is what I've always wanted, but another level is like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
I gotta do this shit.
Come on,
you know,
bruh.
Go to jail.
yeah.
That's why you know
That's
why.
what I do.
That's why we need like a little
No.
like private thing.
Girl, what's your? That's what you're for. You're supposed to provide that space.
I know. I get what you were saying. I get what you're saying. That's why you keep
Mm.
like make your own
Oh,
profile. Make your own
duh.
thing, because you don't want me to be like this in your thing, but you want me to be like this, and you want to come and But like, don't try diss me because I remember that shit.
Look good.
That
Yo, I
don't
wish
make
somebody
no-
would diss me like that. Would care enough, because only people that do that actually care about you. Like nobody ever
Do you
diss me
care
because they
about
don't
me?
care about me.
Gabe, do you care about me?
I didn't say that.
Do you care
You
about
said
me?
that.
Do you care about
What
me?
do you think?
Do you care about me?
Enough said.
Do you care about me?
Oh my god.
See, he cares about me.
Yeah.
Mwah.
It was Ozo left. Okay.
I care about you.
All right. Thank you. With
You're
enough said. This has been a great,
I
interesting,
love you.
life-changing stream.
I love you.
I love you too, Eternal.
Yay.
Don't
Are we
clip that.
friends? Are we friends?
Weren't we always friends?
Are we best
Of course,
friends?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have any female best friends.
Can we just be best friends
Maybe you could be the
forever?
friends.
Like, can we not do this again, please?
Well, we've seen the
Just
parameters,
back
right?
me up,
We
bro.
both know. Okay,
Back
I know the
me up.
boundaries. Listen, I know your boundaries, and you know mine, so it should be all good.
All right,
Right?
so hold
We're
on.
good.
Tell me. So no more 360s, right?
I kind of get what you mean, but yeah, sure. Yes,
No more 360s.
yes, ma'am. No more 360s, just 180s.
Wow. You don't want me to do 360s no more. Wow.
You guys probably got different
This
scenes
is
in Australia that
this is
got
a
us
ritual.
lost.
Oh, this is toxic.
You
It would be really toxic if she put on her camera and did a 360 right now.
Nah,
That'd be
good.
that'd be super.
This is toxic. This is toxic.
Yeah.
What's toxic, you motherfucker? Like what? What do you mean? What?
That's straight
What?
consciousness. Guardian is one of the most conscious people on my panel.
Fucking dumb as shit. Fucking talking shit about me. Get the fuck out of here.
What this is in quotation, divine feminine love gangbangs. Is that
Yeah, I
right?
do love gangbangs. And what? Gang, bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck, enough said. Let me drop my video. I love that.
Yo,
What up?
what's good? I emailed you.
I got your email.
I think we're still live.
We might be. Australia, man. What's it like over there? Is it
What's
man
up?
hot all the time?
Are we still live?
Yeah, did you see you made was that you in the cameo in that video? I'm not sure.
Is that
Did
me?
you catch that?
Where?
Did you catch that? You didn't see that? You're not watching the video? Hold on a second, Ozo. Respectfully.
Blackskin, you ever seen Eternal?
I had you in that fucking video. You didn't even say anything. Go ahead.
You seen it before?
Have I seen it? No, I put it in my video. That video I just showed.
Oh, you
seen
put
it? Was in
me?
the.
Show me.
Yes,
Show me.
bruh. You see, you're not even paying attention.
Show me. Show me.
What's up, Hank?
Show
What up,
me.
brother? What's up? Oh, I gotta show this. You want to see the part you're in?
Cena's be Ike my Turner. I don't go out.
Who's that?
I'm so fucking hot.
Bro, you're not even paying attention. I'm like gracing you and shit. Little nigga right there. My little nigga. Got the Ben.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
play me again. Play me again. Play me again. Play me again. Play me
We'll have a premiere. We'll have a premiere of that later. But yeah, Hank,
why
what's
would
up,
you
brother?
want me to do that anymore, though?
Because you already did it. Once you already
Hold
did
on,
it.
I did it because I have to have my own. I have to have
Hey.
my own platform to do it. Blah 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 blah.
No, listen, Ozo, what'd you leave? I'm gonna let you share your piece.
Ozo,
Keep-
I was trying to.
What's up, bro?
He got
Hank,
hard. He has to
Hank,
be in
what's
the
up, bro?
bathroom.
Yeah,
He
I'm
got
just
hot.
wondering why London Man would call Eternal the devil. Is that an inside joke?
Because he's not. He's in love
Wait,
with
that's
me
enough.
too,
No
Loki.
London man.
He's in love with
Talk.
me. He's in love with me. He's in love with me. He
Oh,
can't
I think
handle it.
he might have had the same point of contention that I did.
He's in
I wanted
love
to
with
say
me.
that.
He's in
So
love
no.
with me.
He's not here to speak for himself, so one's not
He's in
talking
love
about
with
him.
me.
Hello, Hank.
Yes.
What did you get from that? Like, what do you have to say besides that?
Did you stand up
That's
for
my
me?
bro,
Hank?
man.
Did you stand up for me?
I haven't watched the video yet, so I need to get more context.
Everyone was
Smart man.
Everyone was ganging up on me. Everyone was.
I'm used
to
it.
Ozo.
It was
Yo,
so
he's used to it.
sad.
Wait, hold on, Ozo. Go ahead, bro. What's
Look
up,
how
man?
hot am I? Look how hot am I? Give me my motherfucking.
Hey, hold on,
flowers.
bro. Sis. I gotta remember you're a sis, not a bro.
People
What's up?
can't handle it. People cannot handle all this fat
We get it.
ass.
We get it. Go ahead, Ozo. What are you trying to say?
I wasn't trying to say nothing. I'm just laughing.
You said
B.
okay.
Is your dick hard? Oh, sorry, I can't say that.
Not yet. I mean, I need a little bit more.
No.
I love Hank. He's so cute.
A lot more than just talking on hearing laughs and stuff.
Yo,
What?
Ozo, man, that's a real man.
What happened?
That it takes a lot more than just giggles and laughs and talking on the phones for me to for any entertainment to you know what I mean.
Yeah, because
Yes,
he has nerve damage in his Johnson. That's why.
Okay, so come
No, I
and
was
see
kidding.
me. So come and see me.
You ever seen the movie Baby Boy?
No, tell me
Yes.
what happens.
Nah, it's just a scene. You got to see it. So if you ain't seen
Which
it,
one is it? I'll play it right now.
The
Go,
reference.
tell me.
Which
Tell
one?
me.
Go ahead.
What,
Go ahead.
Ozo?
Play.
Which one is it?
The Baby Boy scene when Ving Rhames carrying Shorty across the room, doing his little
When he did
moves.
what?
He was
When he
squatting. Yeah.
Did you
across
see the
room.
video of me?
You mean when he choked him out?
Nah, movie Baby Boy. He takes.
Moiser,
Yeah. Hold
He
up.
takes
Hey,
Baby
hold
Boy's
up. We'll get there.
He
did you
takes
see
Baby
my
Boy's
booty?
and he just carries her across the room and he's doing squats with her and doing like burpees across the room with
Oh,
her.
I don't know if I can't search for that one. Baby boy.
Did you
Ving
see?
Rhames.
Did you see when
Ving
I
Rhames.
shake my ass?
The Ving Rhames scene. Baby
Did
Boy.
you like that? Did you like
Yeah.
it?
That was cool. It was just too short of a clip.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll give you a private show, Daddy.
I'm not in Australia though, so there's no such thing until I get out there.
All right, come on. Let's go.
Is this the one you wanted to see?
Are you
Ozo?
coming to the United States?
You're gonna fly me out?
We'll see.
All right.
Definitely got to get to know who you are as a person.
Definitely. Let's get to know each other. We're gonna make everybody jealous, papi.
I just teach niggas arts to be sternest, stand the firmest.
Sounds
Shut this shit down, please. NPC, you gotta shut this shit down now. You gotta tell these people.
No, that's my job. That's my job.
You gotta do it because this is ridiculous. See what I mean? Like, you gave this shit a platform, so now people can just fucking hate on me. You know,
hit on you?
It gives you more power.
Hate. Everybody's hating on me.
It gives you more power. Just absorb the insults.
But what does that
look
mean?
at Trump.
Like, even fucking
Hold
London
on.
told me that. What the fuck is Jezebel? What is that gay shit?
Look it up.
I'm just
It's
me.
interesting. It's not
But
gay.
what do you mean, bro?
It's a
Like,
woman in the Bible. Woman in the
my
Bible
God.
that was like, whoo, she was doing a lot. I'll just keep it at that.
Oh my
Sade
God,
has a whole
so you
album
guys-
about it.
You guys are tripping, bro. I'm just me. I'm just me. You guys
That's
can't
good.
handle all this shit.
When's your birthday so we can see that on your birthday? But this is my birthday today, and it's all about me and you. Panel.
I love you, and I can't believe this
Let's go.
happened. I didn't want this.
Yeah, it did happen.
I
Don't worry
wanted to
about it. It's
have a
not a threat.
party.
It's not a threat. They're
like a-
idiots. Don't worry about it.
It's like a
Yeah, they are idiots. Hank, I love you, and thank you so much for thank you. What the fuck?
What'd you say? What'd you say? What should we call it, Ozo?
Nah, you was asking me something about earlier about the
I don't know.
the trip homes or
No,
something. you
all
asked
you
me.
guys were laughing at me. No. Look within,
Yeah.
all of you were laughing at me. All of you
Look
were laughing
within.
at me. All of you were laughing
Nobody
at me.
hates you, Eternal.
That was hours ago though.
Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
he did not laugh. Like, look, first of all, he can't laugh because unless he says ha ha ha, because he's a OG chatter in the chat. So I don't think he was
I
laughing.
literally love everybody. Like, I didn't even know what the fuck the problem is. Like, just let me be my sexy self and fucking put up with it. Your dick's hard. Deal with that yourself. That's not
Thanks,
my
Jack
problem.
Talcott.
Dick is like, yeah, we'll just have to replay. Maybe someone can do a reaction channel to this stream.
No, what
You know,
the
go there.
fuck?
No, because so people can get what they call it.
People will hate on me. People are already hating on me so bad
You
because
keep
I'm a
bringing it up.
bad
Let's
bitch.
move on. Let's
Okay.
move on. Okay.
Move on.
I have to say thank you everyone for coming by. We're gonna have a stream tomorrow. Magic mushrooms. Ozo takes 100 grams on live on stream.
Really?
It cracks the matrix. Yeah, yeah. You never know, right?
Whoa.
Yeah. Shout out to everyone. Hank, thank you for being here, brother. Hey, Hank, are you from PA?
Affirmative.
I need to see this.
Pitt-
shit. I need to-
Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Yes, that's where my wife's from. Beautiful. She's from Polish Hill. You heard of Polish Hill?
Yes, I do know where it is. That's
I think I asked you that before.
Yeah,
I think I asked you that before. Yeah. Okay. That's why you're a good man, Hank. And I appreciate you coming on. Eternal. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming on.
Mm.
Thanks for coming on. Ozo, always a pleasure. Chat, Zephyr, Godheart, one of the most conscious people I've ever met
Everyone
in the
that
chat.
hates me, everyone that hates me, just know. Like, let me say something. Everyone that hates me, trust me. If you were standing right in front of me, it'll be
Where's the
different
turtle?
story. It'll be different story. It'll be game the fuck over.
Yeah, I'll be right there, son. Time for me to go. Yeah. Let
Come
me
at
see.
me. Come at
Let me
me.
see.
Yo,
Come at me. Come at me.
This is our turtle right here.
Mm.
Right here, here we go. That's how she get. This is how I feeling what she feels among us. Maybe even me. But let's see.
What?
This is right here. This little verse will be taken out to this. It's one of my
What?
favorites.
What are you
You'll
showing
see.
me?
You'll see.
Uh-oh.
This is you.
Uh-oh. This is me?
Right here. Yeah. This part right here.
1 million. 1 million.
Not 1 million.
Yeah.
1 million. 1 million. 1 million.
Today's
Grab your share
last
payment.
hour is sponsored by that thing.
Let's
This
get
is
it.
Eternal.
Hello.
Eternal right here.
Yeah. What he said. That's
With that
right.
said, happy birthday to me. I love you. Peace.